their thoughts and speculations, and it's not. It was just treated very differently. I feel like they were really trying to document what they thought was true, and it's like now if you do that, people think you're nuts and all that. But it's like I have a flat Earth shirt. I wore it to the gym. It says "Research Flat Earth." Wore it as a joke, and thought it was funny because like two boomers kept like looking over. He just had a smile on his face, and I just thought it was funny because like to him I know that I look crazy, but to me it's like obviously it's like you don't see what's going on. And that's what I didn't realize before coming in here was like like now I think like anybody who thinks we live on a globe, it's just like ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that it's funny. But we're both kind of laughing at each other, but he doesn't understand like why I'm laughing at him. So I just wanted to tell you that story.
The other thing about the, hearing it and then seeing it, like you can convince people of a lot of things. Like I've experimented in, how susceptible people are to just, impressioning them to do this or do that, right? And I thought, maybe it was because of my size, right? That maybe I intimidate people a little bit. So when I ask them to do something or tell them to do something, they'll go do it for me. Or not even tell
Right.
them, just like insinuate that they can go do that. And then they go do it. And every job I go to, like the boss always asks me to be like a manager, and I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't want to be manager. Okay. And I've been offered GM before, and it's like, hell no. And it's like they see that, I could be a leader because I can persuade people to do stuff. But it's like, do you really like want to do that? Like you want people to express their free will. Like, why should I tell you to go do your job when you could just automatically go do your job? But I digress. But people like they're so persuadable. Like you can really get people to do stuff that they normally wouldn't want to do, but you just offer them something that's not even like worth anything, and then because you're negotiating with them, and they'll just take it, right? So it's like with the whole globe thing, like you just offer them like a little bit of cartoons, and then yeah, you can tax us to oblivion and pay for all these wars. We love your cartoons, and oh, we're going to Mars, so that's like saying, yeah, you get to go to heaven one day. Elon's going to take us to heaven. He's our savior.
Yeah, when's it all gonna come crashing down on Elon because he's lying about like five things, really big things. I feel like even the promise of Neuralink, working in the time frame he's promising. Pretty sure all the fucking monkeys died or whatever, a couple or most of them.
Yeah, I think everything is essentially the old system is coming to an end, and they have an idea of what they want to put into place, and they're not telling us about it. I think they the Klaus Schwab idea is all just smoke and mirrors to get you to react, because the further we let them take it down that road, the more people are going to react.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a solution ready for you that's going to sound so great that you're going to be like, oh, it sounds much better than Klaus Schwab. I'll tell you that.
Right. Yeah, well, they want us to have nothing, and they say we're going to be happy. That's the future they want. I mean, the markets are going down, but who knows what's going to happen? I think there's other outcomes that aren't specifically there. What they want it to be. Because they have it all fucking mapped out, all the different scenarios. Because I've seen those like documents. They have like all these crazy scenarios, like of the like, oh, we're projecting technology is going to advance and get to this point, and at that time, these are our different potential options for like what we can do and how to influence with our like they're a bunch of philanthropists that claim to be doing good things when they're not. They're just trying to control fucking the world. And one of the things that is true is that I read was that they're going to have more fMRI technology. fMRI, I'm sorry. It's like MRI technology in hospitals, but more small and efficient, basically. And that's literally like what they're putting around, like like in the telephone, new streetlights, smart streetlights, dielectric lens, phased array antennas, like literally fMRI technology. That's like all the stuff they're going to be using it for. I think, like they're setting up whatever they, like you were saying, like they're setting up for something, some next infrastructure or something, and that's part of it. I think my opinion is like nanotechnology, nano kind of like self-assembling arrays in your body, that kind of stuff is part of it. But if we resist, there's like, there's not that many ways they can put this stuff in your body, obviously, but they do. Shit.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I often warn about or ask people to think about, because if they wanted to use flat Earth as a reveal to sell us more lies, the opportunities are endless. Especially if we're talking about a reset, and they could really reset it with the flat Earth truth, but just the truth they want to make it.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It sucks that we could be helping them to get to that point, but I mean, you can only speak the truth, right?
They are. Did you notice how they're like slowly morphing like the old model with like a flat Earth kind of? It's like a model that works with flat Earth. What they're saying. Oh, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. And, certain little changes like that. That like you're like, oh, that works on a flat Earth. Oh, that works on a flat Earth. Like you see all that stuff happening. Like, oh, they're
right. And Neil
universe
deGrasse Tyson doing a lot of help there. Go ahead.
The universe is flat because when they look at the sky, it all looks flat.
Exactly that, and then there's so many things like the commercials that are dropping flat Earth ideas, like that one that's Matthew McConaughey. And he's in a spacesuit, and it's been on like mainstream stuff through basketball games and stuff. But he's in a spacesuit, and he's saying it's Earth, space, the final frontier. And he goes, nah. And then they zoom out, and he takes his suit off, and he's in a hot air balloon. So it's like they're showing us the truth right there, And he's like, we need to worry about what's out here on Earth. So It's like, forget space. Let's get back down to Earth now. And if we want to accept this policy or this idea of you will own nothing and be happy, well, what would work better than to tell everyone the Earth is flat and have them be like, have this revelation like we've had, and stop being so materialistic? Then we wouldn't care what we own as much.
Right.
Ooh, the hot air balloon is really really good symbology there, because it operates on anti-gravity, or the buoyant
And it's
force.
hot air.
Yeah, it's buoyant
So-
force.
Yeah, I think the globe model makes people like behave in ways that are that make like materialism more prevalent. Like you're saying, I think like heliocentrism, I think makes people more narcissistic, because it's like 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 if nothing matters, then like fuck, like I can do whatever I want. I can be my own god or whatever, and then it's all about other things. And I think like what you're saying is totally true.
Being on a stable plane grounds you.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. More ways than one, definitely.
Yeah, we could all own nothing and be happy because we're not materialistic.
Well, hold on, but I don't know how far we can really venture in terms of the exploration about this whole reset. But I mean, from my understanding and my research over the last 2 years, I view that there's actually two resets happening. There's an RV, and then there's like this political reset that we're worried about. I believe that we will own nothing and we will be happy. That's a threat from the WEF. I believe that the aspect of the revaluation, the RV, I believe that is very true. And I believe that we witness that happening. Yeah, I'll just leave it there for now.
What does Russian vids have to do with this?
Russian what, sorry?
Russian vids. It was a joke. You said the RV.
I was saying revaluation, but it's funny that you would say Russian because that's where I think it all started on April 1st. April 1st was the fiscal. It's the fiscal new year. The first year. Sorry, the financial fiscal new year. The beginning of the new year for the financial system is April 1st. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry, boys. And in Russia, I apologize if I overstep my boundaries in saying this, but gold started to back the ruble on April 1st. And I think that is.
Oh well.
I think you're right, Kiwi. They generally use the truth to sell the lie. So I think you might be correct. Like we might own nothing and be happy in the end in their new alternative plan. But the way I see it is, it's not like they're unaware of what they are putting out there. It's not like they're unaware of most conspiracy nuts, as they try to paint us, are fully aware of what the Klaus Schwab and them are trying to do, and what they plan to do, because they told us. If you're really planning to do all that, you're not telling everyone.
Yeah, he seems like just like cast in that role to a certain degree. He even supposedly writes in his book that he's proud of the idea that he's going to depopulate America and stuff like that. Supposedly, I haven't read a book, but it's pretty blatant from what I hear.
Yeah, the way I see
and they've actually done some of that already, so that's kind of ringing true.
Yeah.
But
the way I see it, he looks like a Disney villain, and we have this generation raised on this cartoon nonsense, and this villain is not gonna be easily accepted. So it's more likely that he is a problem for the reaction.
Yeah,
And I think you're right in that
his dick out on the beach. He's a weirdo.
Resets and cycles, like the housing bubble is gonna get reset. There's a bunch of little resets and big resets. You can even think of it like this. There's not that I like subscribe to all ideas of mud floods or anything like that, but when you have cataclysmic events that are local to an area, like tsunamis or earthquakes, and you can have small local resets as well. Like, so it's really hard to say what they will use for the Great Reset or the thing they are pushing. I really doubt that the plan they push with the right hand that they shove in your face is the plan.
Okay, so let me I gotta throw some stuff out, just some Easter eggs, and try to paint a picture for you guys if I can. We have the Maternities Act of 1921, which began the birth certificate system, which began taxation through social insurance numbers and social security numbers. That began usurping funds from the everyday man into something known as the Federal Reserve capital bank system. If you can step back from the tax collection aspect of things, whereas you literally get a 20%, an average of 20% bonus to your paycheck every year, or every paycheck for that matter, that could be potentially something that will greatly help mankind. So I'm suggesting that this may be an opportunity that this Maternities Act and the birth certificate system gets finally found out about, so to speak. Because taxation is not right. We all know this. But from an aspect of it being found out and then ultimately the taxation system being revised, these are all things that are going to help mankind cope with what they're about to happen or what they're about to deal with, because ultimately we're witnessing the veil lifting.
Yeah, I think you're right in that, like, you're not gonna get a legitimate new government that everybody believes in unless you make it appear like, oh, these were the bad apples, we got rid of the bad apples. Oh, these were the bad things, oh, we got rid of some of those bad things. And then it's easy to accept. If Klaus Schwab's idea goes all the way, that's a dystopian future, and they have been programming into the public through movies and television shows over the last decade that dystopian futures are bad.
Right. So it's like, why would they do that? And I mean, it's almost like they are programming people to resist, because maybe they want people to for some reason. Does that give them more power
I think
to make people?
I think it's a long game. Instead of playing the short game, you want people to legitimately follow you, because then you don't need robots. You just have infinite numbers of people doing your bidding.
Right.
Well said. Indeed.
What's thy bidding, my master?
That was a direct shot at the castle tower, my friends. Well stated.
I always identified as Luigi. I just didn't know that my Mario was going to be like a Norseman. I thought he was going to be an Italian plumber.
We have an interesting name in the chat.
Can you be an Icelander and a Norseman at the same time? Those are like direct descendants, right? So it makes sense.
Yeah. We're Norse.
Okay, so is Earth definitely a dipole, or is it possible that it's a monopole?
I did not hear that.
Is since we don't know, like, the whatever you want to call it, like the magnetic source in the north, like, is it completely ruled out that the Earth isn't a monopole, or is it possible? Do you think, like, that there's no South Pole and there's just North, and we infer South from North, and that there's no South Pole? Just generally curious if that's
What attracts you to north? What always happens when you have a compass in your hand?
it points north.
Okay, so by default, what is south?
I would say it's inferred from north, but I don't know how to.
That's what I'm saying to you. No, you're not erred in your thinking. This is why I say you need to feel the answer versus jump to a conclusion drafted by another man. So we have a compass. We face north. By default, what is behind you?
South.
No matter which way I turn, What is behind me?
South.
Therefore, I am surrounded by.
South.
I rest my case.
So think about it like this: you're giving directions, right? If you say take a left on Broadway, are you going north and taking a left, or going south and taking a left? So whenever you give directions, you're always given objective directions relative to the north, right?
Right.
So thinking about it that way, we do only have one pole, right? And that would be where all the compasses point. But
Right.
to everything, there's like an opposite of that thing, right? So what is the opposite of north? So
South.
that would be south. But what is south?
That's the
That's the
question.
opposite of north. South is the opposite of north. So it's confusing the way I said it. But if you think about it, that's how I would look at it if I wanted to think about it like a monopole. Everything's relative to north.
I was thinking of how to describe, like, what is south as, like, what is like the magnetic south? You know what I mean? And my question is, like, is there a point of, like, a magnetic south pole? Or could there, could south just be every direction away from north, and we're just, attracted to whatever the magnetic source is at the North Pole? But I'm just wondering, like, does it have to imply that there is like a south pole, like a magnetic south pole?
Well, no, because if you're, again, we're going back to the exact same place that if we know by default north exists,
Right.
even hamsters will eventually learn that south is behind them. It's
Right.
like, where is your asshole? It's underneath your, well, sorry, I need to shut up. Never mind. Like, let's please not. I beg of the court. Let's not overthink the concept that north is always in front of us if we're facing north, and south, therefore, by default, is always behind us. Period.
Right. Yeah, south is real. I mean, obviously, it's away, being every direction away from north is south. So it's true. I mean, south is south is real as a concept.
It's kind of like if there was an open field, right? And right in the middle of this open field is a flagpole that everybody could see. It's like, well, I'll meet you at the flagpole. And then eventually the flagpole gets crowded, so it's like, okay, well, I'll meet you on this side of the flagpole. It's like, how do you determine what this side is? Well, then you have to start giving, like, other directions. So I'll meet you on the east side of the flagpole. Well, what is that? Well, it's a concept you have to understand. So once you understand east is, traveling with the pole to your left, and then west is traveling with the pole on your right side. So you can like circumnavigate the field with the pole staying in the same relative position, to your right or to your left. And that's how I think of it. And I say relative. I don't want you to think like, oh, it's all relative like Einstein. It's relative to an objective position, right?
Yeah. Question about
That
magnets.
that was sick. Great statement. Sorry, I had to applaud that.
Um, is magnetic repulsion real, or is it just that every video of somebody taking like a magnet and trying to make it repulse away is constraining the magnet in some way and transferring the force of the magnet spinning to it just looking like it's repulsing when it's really not. And that's just kind of the idea of like, do magnets just spin around and attract, or do they really repulse, or is it just kind of like a magic trick? Because every video they put them on a table or whatever on a situation where they're not able to spin, and they try to, and you can see it. Like sometimes, like when they repulse, they just go kind of sideways. It looks like it's trying to spin, but it can't. Um, I don't know if anybody knows anything about that, but that's just a question I have.
There are some trains that they work with that to lift, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the. I think he cut out on the first part.
I think there are some trains that are, you know, work with that, you know, with repulsion to lift. But I think I have to see to search.
Yeah, I can show you a video. I mean, obviously when the magnets aren't like very heavy, you can see, I guess you can see the effect more easily if they're on the table. If they're like really heavy magnets, it's kind of harder to see it, but it's kind of like, you know, take two batteries that are parallel to each other, and you know, the closer you put the one to the butt of the other one, you know, it looks like it repels a little bit, but it goes a little sideways, like it's on a trajectory that's not parallel with the other battery. That's kind of like how you can visualize it. And I just think that's evidence. Oh, the magnet's trying to spin, can't spin because it's on a table, and the forces are trying to make it spin, and that's just what happens. It looks like it just jumps up a little bit.
I did post the maglev.
Yeah, let me try to find the video.
I have this link explains the physics of it.
See. Okay, I'm just gonna put this in voice text if anybody wants to see the video. I timestamped it, but you know, it just shows two bar magnets on a table. Makes it kind of repulse a few times, and then they kind of just go sideways. I just think that's, you know, it's evidence that you see it's trying to spin around and attract instead of pulse. I just want to see what happens if you like can isolate the any kind of like constrainment to the magnet, and I don't know how somebody would do that, but I just would love to see what happens.
You know, the right guy, it will be get Bigot. He knows a lot of this.
I mean, I guess they say attraction is stronger than repulsion, according to, you know, what they say, and I think that's interesting if that's true. Serious question: does anybody know what the Falcon 9 rocket's really doing, or do have any idea of what it could be doing?
The you were talking about the Elon Musk rockets.
Yeah, he has like the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that looks nothing like any other rocket that I've ever seen, or seen NASA shoot or anything like that. So I thought it was interesting that Elon's like space agency shoots a rocket that like looks visually nothing like we've ever seen before, and I feel like if NASA all of a sudden did that and didn't tell anybody, we would think it's crazy. Like, what are we seeing? But
Those who who land vertically, they did the manipulation. They cut when it lands, and it has been done too much manipulation on those. There are others that I was in that day. I was at YouTube at the live stream on NASA channel watching this one. And I saw suddenly I saw a rat passing by on that rocket, and I couldn't believe it. And I was saying to myself, "Did I saw that rat in those guys miss that?" And yeah, suddenly people in the chat start talking about it, and I have the. Let me get it. I have been posting that.
I've actually watched the SpaceX launches in person, and they're like crazy looking, but they start flipping over in at a super low altitude, and like when they do the Starlinks, they're super slow, like laughably slow, like so they're really not all that cool. Honestly, they're kind of
So wait, so this is happening low, is what you're saying, in the atmosphere? It's not like high as people are speculating, because people are, the speculations that I've saw are, they're the rocket's grazing the firmament, and I would think that, hey, that's very interesting if it does that, and I think they would have to go pretty high up, pretty fast.
I have videos of the one. Okay, they shoot different ones, like Starlink. I watched the Starlinks one, and I watched like a rocket supposedly go up into space or whatever. The one that went up higher did shoot really fast, and it does look like it's like going through water. It's really crazy. I'll drop my video in here in a second with the P900. But the Starlinks go really, really slow and start curving over really low. Like they're really dumb and underwhelming. The other ones are kind of crazy looking. Yeah, I'll drop the vid.
Yeah, and there's this CIA. There's this CIA document, and actually it's from the Russians, and that time of the Cold War, and they were talking about flat Earth and firmament, and it has been declassified. Let me post it. So they at that time they were studying. This was 1977. 1957. And yeah, they already were studying the firmament there. I have the lucky to know Spanish, and there are some videos from some people that even one that is interesting.
So they're saying that they located it, right?
What? If even Admiral Richard Byrd did talk, at Antarctica they found the invisible barrier,
Right.
and some aircrafts did crash into this wall. And I crossed a lot of information. There were some guys from Brazil. They had access next to Antarctica through the Brazil Navy, and they did release high altitude balloons. And they start to see, sometimes they just stop. They shouldn't stop at that high, but they start stopping. Going going.
enough helium to go higher, they just stop on something.
Yeah, but stop like curving inside. Some and
There's P90 videos that look like balloon fleets that go by the moon, and you can kind of tell that they're actually balloons. It's not like there's videos that might try to say it's a UFO or something, but you see some of them like speed up and slow down. It's obviously it's like you see like these fleet of like 15 what looks like balloon satellites, and I just wonder how many are really up there, and is it really as undetectable as it looks like to see them from standing on the ground?
yes, NASA has been. I have this link from NASA. So NASA is the one who has more alien talk. But what is interesting is some of us have found some videos talking about Antarctica, but because I know Spanish, I can go through other sources, and there was a helicopter pilot that he did work there, and sometimes he talk interesting things, and one of them, actually, last year he did a live stream at YouTube talking about flat Earth with another 3 flat Earth guys. Experts.
Did you notice? Remember we were talking about earlier how it seems like they're trying to morph like the model that they have now with the flat Earth model, like over time, like the atmosphere is inside, or the moon's inside the atmosphere now, and like other things that are similar to flat Earth. Now they're talking more about like balloons taking you to space. I mean, now that's becoming more of a common thing. It's just being able to take balloons to space. That's that's like the method now that I see all the time.
Yeah, they're also talking about how space has a lot of water. Like they can't explain why space has so much water now, and how the sun puts out tons of water and the space has tons of water.
Right. So yeah, so if it's if it's like the water's above kind of thing, that's what they're getting at, and that's what it looks like when I see the fucking Falcon 9 rocket. It looks like water.
Yeah. I mean, I'm about to drop my video of it. It's loading.
Mic check.
Mike, you all right?
All right, thank you. So Miguel was talking about because he knows 2 different languages, he was able to glean some of the stuff from Spanish, and that's why I'm always talking about the 7 liberal arts, the trivium, the ancient way of educating children, to where we like set them down at a young age and teach them like 4 or 5 different languages, right? Because in order to learn in this world, you have to be able to learn from different cultures, I think. And the more cultures you learn from, the better off you are, because there's truth in every culture. You just have to find bits and pieces here and there and go to the next culture, and there's truth and bits and pieces here and there. To put the puzzle together, that is the question of, what are we here for? What are we doing? The question of life, why, what, everything. And I think that our educational system is the key thing that we have to fix, like, immediately. Like, we've got to go back to, like, learning as many different languages as possible.
Yeah, we're going to teach our children multiple languages for sure.
I agree with Larry, what he said. By the way, I saw an early video from this guy, this helicopter pilot that he did work there. He said, people think the elites, they speak each other more in English, but actually they speak more French. Yeah.
I wonder why. I know
Yeah.
a lot of common words in English are inverse to like what they really mean. Just like common phrases like good morning, different
Yes.
things.
And-
It's
and
kind of
he said that they even invented another, a mix between a lot of language for people don't understand what they are saying, Isn't that curious? And he said that they know about there are too many globers. They spend the time arguing with if the Earth is globe or flat, but these elites they know it, and they wanted to get out from here. They have been trying a lot of things. Yeah, they want.
Probably, they stay out of the public eye. Like nobody knows. I feel
Exactly.
like who the real zealots are, and all the people who are being propped up are probably being blackmailed or something.
Yeah,
I honestly have that feeling.
what NASA gives to NASA and other companies, what they show to us is just bullshit. Just the real money goes to secret projects, and they hide this from us. What they are discovering.
They do, and then I feel like with the Falcon 9 rocket, I feel like they're doing something crazy right in front of us, and that's like the first time I feel like they've done something like that. It's just that we're so like, like people think it's they just automatically think it's just going to space, and we're just seeing like some bullshit explanation. Oh, it's the boosters. That's why it looks like it's going through water. It's the boosters or whatever.
I apologize. I'm probably going to butcher this, but bear with me. I would maybe ask for some props from the team as I scramble down the story path of this story. The man-made rocket launch in Arizona, where the rocket launched into the sky and it span, and our viewpoint was the ground. So the rocket was spinning, and so the ground was spinning, and you heard. And then it hit. Oh, sorry, it cruised along, and then at one point you heard, thump, and then it lost altitude and began meandering and falling back to Earth. At some point during that discombobulated spin, apparently the moon was spotted.
Really?
Did anyone see this video?
Yes.
I've seen the video. It's the one you're talking about. Is this like is it called the Go Fast rocket or something like
Yes.
that?
Yeah, my guy. Thank you so
That
much,
one.
my friend. Thank you.
That one.
Yeah, bro. So when I saw that, I hosted that video on my show. I was talked about it, and I'm like, look, I'm just saying, if the Earth was curved, we could not see the moon from. I think the rocket was launched at like 11 a.m. in the morning or something like that in Arizona. And so it would be impossible to see the moon in the same exact video evidence. So yeah, man.
Exactly. If the Earth was a globe, the moon was supposed to be hide in the other side, maybe some kind.
Exactly. The ball, literally, the sun would be on one side and the moon would be on the opposite end, and it would be blocked by the Earth in between if the Earth was in fact round.
Yeah, I mean,
How do you say Mercury?
I remember slowing down the whole part where it the rocket slows down. It doesn't come to it doesn't like stop, but it slows down its rotation like drastically, really fast, and it's like you think if it's going to space, it'll spin out in some other kind of way, and it'll just slow down and completely stop, but rotate very slowly. That the slow rotation, makes you think like what is it in? What could it be? What could cause that? Don't have answers to that, but it's possible that it might be something else that we've never had to study before. Maybe that's what the rocket's doing. That's what I feel like it's doing.
Okay, I'm about to share something with you for consideration. Give me 2 seconds.
Shoots out that booster that looks like it shoots Wi-Fi signals into the atmosphere. It's like boop, boop, boop. It's like what is it? What is it doing? Like why is it doing that? It's like testing.
Oh,
Okay, I just posted it through in the 59 encyclopedia definition of the firmament. Oh, sorry, 58 encyclopedia definition of the firmament. Take that when you get time. Just take that piece in at some point in time.
Yeah,
It
I want to watch it
describes.
now, but it's going to be kind of loud. But so how did it change? I also know that they used to call it a dome. I know in like the Bible, like the older versions, translations, it was called a dome, then firmament. I know like Freemasons call it the firmament in the King James version. Basically, I think it was they're doing, but basically it's like the same thing, right? Well, what was the
Yes, sir.
older meaning of the firmament?
No, that was exactly it. On day 2, that is what in scripture, that is what stated he created on the second day.
So he says it's a dome, basically.
Well, it's
Core
the
translation.
exact word is firmament, but nowadays it's been perverted to different things. One of the most notable being space. That's the one that concerns me the most. On the second day, he created space. Then we look at NASA, we see the tongue, and go.
So a lot of people are thinking nowadays that the reason that people depict the dome is that's because that's how our vision works. But it would make a lot more sense in an electrodynamic Earth like we have that the upper part, known as the firmament or the vault of the sky or the hammered out shield, would most likely be level with the Earth, right? And the reason for this is if you think about how we navigate, right? When the sun is right over our head, like we can assume it's about 6,000 miles away when it sets, right? And when a star is over our head, it's about the same. And we think that we don't know if they're inside or out, the stars and heavenly bodies. Right? We think that maybe outside. So it's almost like there's little holes poked through the top, so that light can come through. And I'm not saying that like physically there's holes poked, but it's very apparent to me like this is like a habitat for all these different life forms. Like, okay, let's go down here and see how everything works out. And I kind of think that it's like an ant house for humans, as the ant house is to the ants, right? And I'm speculating, of course. These aren't any knowledge claims, but I think they're fun to think about. How electricity works and anode, cathode, diode.
Well, if you're going to get into the unpacking of the idea of how electricity works, ether, right? Ether, AETHER, individual, you have land, water, fire, all the different elements, each being an ether, ether, the combination of what is underneath the dome, the lid, right? Because everything holds a space within the lid. Everything is just trying to find its rest spot. Rest point, sorry.
You said everything is trying to find its equilibrium, but I have to question, the sun and the moon, they seem like they're trying to disequal, another word there. They're trying to stir things up, right? Because when the sun stirs things up, there's life, and there's like moving water. So it's like,
sorry.
even though the sun is like creating like a little bit of disorder and stirring everything up, that disorder creates order flowing to its natural state.
Now, what if there was only one source, one principal light source, but because we are in a dome, the dome is able to create two individual luminaries.
You mean the sun and moon?
Yes, sir.
Is the sun's corona even real? Like, did you ever see how like the sun that you put on textbooks with the fire shooting out? That's like, like shot through a kind of thermal imaging atmospheric or solar imaging camera. So like, the real sun is kind of just like this orange ball. Then you see that, and then you see different cameras with different wavelengths, and it seems like they took that idea, at least from my perspective, like they just took like that idea and ran with it. That like is the sun really? I mean, the sun obviously gives off light, but is it actually like steaming hot? I mean, do things really get hotter the closer they get to the sun?
Run, fishy, run. Run upstream. Keep fishing. I mean, keep running upstream. Go.
Or did you ever see not that I listen to him that much or at all, but like what's it, David Weiss? He's usually pretty good. I mean, I don't think there's much criticism of it all, but what did he say? Yeah, he had this theory that like the sun is like not inside and it's reflecting from the outside, and I don't know. It kind of like it was just very interesting, and he gave kind of an illustration of like in his computer of like what it when you're turning in the dome and how it would the angles. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it would explain the theories that there's multiple suns. There's like videos where people try to claim that there's like more than one sun. I don't know if you've seen those, but might be interesting.
No, I say this respectfully. I don't want to take it to the place where we're entertaining the idea of multiple suns, because that literally becomes just
Yeah, kind of. That's pretty much out there. I know that's like the craziest part I've ever.
Hold on. Just hear me out on this, okay? It becomes a raging bull when you start to entertain the idea of multiple suns. I'm just presenting the idea that we are under a godly designed dome.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that there is one source, one principal light source, and I believe that through the design of this dome is able to create the sun and the moon through, again, I hate to bring up the word, but now I'm going to bring up the word and really mean it. Through, I believe it would be refraction. It is capable to create the two luminaries, being the sun and the moon, in the prisms. Yeah, the prism of the dome itself. And that's why the sun and the moon appear to be so close, but yet so far at times, because you're required to spot the sun and the moon in 3 dimensions. Right, and that's why people have so many problems trying to measure it, is because it's where I'm seeing it, but where you're seeing it is way different, because you're seeing it from a different viewpoint. Your perspective is different, and perspective is the major thing that we seem to totally disregard when we enter into science experiments and things of that nature.
Yeah, refraction is that's something I see a lot. And it seems like it supports the flat Earth more than it does the globe. It seems like it doesn't make sense on the globe. I don't know if that's true, but that's what it seems like. I mean, does refraction imply that light doesn't bend? Is that what I was hearing? It doesn't actually bend, but it just like, what was the word you guys used?
It illuminates the essence. Like a luminary, you have to think of a luminary like a candle. A candle lights the essence. And if we can remove ourselves from thinking of the idea that the sun and the moon project rays, and think of them as lighting their essences, and their essences being the gases that are present under the dome that we sit, right, then I think we can start to engage with the idea of how light works in principle versus observing it as to what we think it does.
Right. So that's kind of why some people say like, oh, like why don't we see the sun getting bigger if it's moving closer to us? Well, you can say it's like the way that light's or interacting with the light in the atmosphere, and it can move closer to us and it would change size because like that's because
actually
refracting its
just-
mark or something like that.
You made me think of something I did. This was an experiment I conducted. I was sitting in Tobago, out on observing the sunset, waiting for dinner, and I was on an elevated plane, probably about 2 stories up. It was by the poolside, so I was observing the horizon sunset. And I took the drinking glass and I put it to my eye, and then I took a picture. I should actually look for it. I think I can find it. I took a picture, and then I took the eyeglass and I span it around. So I looked down the eyeglass, down the shaft of the eyeglass, if you will, and then I took the eyeglass and I turned it around on the other side. So it was like the bottom of the eyeglass. I used that. So I changed the focal length of the lens of the iPhone. Okay, if that makes sense, by using the drinking glass. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. And what I realized when I was taking the picture of the sun was actually obviously changing distance, right? So I believe that's why I present the idea that the sun is a luminary within this idea of the prism itself, because the spot of it is changing depending on where we see it.
Yeah.
And sorry, okay.
Yeah, do you think it's do you kind of see the rotation? Like, do you think the sun's kind of on this kind of like on the flat plane? It's like on a spiral, kind of magnetic that goes up and down and around. And at some point, do you think, there's videos of the sun that look like it's sitting in clouds? And like, I think it's possible, but the sun obviously is very low in those pictures. But at some point, the sun goes higher and it goes lower. I mean, is it possible that that's when the sun's low? People are taking pictures of it at a certain time of the year or something, like
so I mean, I this is where I kind of start to slightly beg mercy, but sky science I don't claim to venture well with. It's just something that I can totally I'm basically playing catch with a fellow man.
Well, we don't know a lot about it, but it just looks like it's it's inside. It's not it's not millions of miles away. It's obviously it's inside. You see it. People get close.
What we have observed is the pattern. It makes this like almost figure 8 or fish-like pattern, if you will, maybe that we have observed, and it seems to be consistent. And it has this idea of it venturing further away from you, i.e., vanishing point, versus setting over the crest of a horizon. That's
right.
Kind of where we're at.
Perspective, it seems like there are like laws, and I do see how like everything converges. So if the sun is like traveling away from you in the sky, that's why it looks like it's going downward over over quote unquote the horizon. It doesn't go obviously over; it just keeps going. There is no real horizon, right? There's no physical like thing that is the horizon. But
when we look up, right, and we see this phenomena, the sun, the moon, specifically those two, I will say the moon, the layers above, we probably don't know how many layers are above and what's going on exactly, how many layers the light, let's say the source of these effects, because I will say the sun and the moon are effects that we're observing from down here, from the ground. And then the moon, we kind of looking at an image. So it's because when you look at the moon, you kind of see some type of surface or some type of image, but this image is being for a better term, kind of like we see a projection or maybe an image of whatever layers one of the layers that the light is going through. So
yeah, I saw that idea of the superimposed moon.
Driving in a vehicle and you look through the you're driving and you look that middle mirror, and you can see if you put it at an angle, you can see your seats, and you can also see the vehicles that are coming behind you, but on 2 different reflections. I don't know if anybody have noticed this, but you can have the mirror at an angle, and you can see the seats behind you. You can see yourself in the mirror, and you can see the vehicles that are coming behind you. You can kind of see 3 things that out of the angle that you're looking at, but you can still see them in the mirror.
Yes, guy. Yeah, you guys are so on point. I'm so happy right now. I'm jumping for joy. Kemsy, keep going, my guy.
Yeah, so when you see the image of the moon, you're basically looking at an image of one of the layers or a reflection of the image, and you're looking at a mirror basically, or of some sort. It's just that since we don't have all the variables in place, we cannot kind of pinpoint it completely, but we can kind of demonstrate a similar effect down here, but not 100% the way it's actually working above. Yeah, that's my 2 cents over there. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, sorry. I'm done.
So when I took the sticky DMT, I was experiencing this thing that I could only refer to as like layers. You know, at the time I was thinking like dimensions, but that wouldn't be the right word. Just like layers to consciousness and existence and like understanding and like reality. It was like all these different layers of everything. And I hate to be like Shrek, like Onion Boy or whatever, but like that was the first word that I could utter when I finally gained the ability to speak. And I haven't really forgot that. So, like, I think about the depth of heaven as like layers. And I've always thought about it since I was a child. I just have dreams about the windows of heaven opening. I think maybe that was because my grandmother was very religious, so maybe I overheard some things. But it's like now there's a rainbow, right? And you can't make them unless you're outside, right? So you can't go inside and make a rainbow without adding like another piece of glass. So where's the piece of glass outside that we make rainbows with? Because you can diffract the light, but you can't bow it.
Right. And it bows in the shape of the prism too, right? And so just it being in a curve just implies that the prism should be a curve. Should be, I guess.
Well, you do know the rainbow is actually a circle, but you only get to see half of it.
I've seen
Due to perspective.
I've seen that, yeah. What is so does
Yeah.
that kind of does that refute the idea that it's coming from like a dome shaped prism?
Well,
Is
if
it
anyone asks
reflecting
you
the
how,
spherical thing? Like, because it isn't the flat Earth also like a? You could say it's not a globe, but it's in a spherical. I mean, I don't know. I've seen kind of like depictions of it in a sphere, but it's not a sphere, I guess.
when someone asks you, you know, how does the sun set? All you got to do is show them a rainbow, and a rainbow from a heavenly point of view looks like a circle. And the only reason it looks like a bow, you know, like a bow and arrow, is because of perspective. The part that's close to us is going to be highest in the sky. That's the part of the circle that's at the top of the rainbow. And then the two parts on the left and right side of the rainbow are actually going off away from you in those two directions, semicircular directions. And the further they get away from you, the closer they get to the horizon. So that's weird, right? So yeah, that's how a sun would set, right? If it came in like this, like the rainbow did, it would follow the same path of perspective. And I think the analemma has to do with perspective too. And also the moon's analemma, which I forgot what that's called. But I think the analemma needs to be done at the equator or somewhere nearby. And I bet it would be more symmetrical.
So have we jumped into the realm of throwing the ball around where we can entertain stuff, or are we staying grounded? Because I have something I want to put forth for an idea for consideration. If you guys are open to something. It's relation to the
Yeah,
moon.
we're open to speculation right now. Nobody's really talking. So speculate, postulate away,
All
sir.
right. I'm about to put this into the chat, and I want to see what you guys think. Okay.
Stupid, can I make fun of you?
There. Okay. At the 3 o'clock position, Australia. What do you guys think?
I prefer to stay one step back about that theory.
You prefer to wait to stay one step back?
About the map, the reflection of map Earth in the moon.
Why would? Can I ask? May I ask why? I respectfully, of course. If you don't want to engage, and again, well, you said sorry. I should leave it alone. I'm sorry. That's the Scorpio in me. I always want to know why. I'm sorry.
Because I think the moon is not a reflective object.
Okay, so you've identified the fact that it's not an object. Is it an object? Yes or no? Can we get that far?
No, when I say imagine a reflective ball. You see some reflex when you point the flashlight. But I don't think I think the moon is different.
Okay, no, I'm asking you. The first question I'm going to ask you for going to engage on this is the moon an object? Yes or no?
Don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Do you believe in the moon missions?
Of course not.
Okay, great.
Impossible.
Perfect. No, that's just great. Sorry, go ahead.
Is it moon object?
Pardon me?
The moon is an apparent object.
Thank you. There's a major difference here, boys. Is the moon an object, i.e., can I walk on it? No, I cannot. Okay? This is why I say the moon is a luminary. Okay, I'm going to get serious with it now slightly because we're going to become very, very specific about things because I'm attempting to exercise this man's mind. Okay? So no, it is not an object. You cannot walk on it. It doesn't have a surface. We did not go to the moon. Period. The moon rocks were fossilized wood. Done. Next. Okay. Now.
Okay. Great. We didn't go to listen, wait, great. We didn't go to the moon. How do you know that it is not solid, an object? How do you know that it's not solid object? We didn't go to the moon. That's all right.
I don't think we're in the right room, maybe, to be talking about this, because he's not making knowledge claims. He's just speculating and postulating, which is something Glovers do all the time, but we don't charge people tax dollars for it. But to get the funding going, we're just doing it for free and for fun.
Listen this, Sasha. Listen this. This is not the science conversation, Sasha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speculation.
Yes.
Can you see, when I look through my photograph, can you see Croatia in the sun? I can see.
No Croatia in the sun, because Croatia is in the ground. Sun is in the sky.
But I can see projection of Croatia in the sun.
What?
What? The same thing what we see on the moon.
If you can see Croatia in the sun, you can see yourself in the sun.
Can you see the
Because
Australia on
you're
the
standing
moon.
in
Are we
Croatia.
being real and asking you can see something in the sun right now, gentlemen? Because we're just wasting time at this point. I was attempting
Listen this.
to
No,
say
I want
something.
to. When I look the moon now, I see projection of Antarctica. Yeah, I can see the ring.
No, no, no,
This
no.
is
Hey, hello. Hold on. There's no way to prove what the stuff we see on the moon, what it is, what it shows, what it's not showing. There is no way. Don't kid yourself. You want to speculate? Go ahead. It's going to be forever that you do so, because you're never going to know what the fuck that thing is. Thanks.
Yeah, but this is Sasha speaking, so you cannot question him.
Did I start like that?
I don't know who you think you're talking to, but I'd wise up, partner.
Come on, Sasha. Keep going with your speculative point about seeing Croatia and your face in the sun.
No, I'm saying that because somebody's seeing the reflection of the Earth on the moon. If somebody
no.
see this, but somebody said it 10 minutes ago. Let's speculate, and I said let's speculate. I can speculate that I can see the
Okay,
reflection of
okay.
the
I
Earth in
think
the sun.
someone was making a point before you stopped them. So, did you finish your point? Whoever was making a point.
I'm good. Thanks for talking, guys.
All right. So, in reference to what someone said about the multiple suns, it's not necessarily that there are multiple suns. From what we see is that the light is going through layers, and when you guys also spoke about the rainbow, right? I think I've call it like a focal point, so you can kind of see when you see the circle around the sun, and you can see this rainbow around it. That's like a focal point, but still you can see the light of the sun without seeing the focal point, which is an interesting property of what's happening above. So you can see the light move multiple angles. That doesn't mean that there are multiple suns, but since there are layers above, it's having an effect that you can see the light.
That's a really good point that I didn't consider. Yeah, I feel
At
like
multiple
yeah,
levels.
that's a great one.
Yeah.
So wait, so there's someone out there talking about multiple suns?
I was just questioning it because I saw David Weiss post something, or he talked about it in one of his videos, but the way he like demonstrated it, I just thought it was interesting. I was like, not that I believe it, but I just thought, what if?
Yeah, it is interesting, but I'll tell you, try proving that for real.
Yeah.
Couldn't. There'd have to be, like, at least in one part of the world, more than one sun often, and none of that is happening ever. So, you got some cool camera tricks. That's neat. Why don't you take me to the spot where that happens? Ever? Oh, no, it happens all the time. Okay, well, then I'll pitch a tent for a month, and we'll see if you're right. You know what I mean? Like, let's really see something, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for obfuscating from my point that we can see the light at multiple angles. Because
that's the explanation that you think they would consider, because you would think, okay, if the sun
yeah,
is
my
like,
point wasn't that there's multiple songs. That's not my point. So thank you for obfuscating.
I didn't say you were, but someone just said, and I think it was you, multiple suns.
To the point that someone commented about multiple suns, I was referring to that, and I'm saying that the light can be seen from multiple angles. That's why someone will think that there are multiple suns or whatever. But
I know, I got you.
that's
I got you.
You are talking about sun dogs?
Well, sundogs are part of that phenomena. You can observe that. But when you see this phenomena that you see like a circle around the sun, and you see the sundogs and all that phenomena that you see even a circle that goes all around the sky above your head, like almost like a halo in the sky. I think you're looking kind of like at a focal point. Like when let's say you have a magnifier, and you are pinpointing the magnifying point to a specific spot, right? And but you can still see the light going through the magnifier at multiple angles, but there is a spot, a specific point where the light is being focused on. It's like a focal point. But if you go away from the focal point and you don't see the rainbow, you don't see the circle around the sun, you don't see any of that. You can still see the sun, you can still see the light, but you don't see the focal point. Which is why people say, oh, there's multiple suns because you can see this phenomenon or whatever, but I don't think that's the case. The sun is an effect being caused by the design, all the variables that are, you are even a variable, right? Your eyes, you doing the observation and the layers above and the light.
I agree. There was a day. I agree. There was a day, there was a fog zone, but above was a clean blue sky, sun, and just a little below the fog, I could see, like a sundog, and the picture I posted, I saw this not looking to the horizon, but looking above, and it did, it was a clear blue sky day, but at 4 p.m., because of the chemtrails, there are some zones I could see, almost this geometric effect lens, but where the zones that hadn't had no chemtrails, I see nothing. So for me, just some kind of lens effect that happens.
So you're saying like the chemtrail kind of aerosols are magnifying the sun from our perspective, making it look bigger or something? I agree. I would think that's probably definitely true.
I will,
for sure. I've seen it before.
And I saw this in the other day. It seems like there is a document, but I just saw this. You cannot zoom too much to see the text, but it's someone in the past did this representation of what we are talking about, and it is interesting because I didn't saw all perfect in what I'm seeing, that geometric thing, but almost it was the same, and it was just because of the chemtrails in that area. But for me, it's not. People claim that it's some kind of reflex of firmament or dome, but for me, no. Just a lens effect that happens. But it's interesting.
So you're saying this doesn't have anything to do with sky vault or firmament or anything like that. It's just a natural phenomenon. Well, I would say natural, but chemtrails highlighting phenomenon.
Yeah, or fog or something in the air that makes this. Chocolate Cyan, he did post the bug in the moon, and there was a guy
Hey,
that. Sorry.
You guys know that the moon buggy, the chairs on the moon buggy were lawn chairs? Look it up. Lawn chairs, guys. Not even kidding.
And I saw this a long time ago, and some guy did fast forward 2 times the speed what they give to us, and you see the arm never moves. It's they put a mannequin there, with a telecommand buggy.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, it's an adventure trying to keep up with those stories. You know, because when I'm a child, they're telling me, "Oh, it's all infinite and immeasurable, and don't worry about it. We got it. We understand it, and so you don't need to." But yeah, it's going back now and seeing what we were taught about all that. You know, the stuff up above, which has nothing to do with the ground measuring flat, and then of course the ground itself being flat and stationary. But like I said about the adventure, we're supposed to believe that it is not at all how it appears. Everything you see is a magic trick. Okay? Curvature is refracting everywhere to make it uniform, horizontal, and flat. Okay? It's a globe, but with a lot of really specific refraction. I'm talking, it never changes. It's always flat, right? And that's quality refraction I've ever heard about it. So yeah, stories, adventures, good times here debunking the globe nonsense. And yeah, thanks.
Let's see.
Hey, what if you get some power lines? You know, you got a picture of the power lines disappearing into perspective land, and you know, what if they start getting taller? Like, what are they going to fucking say then?
Yes.
Let me get that.
Well, that would have to be going uphill then, right?
These ones, or
I think you have to become addicted to being wrong about stuff to truly understand the truth that we're talking about in here. You got to be like addicted to it. Like, yes, I was wrong about that and lied to, and I bought it. Yep, and you got to do that countless times. So if your ego can't handle it, if you can't choose to be the better person in the scenario, think that you might actually be able to learn something that most people don't even believe. Yeah, man, that's worth getting rid of the whole damn ego. Yep.
Yeah, well, when it comes down to ego, pride, reputation, cognitive dissonance, brainwashing, programming, indoctrination, that will be the downfall of any person who can't let that go because they've been lied to about anything of significance, and people just can't they can't admit that to themselves because their ego won't allow it. Plus, throw in Stockholm syndrome. that they wouldn't lie to us that much, and you have a train wreck.
I just posted the Masonic bib that George Washington wore, so you can see the flat checkerboard ground representing duality. You see Polaris at the top as the eye, the sun and moon. Underneath the dome.
And I love you truthers, I really do, but that's just Freemason nonsense to lead us off into the weeds. That literally is a cartoon someone drew in an afternoon, and they're like, "Yep, this is Freemasonry. This is all of our secrets." You know what I mean? It's just too on the nose. It's bull. I don't care about it, whether or not it's true. That's just me, though.
Could very well be true.
It's a very valid point. I think anything that's negative, regardless of what it is, it's still negative, right? There's only one choice. You're either on the good side or the bad side at this point in time.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Yeah, I don't know. My personal belief is I think that the secret societies are part of it. I mean, the question is like, is it as obvious as to us as they thought it would be? I mean, who knows? I mean, I agree with you. Like, it seems like nonsense, but maybe they thought they were actually hiding something. It's just that like we just see how obvious it is. That's a potential. That could be true too simultaneously. They they're an anti-clerical organization. They want to separate religion and politics with the Jesuits. Then they have their pillars, and then they have the Euclidean sphere on top of the pillar, and then they have like it seems like they're kind of propping up their fake metal, and then they hide the whatever the truth might be in their art. But it seems very obvious, but
So it's in the Switch already today, so we'll say it again. I was at Jim Pennis last night, and the new word that they're calling us, not flat earthers, but intelligence terrorists.
All right. Aren't the Glovers calling us intelligence terrorists now? Like, isn't that true? See, all the things they do, and then we point out, they say, "Oh, but no, but you're that. Whatever, I'm rubber and you're glue, bitch. What's that? What's up?" That's what they say. That's all they got. It's weird. It's like we come up with their arguments for them because we're badass, and then they steal it, and they fucking ruin it, and then they throw it back on our face. Really disrespectful.
We're the ones saying that, it's refracted. It's in different places. They're in different parts of the day. Because the atmospheric conditions, that's what we were seeing. Before Black Sun.
Wait a second, something just hit me. You said refraction. And somebody help me out here, because I'm going to start asking some questions to try to feel through something. For the idea of refraction to be necessary, that means that the thing that is creating the light has to be projecting light. Is this correct?
No, define refraction.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What is refraction?
Yeah. What is it? That's what I'm asking you. You brought it up.
Well, if the idea of refraction, I'm thinking, is you have like a light bulb. You turn on the light bulb, and we assume that the light bulb shoots out rays of light.
No.
Okay. Why am I
Nope.
wrong? What am I doing
No.
wrong? Talk to me.
No.
Okay.
Rays don't.
I'm
Rays don't
asking
exist.
questions, man. Please.
You're asking questions, but you're kind of not. So define refraction first. That's the first step.
Okay, then I can't do it. Thank you for the time.
Yep.
What's up, QE? How you doing, bro?
Good. Hanging out.
Good. Just dropping some bombs real quick.
No, not just hanging out.
That's cool.
Come on, dude. Play along. Define refraction. It's not like I set you up on purpose, right?
What's up, Larry? How you doing,
How you
bro?
doing, bro? Good, man.
All right.
Thanks for playing.
You could just look.
Right.
You can look it up. It's all right.
Yeah, you're a flat earther. You're safe to look it up.
As far as you know.
I don't think he's been a pretender clown or an empty dipshit, but I've been around before. Nah, he's been a pretty cool dude so far.
I'll go ahead and be a nice guy, and I'll post it for him. Who was it?
Okay, it is the. Hold on a minute. Refraction in physics, the change in direction of a wave passing from one medium to another, caused by its change in speed. For example, waves travel faster in deep water than in shallow. Okay, so that requires projecting light, right?
No,
does it not? Is that not a ray that we're witnessing? This is my
No,
point.
rays
We're
don't exist.
witnessing a ray.
No, we're witnessing a ray. I know.
Are
We're
we?
not witnessing rays because they don't exist. But you got refraction more or less right. You might go with this one. Refraction is a bending of the path of the light wave. Light's not a wave, by the way, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another. Like you were saying, I don't know if you said that exactly, but it was really close. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave. Light's not a wave, but you got the speed, right? Upon crossing the boundary.
So is it?
So I was going to finish it. The tendency of a rays of light don't exist, by the way. To bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave, which doesn't exist, speeds up or slows down upon the boundary condition. Not the boundary condition. The boundary is the most important thing here. When light goes from one medium or one material to another, right at that interface, right? It changes direction and changes its speed. That's refraction. That's what I was trying to get you to say. So,
Okay.
Good?
Thank you for the explanation. Now, my question being, within the dome, because we're in a closed environment and we believe light to be the illumination of the gases within the dome, then technically refraction wouldn't exist within the dome, would it not?
Illumination of the gases? I don't know about that. I don't believe that. I don't believe too much. I don't know where you're going with
What
that.
do you believe light? How do you believe light is created?
Are you a flat earther?
Yes, 100%.
I don't discuss light with flat earthers. That's my policy for last year.
No, hey, I appreciate you. Thanks for the exploratory chat. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Now you can ask somebody else in here. That's fine.
That's why you got so defensive when we started.
I don't know how that
I don't get defensive. I always stay offensive.
How can light bend if light has no mass?
Yeah, there you go. You're gonna get going now, boy.
Shouldn't that not happen, right?
You're not asking me. Unless you get a baller in here talking about light, then that's the only way you'll get me to talk about it.
So, well, what I'm getting is this: it's that refraction doesn't actually bend light, and light doesn't actually bend, right? Is that what you guys are in agreement with?
That is 100% truth.
All right, that's the nuance I didn't
Light
understand.
does not
'Cause,
bend.
like, it didn't
Light
seem like
does
light
not
really
bend.
bend.
Light is not a physical item. I would say that a light is an illuminated essence.
Yo.
Hello.
Larry, your mic is a train wreck, dude.
Hey, QE.
What's up, man?
I don't know if you already know, but I was just going to tell you the news if you didn't, that Kai is 12 weeks pregnant.
Oh, sweet deal, man. Yes, sir. I knew you had it in you.
That's awesome. Congrats.
I didn't know. Thanks for telling me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sweet. Congratulations, man.
Appreciate it.
And tell her I said so, man.
Thank you.
Oh, there she is. Cool, man. Yeah. Every time I think of you two guys, I just smile. I don't know why it is. I just get a smile on my face. Can't get it off.
Aww.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir.
We'll have to hit you up for some lessons, some school lessons.
Lessons on what? I'd never been pregnant, man.
You sure? Because Google says it's possible, man.
You're gonna have to talk to somebody else about that, man.
We'll get you lessons on the second law. We'll make sure we hit you up. We'll pull you in.
Sweet deal. What? So are you gonna find out the sex of the baby, or are you guys gonna chill and just be a surprise?
I think we're gonna find out like around 18, 20 weeks, and if it's a boy, we're gonna name it Legend.
Legend. There's a great boy's name, QE, man.
Oh wow, I didn't even think about that.
No, I'm only kidding.
Nah, that sounds too much like Kiwi, dude.
Yeah. No. So boys' names and girls' names, you guys floating some around?
Yeah, we got Legend, like pretty much set in stone.
Legend.
First name Acura. Acura Legend.
His middle name Airy.
All right. What about the girl? What about the girl?
We don't really know, man. I think she likes the name Lila. I don't know. We haven't really thought of that one that much.
Layla. Okay. Yeah. Well, let us know, man. 12 weeks right now?
Yeah, 12 and a half.
Wow. Awesome, man.
It worked out perfect because we decided we were going to announce it after the first trimester, and then it like right around that time fell on Father's Day. So I'm like, all right, let's just do that.
Yeah. Sweet, dude. I can't tell you. I'm just stoked for you.
So technically, you're already a dad. Hey, happy Father's Day there, partner.
Technically. Yeah, happy Father's Day, yep.
Yeah, man. My swimmers are Michael Phelps level, bro. That was pretty quick. I mean, if you do the math, I mean,
Michael Phelps level. Yep, just awesome.
I just wanted to come share with the Discord familia, you know.
Congratulations, guys.
Outstanding, man. I'll pass it around.
Congrats, dude.
Chocolate didn't hear because he just popped in. Unless he heard on the live. Is there a live stream going on this?
Yeah, there's a couple.
I didn't hear that. I
All right,
wasn't
there's
listening for the
chocolate.
past 10
Sorry,
minutes.
I'm going to rumpus you, chocolate. Did you hear the news from What's It?
No.
All right,
good.
What's It? Go ahead and tell him. I'm not telling him.
What's good?
What's it? He left. so he.
Now
Kai
what do we do?
I'm going to tell him. Kai is pregnant, 12 weeks.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Oh,
And
he came back.
He was just that.
Look, what's it? You left. I told him because I thought you left for good.
You were roboting.
Set you up, QE. He set you up.
You were roboting for me. I couldn't hear you.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means it was you. So I asked you to tell them you left. I said, oh, they had to go somewhere. Probably, the baby's RS or something. But so I told him.
Okay, nice.
Yo, congrats, my brother. That's what's
Thank you,
up.
bro. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I saw a picture earlier of you and Kai kissing, and I could see that she was holding her stomach in a certain way. That I didn't say anything because I didn't want to ruin it, so I just kind of kept scrolling.
Yeah. If you look closely, I'm literally holding an ultrasound picture.
Bro, that's crazy. I having a baby. So
yeah, that's cool.
Congrats, yo. Tell Kai if I don't know if she's listening, but if she is, tell her congrats. I say congrats.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Kai. That's what's up.
All because of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yo, that's crazy. Oh shit. That's so awesome to hear though.
We're at a family reunion right now, and I'm introducing my extended family to Austin because we had a small wedding. And they're like, oh, so how did you meet? I'm like, oh, a debate app. Oh, what did you guys talk about? Oh, just debating.
That's the greatest story. A debate app. Oh, about what? Oh, nothing big.
Just your whole life's a lie.
just just your entire world paradigm is not what you've been told, but yeah. That's
That
dope.
baby gonna come out spitting bars, bro.
Bars all day. Yeah, between the both of y'all, oh shit.
First
I just
nursery
realized that.
rapper ever.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes, QE, enjoy it.
Every nursery rhyme's gonna be a rap, bro.
That child is going to be able to use the scientific method better than its teachers its whole life.
Yeah, too funny.
All right, we've had a long day. We got a long day tomorrow, so I think we're gonna get out of here. But I wanted to share with the familiar. I saw QE in here. We had to come tell you.
Sweet, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll catch up with you guys later. Love you guys. Peace.
Peace, man.
Love you both. Congrats.
This is going on here, guys.
What'd you say, bro?
I just said what's good, what's going on.
Well, we're in here talking a little bit, speculating, and QE popped in, and the match has happened. But yeah, we were speculating on the live stream. That's something we do with y'all.
That's cool.
But we did say that we're speculating like 20 times.
It's cool. Like I said, you missed it. Chocolate, you had, I don't know, Eli posted a video talking about the way he approached things. I thought it was a fucking train wreck. But during, I listened to half of it and then I left and did something else and then came back and I listened to the second half. You got Sean Hawkins and I guess they're in Jim Panda server or something. I don't know. But he's asking Eli why he doesn't have, or can he show the scientific method with the black swan? I'm dumbfounded at the fucking stupid. He doesn't realize that the statement that he just made is so utterly absurd that he just exposed himself. That's really one of the funniest things. Number two, it's been out for 2 years. You'd figure they'd figure this fucking thing out by now. Nope. I said 9 months. It's been past 2 years. They don't. I don't know how many slobber.
I said something like 14 months. Like I was way off.
You stretched it out to 14. How many slobber nurses do these guys have for each of them?
I gotta go listen to that.
Yeah, you need to pull Eli over in the corner too and ask him, what he's been smoking. But other than that, we'll deal with that off to the side.
I'm not worried about Eli. I want to know why this clown is asking about the scientific method in regards to the black swan.
And then he thinks he got a
What are
gotcha.
you guys smoking? Ooh.
Hey, what was up with Eli? What was the issue with Eli?
Nah, I ain't gonna go into it here, man.
Okay.
I keep those sort of things in house, if you know what I mean.
No worries, my guy.
Yeah.
The same morons who say that science doesn't prove things anymore ask for scientific method.
But yeah, for the black swan, where's scientific method? Well, Eli asked him, "Well, what do you do for that?" And he goes, "Well, you make a hypothesis." They didn't even know how to pronounce hypothesis before I got out here. You make a hypothesis.
It's getting worse and worse, man.
Worse and worse. They don't. The funny thing is, they don't fucking realize that the questions that they ask or the statements that they make, even though they may be benign in their feeble fucking minds, exposes them, right? It's like, I try to explain it to people. Like, you're in a class and you're daydreaming about Susie for a week, and the professor says on Friday or on Thursday, test tomorrow. And any questions? Well, because you've been daydreaming about Susie all fucking week, you got to ask fucking questions because you're clueless. But it's sort of a catch-22 because you have to ask questions. But if you do ask any questions, then everyone and their sister is going to know right where you're at. But these guys, they're not aware of this thing happening. Right? So they'll just spout shit and expose themselves without knowing it and think they got a gotcha. Meanwhile, they just imploded themselves without any remark by me or anyone. As soon as you ask, give me the scientific method for the black swan, you're a fucking moron. Do you want to know? Does everyone want to know why? I'll clue you in.
To do with science.
It has nothing whatsoever to do with science. It's a geometric argument.
We would have thought they would have figured that out, being that we were asking them this whole time for their geometric horizon, not a hypothesis or an experiment. Like, are you guys feeling okay out there? Is it gotten that bad?
Yes, it's been that bad. They wouldn't know what the black swan or the scientific method was if it climbed up their ass and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. That's how bad
it's the scientific method that doesn't exist, the one that you created, or the infinite amount of scientific methods? Because we've heard all
knows?
that.
We'll go with either.
Just to confirm, with relation to the Black Swan, are we discussing the bluey looking oil rig picture where the water is bluey, and then the alternate comparison picture of the golden apparent looking rig on the water?
Both are black
Bluey?
swans.
Bluey?
I'll post what he's
Yeah, that was interesting. Louis.
What do you mean by bluey? That's pretty cool. I like that.
Well, I know that the sky is appears to be blue on the clear days, and I know that the water is blue. And I would take an object that is sitting on something that is blue with a background that is blue.
Mushroom voice text.
It would be a blue composition or a blue influence picture, would it not?
Hey, that's the picture right there. So we do have some bluey right there. That's the water, yeah. That's the Black Swan.
So
Right
my
there.
next question to ask you is, would the composition of the picture lead you to believe that they were taken at two different times of the day?
No, it's one picture.
Ooh, I like that GIF. Who made that GIF? I like that.
That's pretty cool.
It's like,
It's the same.
look at your Earth curve. La 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 la. Here I am. Here I'm not.
Are you saying
Here
that's
I
the same
am.
picture?
There I'm not.
Are you saying that's
We're
the
gonna-
same picture? Is that the same picture?
The same picture. It's one fucking picture.
Oh, because it looks like it's two different times of the day. Actually, it looks like one is maybe. Hold on a minute here. I gave you your space. I'm curious now. It looks
Shut
to me
the
like one picture.
Fuck up. Don't fucking give me instructions. You clown show. Now we're talking about two different things. Number one, you're looking at a GIF. Number two, I posted the Black Swan picture in there at 9:38 after the hour. It's one fucking picture. Now, which one are you fucking talking about? That's not the GIF's not the Black Swan. So get your head in the game. You good now?
One 100%. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you already said that 3 times. You're not welcome. You're wasting my fucking time. So the Black Swan, the bluey picture, yeah, that's the Black Swan. It says bye-bye ball. That's what you asked for. What's the Black Swan? There it is. Not the GIF from Larry.
I still like the GIF that was like, peekaboo, Earth curve. Here I am. Here I'm not.
Yeah, you give this to Baltards, they think they won.
Well, which one's the Earth curve? That would be my first question. Oh, you won, huh?
We got you. Fucking clowns.
Meanwhile, that picture was in the first presentation. Great.
They're still talking about. They're still doing that same shit. I'll give you the one. This is still blowing their minds. The B picture. Yeah, I listened to your video, Eli. Dogged you out a little bit. You'll be all right though. You'll recover.
I haven't listened to it yet.
So yeah, the B picture. They think the B picture is. Oh, we got you, QE. They're so fucking stupid. The B picture is also a Black Swan. They got other problems besides that, by the way. They're listed there for you. Say again?
I said they got many problems.
Oh, besides the oxygen, lack of oxygen to their fucking melons. But yeah, they got a lot of problems. But thank you for your time.
Just
I think one of the people on I made a statement in Skype. One of the people on Eli's video there talked about the bulge. I mean, the Baltards gave up the bulge, what, like 3 years ago?
Yeah, something like that.
That's right.
Yeah, you can't have a bulge on a fairy tale globe because you'd have to have multiple bulges, right? The Earth would be like a fucking mogul course. Fucking dweebs.
Did you ever sit back and wonder what your observable depression would be on a 60-kilometer distance? Like, if I was standing at the node of a circle and I was 60 kilometers out, what would the depression actually be at the ground beyond 60 kilometers from me?
Well, there are charts and stuff. I'd have to go back. I can't remember how much drop is in 60 kilometers. I'm sure somebody can.
It's approximately 800 feet, which brings into my point the Statue of Liberty.
Yep.
Go down the Hudson Bay. She seems to stand on the water last time I checked. That bitch ain't sticking down by her feet, is she?
Well, that's easy. That's just a one-word response. Guess what it is?
Fraction.
I like you, my guy. I like you. I just got to say the right stuff to you.
Yep. Of course, they don't know and never known what refraction was. No baller I've run into in 7 years knew what refraction was to begin with. So they'll just state one word. Refraction!
Well, this is my point, and this is what I was attempting to illustrate when we first engaged, the fact that I don't believe that refraction can exist in an environment that is comprised of gases. Because I think of refraction, and my knee-jerk reaction is I think of the Pink Floyd album cover, right?
Yep.
That is refraction in essence.
Yep.
So all I was saying is that from a standpoint of if we're in an environment that is comprised of gases, on Father's Day, gentlemen, I say to you, we fart and we burp of the essence that we live in. I don't believe that refraction can exist in an environment comprised of gases.
You're correct.
I love you all.
No, you're correct. I have no issue with that. You're right.
But you don't talk about light with blue ballers. No, I'm being an idiot. I'm sorry. Thank you for your time, dude. I really, truly appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I don't talk about the intricacies of light with flat earthers, but refraction I will definitely discuss.
Yo. What up, son?
Chilling, man. I had a headache for like a good 3 hours, knocked me out, but I'm back in the game.
Is that because you were asked for the scientific method for the black swan?
Yo,
That'll probably giving me a headache too.
Yeah, I was like, I'm out, fam. Y'all are wilding. Well, I honestly, I never went in there for a debate, which is actually why I refused to debate them. Because they were trying to drag me into a debate, and all I was trying to point out with this one video that basically shows that they're all lying about what the claim is, and they just couldn't just accept that.
Know what the argument is, for fuck's sake? After 2 years.
Yeah, and that's very annoying. That's crazy as hell.
Yep.
You mean the basic horizon claim, or what claim?
No, he said isn't like the scientific method the holy grail? And I'm like, fam, you're like, I'm watching the Yankees game, and you're like, it's I don't know, fucking Red Sox home, and they're over here in New York or some shit. I didn't know what was going on there.
Yeah, well, that's what they do, right? They they go against the claim of the globe. I think that's something we're going to start actually accentuating now, because like Nathan said the other day, like he was listening to these clowns and they were in there like, yo, there's no Coriolis at the equator. And he was in there bugging out, like, wait a minute, isn't that your claim? Like, you guys don't believe in the globe claim. This is why they throw all their priests under the bus. This is why their claims are different. This is why I'm sure that entire room's claim of what the horizon is and does is different than any regular mainstream claim, because it doesn't hold up any water.
The tactics have changed recently. I heard their new tactics is don't worry about argument or facts or anything like that. Just be friendly to the flat earthers and try to make them your friend. So now I think they're going to start agreeing with us a lot more and trying to be friendly and keep us out of debate mode.
Look, watch that video that I just posted.
I'll watch it. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put the second one too, because the guy tries to school. Well, he does school homegirl on the scientific method. I don't know why, but again, it's like, wow, okay, so you understand this, but what's your affliction? Why are you still a globe head? Like, yeah, man, these people blow my mind, but it's crazy how he can just sit there and say that the horizon is a specific distance and it's never actually checked.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why didn't I even watch it? My God, 2015 all over again. It's like a recurring fucking nightmare on Elm Street. Idiots.
That's response to right there. That's my response to anyone who says that that's not the claim.
Once you go in, you don't come out. If you want to live, go home.
And there it is right there. He understands it. He understands the claim. Why don't you guys?
So isn't this what I've been saying? Like, these guys need to set up debates with each other first before even coming to check us. They need to get their own shit squared up. Because why do all the morons that want to debate this shit say something different than what this guy is saying? Why is that? Should it, if the Earth was a globe, wouldn't it just work the way it works? Why are there different stories to this? Why would all those people in GEMS tell you this guy's wrong?
They're united against a common foe, a flat Earth foe. The rest is just them debating.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They should have globe versus globe debates. What's wrong with them?
They unite against the flat earthers, whatever their claims, implicit or explicit, are.
Well, no, they're denying. The point that Chuck was trying to make is they're denying the globe claims. Now, the globe doesn't make claims, but they're denying their own pseudoscientists, they think are scientists. They deny that. We got a bunch of them in here. Watch, they'll claim the universal law of gravitation just right off the cuff. Well, they're denying the globe claims. They're what I used to call many back in the day. See, Nathan called them globe deniers. See, I call them the leftwit, fuckwit faction. Just make shit up. They're the same variety. But Nathan has come up with a plan to call them globe deniers. See, when they come up with something that doesn't line up with the actual globe claims, those people are actual globe deniers. So they gotta they got to get together and kind of solidify the globe arguments, because what they're doing now is denying the actual globe claim. So their argument's not against us. It's against their pseudoscientists. Follow?
Yeah, but we've already been calling them anti-flat earthers, right? We've already distinguished between the normie glober and the anti-flat earthers. And the anti-flat earthers are the ones that have been going against their own claim in order to debate us, to make us seem like we're wrong. Well, yeah, I guess maybe globe denier is the next evolution of anti-flat earther, to use that word lightly.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, why are you throwing your mans under the bus, is my favorite question. That's your mans. And then the one who's running around the world teaching people about this. So why does internet troll insert name here think that they know better than astrophysicist Neil Smoking the Grass Tyson? Why is that?
Yep. So we're going to be
weird.
Fire from now on. I think that's what the general policy.
Because if anything, that makes them more on our side than the globe side.
Exactly.
Because if you're going to tell us, oh, there's no Coriolis, somewhere on Earth, well, yeah, but there is no Coriolis. We agree.
And look at this random globe earther just straight up dogmatically chanting QE scientific method. Would you look at that?
Oh shit!
Who'd have thought? QE's name has reach, man. I'm telling you.
It has some reach. It has some cowbell at the end.
I wasn't even talking about anything it's about. And all of a sudden, you're a QE dipshit or whatever they call me, And I was like, you guys seeing QE in the trees? What's going on here, guys? It's QE in the trees.
Larry, you friggin' snorting that propane or something?
No, what's wrong with my service? Is it the phone again?
You sound like your mic is inside that propane tank.
I'll be quiet.
No, you don't have to be quiet. You just have to get another mic.
Shoot.
I just bought a new one. Everybody was like, hey, your mic is great. Okay, thanks. And then QE's like the only one who told me the truth. So should I send them back?
Now it sounds better. It's probably the connection.
Yeah, because just now you sounded a lot better than 20 seconds prior. What's up, Sonny?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Not much.
Yeah.
Just did some shopping. Got me some lamb chops. Yeah. Cooking right
Lamb
now.
chops. Where'd you get lamb chops at?
At the grocery store.
Oh, you didn't make. Yeah, I know. I love those darn things, man. I wasn't a big fan, but I had some lamb chops not that long ago. Oh God!
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what I had today, though. Since we're on food, that's one of my favorite topics. All right, where'd you go? Let me get it. 1 second. I'm going to give you a chef's secret. All right. Copy and paste. Okay, I'm going to tell you what this is, man. Where the hell to go? There you go. All right, so it's coming.
Okie dokie. Now I know they say you're supposed to eat mint jelly with the lamb chops, but I couldn't find any.
No,
actually, I didn't.
No, that's some bullshit. Yeah, my wife does that, but it's nasty, man. I wouldn't do that.
Don't do it, huh?
Nah, you'll ruin them. That's
just a little salt on that, huh?
Yeah, I eat them straight, man. I like straight stuff, but as opposed to that, this is what I had for dinner right? These are crappies, right? And
All
what I
right.
did, all right. So what I did was, because I've been checking it, I got like a whole bag full of crappies from the lake close to here, right? So what I did was, I'm trying different. Just relax. Trying different recipes, and I came up with a world famous recipe. It's a combination of a northern walleye recipe and one from Mississippi, MISSISSIPPI. So what you do is, I'm going to tell you what you do with crappies, right? You don't use an egg wash, you use a mustard wash. Now, just not any fancy mustard, just not Grey Poupon and shit. Just yellow mustard, right? Just regular, basic yellow mustard.
French's.
Yeah, you can use French's, exactly. And you got to crush up salt and vinegar potato chips. So you crush up salt and vinegar potato chips, like 1 to 2 millimeter size pieces, and you bathe them in mustard, and then you slap them in a bag of all them friggin' chips. And then you get yourself an iron skillet with canola oil, about a quarter to a half inch, depending on how much fish you're cooking. You can deep fry them too, but be careful; they cook fast.
Yeah.
Right. And then this is what you get. And let me tell you something, man. It's absolutely glorious.
Well, shoot. I don't think I can find any crappie around here. Well, maybe, probably in the river somewhere.
Crappie, one of the best tasting fish in the world, man. I'm telling you. Not largemouth. Not largemouth bass. Not smallmouth bass. Crappies.
Yeah, I used to catch a bunch of those in lakes local where I lived there in Missouri.
Yeah. So the recipe is mustard bath, regular mustard, and salt and vinegar potato chips crushed. And then use an iron skillet and fry those things on. See, I like the iron skillet. There's something about it. Right? But you could deep fry them too. You could toss them in a fryer and deep. It's not going to be the same. I'm going to tell you. But look the hell out. I gave a piece to my wife. You should have seen the look in her eyes after she had one small piece.
So that's what's on that plate. It's that fish crappie flavored with that the thing you said, the salt, vinegar chips and mustard and all that.
Mustard and crushed salt and vinegar chips. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Interesting. I never heard of a crappie fish though. I'm not a big fisherman, so I don't know. I've never heard of crappie.
Well, just that Levelist, just look in live stream. He posted one right here.
Yeah, there's crappie, sunfish, bluegill. What are the other ones? I bet you know about them.
There's a lot of fish out there, dude. I know a lot of fish, but focus now. Start the Adderall drip. We're talking about crappies.
No Adderall drip. No, we don't have that around here.
So that's a crappie for you, Chocolate.
All right. That's enough.
There's plenty of them in Georgia. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
You know, one of my boys was talking about going fishing sometime during the summer, so I might actually do that. I haven't been fishing since I was like a teenager, so I don't know what that's about.
Oh my Lord. That's one of your problems.
A whole lot of fishing in New York, man.
Yeah, all right. I agree.
You know, like
not in the city.
Exactly. Not in the city, no.
Yeah, not in the city. No, New York State, that's a different story.
Yeah, but 99% of my time is in the city.
Yeah, I got you. So that's your tip of the day. Mustard bath. That's from Mississippi. MISSISSIPPI.
Is that a thing? I just spell it out.
Yeah, Betty's gonna friggin' wring my neck the next time she hears it.
I bet you could use that recipe with other fish as well.
I'm sure you could, but it'd have to be, I would say, a mild type of fish.
I'm not the biggest mustard fan, though.
You don't have to be a mustard fan to like this.
Okay. Because, like, I take my mustard very slight, if at all. So covering the entire fish with mustard flavored salt and vinegar chips, that might be a little much for me, but
Nah, you'll be fine. You'll be all right.
We'll try it out.
I take
He
my
was like-
mustard. I take my mustard away. I take my women straight and saucy.
Yeah. Kiwi's like, whether or not you like it, you're eating it. Makes sense?
All right, we can move on. That was a little sidebar.
Let's move on back to the QE scientific method.
Yeah.
Thank you, QE, for inventing the scientific method.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. How did you do that?
How did you invent the one that doesn't exist too? How did you invent that one?
It's just a reciprocal.
What I want to know is how did your scientific method get into all of the universities?
Simple bribes.
Ah.
That checks out.
And I take it many of them were there before you were born.
So Larry and Godrockin, you need to talk at the same time. Do it again.
I was just saying many of them.
There you go.
They did it again.
I give up. Go ahead, Larry.
I've been telling you for years that the lobbyists, they don't only corrupt the government, but they also corrupt the colleges too. So just got to bribe them. Like, here's $3 million. Go find evolution.
They found it was sitting right beside Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, just go find it. It's out there somewhere. Any day now.
So I was on a 3-hour train ride. Well, actually, that's one way, but from San Diego to Huntington Beach and then back later on.
Citation? We'll need a citation on. I'm just kidding.
Citation. You need a copy of my ticket or something? No, not happening. But anyway, the point was.
Sorry,
What?
go ahead. But
Okay, the point was.
I'm being stupid.
That's all right, man. I'm used to it. So, so guess what? I close my eyes. I can feel every freaking motion on that train. I can feel it when it goes up a little, down a little, like it's kind of bumping along on the tracks, and kind of moving side to side. I feel every single motion. I feel the motion that it, like I was sitting, going up north, I was facing forward. Coming back, I was facing back. But regardless, I can feel the motion of the train moving back. Of course you can freaking feel it. I don't know what the hell these Globers are talking about. They should maybe go try it themselves. Anyway, just a short aside. Who's YOLO Chris? You want me to unmute them? I'll go ahead and unmute them. YOLO Chris, are you there?
Hello, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. It's good. It's going good, man. Thank you for asking.
Sure. You have any questions?
No, I'm just listening in.
Okay. Do you know why you were muted, or is it because you were not VC verified, right?
Maybe that, yeah.
Okay. Well, since you're speaking to us, I guess I can go ahead and VC verify you.
Right.
As long as you're not a troll. Did you read the
No. I've read everything, and I've been a flat earther for quite a while now, so.
Your voice sounds familiar. Did you have a different name before?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't call me sir.
Okay, sorry.
Sir is like my father, so yeah.
Right. It's just respect from my country, you know.
I get it. I appreciate it. I was in the military myself. I understand that.
Yeah.
Sir Sonny on the plane. Just joking.
So you say you've been a flat earther for a while. How long would you say?
8 years.
Oh wow, you're an OG.
I've been, it was quite funny because when I started searching on YouTube, there was like 10, maybe 15,000 searches. But in quite a year, it grew to millions of searches and millions of videos. But in between 2 years, YouTube removed almost everything I watched. So when I was trying to convince my friends, or not convince, but try to show my friends and family what the hell was going on, everything was moved or removed or hide away or private. So it's nice to see that it's a community here growing so big with this kind of information that is getting hide. It's getting every second, and for me the most special thing about it is how hard I try to hide it. With everything that's going on, with everything with pedophiles, with everything, this is the thing they want to hide most. Why? That's what flat Earth means to me. If that makes any sense for you guys.
Well, if they don't hide it, then just think of how many school teachers and university professors and everybody else, they're going to have to admit they've been telling people lies. That's.
But most of them, I don't believe they actually know they're telling lies, you know?
Right, they don't. But if you if you inform them of the information and then they realize it, then they realize they've been lying. Does that mean they continue with the lies at that point? Or
many of them do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I think that's why they hide it so bad, is because they would have to change the entire curriculum, and the people would have to admit they were wrong.
So much more than being wrong. For me, they're hiding so much more than just people being wrong.
Oh, well, for sure. Yeah, it just goes into every aspect of our lives, really. I mean, they're hiding so much that,
they're hiding the reason. We have a reason to be here, but that's what they have taken away with the globe, with everything, that we are a dust speck in the universe, that you are a really good reason. And it's actually funny to hear atheists talk, and because they believe in something, even though they say they don't believe in anything. So,
well, what do you expect from a bunch of people who want you to believe that there's no such thing as life, really?
Yeah,
we're just a bunch of chemical reactions that became complex enough to become sentient.
Yeah.
That's a direct quote from Dr. Michelle Thaler.
The complicated rock.
Yes, that lady.
But going through Flat Earth made me realize that we are nature. We are not from or whatever nature. We are nature. But some way along, they convinced humans that we are not animals, that we are something for ourselves, and that's a problem as well, because we are an animal with everyone. But the way we treat other animals and things like that, it doesn't make any sense, They give us so much hate and confusion. It's remarkable.
Just makes you wonder what the end game is. That's what I start pondering about. Like, what is the end game? Where do they plan on taking this? Because I think they must have a contingency for us figuring these things out. So I don't know. Just conjecture.
Is there an end game though, or is this just a joke that just went too far?
Yeah.
They went too far in and they can't pull it back. Sometimes I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't think they even have an end game. They're just scared for their own shit because they've been lying to too many people for so long that to go back, you're just going to cause the chaos. Just the opposite of what you want. You want some sort of control. You don't want chaos because then you're not controlling shit.
Well, it's kind of interesting for me because I live in a big military town, right? San Diego here. And there used to be this place called Spa War, which is space warfare. And they just changed the name recently to Space Information Warfare. Literally. Space Information Warfare. So I'm like, this is Navy.
Wait. What's considered warfare? Information warfare about space?
No, I'm sorry. It was called the Naval Space Information Warfare Center, basically, is what it's called.
So information warfare, which means what to the audience listening?
Intelligence warfare.
Okay. You remember when Alex Jones started InfoWars? So we've heard about stuff like this for a long time, and now they're just going to start implementing it in certain places and literally calling it what it is, right? A war on the truth. And I know I sound like frogs are gay, whatever. But some of that's true, and that happens to be true. So thanks.
Well, it sounds like they're in a roundabout way trying to say space misinformation warfare.
Yeah, it's basically cyberspace information warfare. That's what I believe it is.
And it's a clever way to furthermore sell space, I guess.
No, I think they're outright telling you, because today they called me, or it was yesterday actually, really this morning, an information terrorist.
Wow. Well, that's what they probably consider us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Misinformation warfare. Yeah, they call the truth misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can control the flow of the truth by putting out fake stories or stories mixed with the truth to sow confusion. Or when that doesn't work, they can just character assassinate and smear. That's what they're trying to do with the flat earthers, to peg them as anti-science, mentally corrupt in some way or whatever. Character assassination.
Yeah, but think about how much more mainstream that has become, right? This whole idea of disinformation and the people that want to start basically a ministry of truth, a disinformation board, right? All of a sudden, that's the thing we're doing straight out of Orwell. I mean, I don't take it as a coincidence that they called you an information. What was it? Information terrorist or something, Larry? What was it?
Yeah, information terrorist.
Yeah. I don't see that as a coincidence.
They're doing it now.
That's just me, but I don't see it as a coincidence.
They're doing it now with the medical tyranny that we see with the whole past 2 years, clamping down on medical misinformation. Pretty soon it will just be all information that they deem wrongthink. They're just stepping it up bit by bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's branching off to these clowns who want to use the same terminology now. Information terrorist. Why? Because we use the information that's been provided to us by your narrative, by your side, against you, and now we're terrorists? That's cute.
That's a dangerous place to be in when your government, even, or the parts of the government that are part of the YouTube, kleptocracy, corporatocracy, keeping all your information and stuff like that, deem you some sort of problematic threat. Pretty soon they'll probably be bursting down people's doors and taking them away in handcuffs.
I believe there is more fear propaganda going on against this, because they all want us to fear. For me, I see that's the end game, fear, because there is no one easier to control than the one who has fear in him.
Well,
And that's what they try to do with with the vaccines, with COVID, with everything,
Well, wouldn't
Scare
that
for your
scare the
life.
shit out of you if they started, not like he just said, knocking down the doors and arresting people that were putting out
to a certain
misinformation?
to a certain, because who is all the people who will come knocking on the door? Yeah, there is a kind of people who would do that, but they can't take everyone, There can't be everyone.
No, but all they got to do is take a big handful of them, and the rest of them realize why they were taken, and now they're scared. They're next.
And the thing that gets rid of fear is more information, not less. And the very thing that they're clamping down on is the free flow of information. You can digest this information, but you can't digest this information. We'll choose which information you get exposed to, or what information gets a platform, and it has to agree with the WHO or the CDC's dictates. And next up, the Ministry of Truth dictates.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you heard? They put our esteemed vice president of the United States in charge of disinformation, cyber disinformation. I mean, because she's so eloquent at doing everything else she's supposed to be doing. Why not give her more work to do?
Well, these
And
people
yeah,
don't like wielding power. That doesn't mean that they have the skill to actually make the organ of power work. They're just like, I have money or I have power. I want to control something. So they're like, here's the Ministry of Misinformation. You know anything about cybersecurity or anything about these topics they're going to, clamp down on? No, not really. That's fine. Just, wield control, basically.
Well, just imagine this. We got this server and we get, let's say, just a half a dozen of the people that we all here know quite well, our friends, we became friends with. All of a sudden, they are arrested for spreading misinformation. What is that going to do for the behavior of the rest of the people here? Are they going to just continue spreading what they call misinformation and what we call truth? Or is it going to scare everybody so bad that they shut up and quit trying to communicate the truth?
These people are masters. They're like, if we can't take down the organization directly, let's send our pawns over there and take them down by guilt by association. Did you hear what these people that are associated with this organization that we want to take down did? Oh, yeah, let's smear them all together so we can crack down on them.
Right.
They've done this stuff for decades, even centuries.
I know. I'm just saying, but it hasn't happened yet. What if it does? What if that does happen? What do you think the reaction is going to be from from the large majority of the people here?
They'll be like, kill them, off with their head, kill them.
I'm talking about if they arrest 6 people, what are the rest of us going to do? Just continue on and hope we're next?
Yeah, they tighten the noose slowly. They can't tighten it up too fast, otherwise they react. So they have to be very slow about tightening the noose on freedom. At first, they're just going to crack down on medical misinfo and use that as a stepping board to censor other topics and crack down on what they really want to, control and purge.
Well, people have already been silenced when it comes to the medical information. That's already happened.
Yeah.
God rockin', if they arrest 6 people, how would we ever know? On October 18th, 2019, they practiced something in New York City. On July of 2020 and 2021, they practiced cyber polygon, and to blame Russia for turning out the lights in certain parts of the world. It would all be fake, like the thing that we've gone through the last 27 months. They turned the lights out on us. Blaž Schwab and his lieutenant are on video saying that the cyber polygon, the cyber pandemic, will make what we've gone through the last 27 months look like a walk in the park. So if they turn the lights out on us, we will have no idea if our neighbor has been arrested or not. We will have no idea.
Well, that's provided they turn the lights out on us. I say they leave them on long enough for us to find out. Then, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to, imagine what people here would do and say if, 6 people got arrested for spreading misinformation. I mean, would it silence most of the people here? I think it might.
It would have a chilling effect.
Yeah.
But, if you can't say the truth itself, you can do plan B, which is give people enough discernment so that they can get to the truthful conclusion on their own without having to outright state it. You don't have to say that, we're being run by, Luciferians that are just, putting signs and symbols everywhere. You just need to point out, hey, notice how the number 666 or 36 or all of this numerology that appears to pop up in some of these news events as if something crazy is going on or something.
Oh, you're just paranoid.
Right direction, yeah.
Oh, you're just paranoid.
Yeah. They're basically saying when they say you're paranoid or you're a conspiracy theorist, like, I don't even want to go there. I just want to keep my head down and have my nice normie life. I don't even want to go there because it would demand action that I'm not ready to take.
Well, I don't think by any means you're keeping your head down. None of us are. Our heads are straight up in the air and we're spouting out the truth and highly visible.
Hello, are you open?
Sure.
I think one thing that somebody said, and this is not mine, this is what somebody else said people crave conformity and certainty. And anything outside of
Can I get
conformity and certainty, people don't want to deal with.
Can I have some fries?
You're hot micing, Larry.
Can I have some fries?
Thank you. Thanks, Hank. Could I get some
Yeah,
fries?
you want fries?
I'm hungry. Could I get some fries? And a small milkshake. Thank you.
If you're getting a milkshake, can you get me chocolate, please?
I think he's in the room.
I'll take a Frosty.
Yeah, I mean, don't hog all the goodies for yourself. I want a chocolate milkshake. I'll settle for medium. I don't need anything bigger than that.
That's what he did.
I mean, that is the best flavor, so.
Chocolate is nice. Chocolate sand.
I need a coffee. I'm tired.
Hey, could I have a chocolate milkshake with a side of refraction, please? You know, God Rockin'. That's God Rockin's favorite milkshake.
I do hate that word. And I do hate how they misrepresent it. It is they're so ridiculous. I mean, they have, I don't even want to get into it right now, but yeah, there's no such a thing. Refraction is not bending light up over the curve. It's not happening. And they don't even say that it happens. They say, if you I looked for, like I said, several days now, I've been looking for everything and anything I could through all definitions of refraction, all experiments run. Every single one that shows light bending always has two mediums or two media. And they say that, and when they talk about light, they say it's deflected. Refraction causes deflection. It doesn't say bending, it says deflection. Now, deflection is when something hits something and it deflects off into another direction, into another straight line. It doesn't mean bending. Deflection is not bending. And that's what they...
Like the curve in Midwest Sugar Water experiment versus like ping in a straight angled line or something like that?
I'm not sure I follow you. All I'm saying is I've looked...
Midwest light bends like a curve. So are you saying it curves like a circle, or it goes like ping like straight line?
Ping in the straight lines. Yeah, that's what it says. That's what all the definitions say when you look them up. That it deflects it into another straight line. Doesn't deflect it into a bending light. It's never mentioned, not once.
Think of the Pink Floyd album cover. That is refraction. Pink Floyd album cover, boys.
And they're straight lines.
Exactly. No, but are we? And again, guys, like I'm going to keep coming back to it because I feel like we need to harp on it for a minute. But are we discussing refraction within the essence of like the environment that we live in? Within the ether, because
that's what we're dealing with.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think that we can entertain refraction existing in this environment because of the fact that light does not travel in beams, right? I believe that, or not. I believe. I'm saying now, finitely, that light is illuminated gases. So refraction can't exist if you're illuminating gases. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Your theory of how light is traveling, but
well,
the Globers invoke refraction to essentially say that the light is on some level curving over the ball and allowing us to see it over the hump of the ball.
No,
if it's not curving, if it's going like ping, well, then we need to see a marked discontinuity. We need
no. We're among family here, and we have brought ourselves down to the point that we are discussing this from an essence of this is a closed environment with the lid on top, right? So I'm saying from a standpoint of can refraction exist in a gas-based environment?
It can, but we'd see marked discontinuity. It depends on how you interpret refraction. That's what I'm saying. The way that they interpret refraction is the light's essentially curving or pinging in progressive curves over the ball. I don't know if that's valid. That seems a little wild. I would
can't
like to see
be valid.
discontinuous air layers. What were you saying?
Well, it can't be valid because the ping is contingent upon the angle of incidence. That means that when the light hits whatever it's hitting in the air, the particle, water, steam, whatever, the angle of incidence is like you take a ball and you hit it with a light. If you hit it on the top, it bends it down. If you hit it on the bottom, it bends it up. That means the angle of incidence would have to be just slightly above center every single time throughout the entire distance for it to be bent, look like it's a bent light. It would still be straight lines, but they would be minutely distanced apart from one another and indistinguishable from a bending light. But nonetheless, that angle of incidence to happen that frequently, that perfectly, for the entire light to have that angle of incidence when it hits what's deflecting it in that exact same spot every single fucking time is literally impossible.
They also
That
say
I
that we see
finitely agree with.
Well, they say wavy crane in the black swan, therefore refraction's occurring, therefore I can invoke this theory that it's basically curving over a ball. I don't even know if that follows. You could have hazy air layers with refraction over a flat plane if you think about refraction in a different way, where it doesn't just bend and lift the image over a ball. So we need to think about how, if any way, this stuff is refracting over a flat plane as opposed to refracting over a ball, essentially.
Well, it is refracting over a flat plane.
It
Light
just
does
sounds to me
refract.
like they're saying the more shittier the atmosphere, the more crap happening, the further you can see. That's
No,
batshit crazy insane.
that's batshit crazy. You're right. It would just make it more blurry, and pretty soon it would just be non-visible.
You can see for miles and miles when the environment is still.
And that's the opposite of what they say when they say, well, we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon. As a matter of fact, the only reason that we don't see the geometric horizon ever is because we have an atmosphere. So what they're telling you is if we had no atmosphere, then at 1 foot observation height, you would see the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles away. That's the only way you would see that at that point, is if we didn't have an atmosphere. Does that make any damn sense?
Well, what you're saying is that's the only way you would see reality 100%. But the geometric horizon is not reality, so, but you're not going to see it because of that.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. If you had no air or atmosphere, I hate that word now, but if you had no air, then that horizon that we see behind those rigs would be at 1.2 miles away. Ask yourself if that makes sense as a comeback to why is your geometric horizon not 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
That's the opposite of what it should. That's complete horseshit.
Yeah.
Is what that is.
Yeah, they've given up their geometric horizon, man. The moment they said, oh, we would expect to see that. Oh, you wouldn't expect to see the thing that's supposed to be blocking boats and buildings that I was told since I was a kid that people are still being taught now? You guys who debate it, all of a sudden come out and say, oh, we wouldn't expect to see that. Oh, we wouldn't. So why are boats being cut off at the horizon, you say? Oh, the same reason. Oh, okay. Yeah, that checks out. Do you see how this has them sounding now?
They sound
It's
retarded.
incredible.
That's the exact point where, remember, boys, they sold us on the idea that the boats sailed over the horizon, right? And everybody was so wow and enamored by the fact that you were watching the boat sail over the horizon. They forgot to look left to right and realize that the horizon wasn't dipping left to right, though. It was going cresting, maybe, but left to right, there was no evidence of a drop-off. Right, because we would always observe a node.
Nah, you gotta ignore that. We can't talk about that until we turn in the other direction. You have to forget we live on a ball for this particular argument. We have to live on a paper towel roll. right?
Yeah,
And then for the
Exactly.
next argument, we turn
Great.
around, we
Yes.
turn to the left, and then now we use this argument as a paper towel, right?
That's right.
We can never actually have the argument as a globe where it's supposed to be doing the same effect 360 degrees around you.
Yes.
Can't talk
there you
about it
go.
like that.
Thank you, Miguel. That's it. That's
Plus,
perfect.
don't forget
I'm not Miguel.
No. I apologize. Miguel posted a picture of exactly what you're saying. The whole paper posted
Okay.
in chat. No, I got your back.
Yeah. Paper towel Earth, baby.
Yeah, and so don't forget, guys, when they're talking about refraction, they're in a static system. But the problem is reality isn't a static system. The air is inhomogeneous, right? It's not this layered thing that they would require that we have in that little illustration where the density layers are stacked up vertically, where we're coming further away from the observer. There's going to be closer to the observer, there's going to be more and more of a density gradient for them to say that this is happening. That's a big problem because air does not work that way. We need a citation from them stating when did they test the air and showed it was stacked like this anywhere. Show it. So they can't do it. The other thing is refraction, actual refraction always deals with a plane of incidence. A plane is exactly what the word implies.
PLANE. Got your back, dog. Well done.
Plane of incidence, because why do they have to do that? Because Earth's surface is actually flat.
Yeah.
So when they're doing these tests, they're doing it correctly along a plane of incidence. Yeah, and it's only an angle.
INCIDENCE incident. That's correct, my friend. Well done. Well done, Sonny.
Hold on. And like God Rockin was saying, wait a minute, I almost lost the point.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's only a change of angle of the light. There's no refraction that's bending light anywhere over anything. Where is this? Can they please show it to me?
Yeah, that's what I was asking Matthew earlier today. Please show me the bend where when the angle of incidence happens and the light refracts, show me that it says anywhere in any of the information available that it then becomes bent. It's not. It just reflects it to another straight line, and they admit that. So where's this bending even coming from? I mean, where's this word bend light coming from?
Here, I'll give it to you. Where is it coming from? It's only coming from their mouth. That's where it's coming from. They're just saying the words. It doesn't mean it's real. They don't. If they could provide a test that shows that this is accurate or something that actually happens in reality, that'd be great. But I haven't heard anything like that.
And like I pointed out to Matthew, they have tests for all of these bending light situations where they show the laser light going through a piece of plastic or through a piece of glass or through water or whatever. They have these tests and these observations to prove that light bends, but it's with the change of media from dense to less dense. When I mean dense, like glass, super dense, not just a little bit temperature difference and that's not a change of media. That is not a change. Just because it's warmer or cooler or with more or less humidity, that is not enough density change for it to change anything. It's just not. It's still air, still very, very close to the same density, and it does not cover the angle to be changed to a curve. Again, the angle of incidence would have to happen again and again and again and again within micro inches or from when the light got first refracted. It would have to refract it at an angle. Then it would have to hit the next piece of whatever it's hitting and refract it in the exact same angle. So the particle would have to be waiting right there for it to hit it in exactly the same spot so that it makes a perfect uniform curve. Now to think that would even remotely be possible for it to happen 2 times in a row is almost impossible. It's just absurd. Completely. It falls right straight on its face. That could never happen. Period. Couldn't. It's impossible.
What would you guys think? I just posted 2 images of a mirage and how mirages work. And if we look at the idea of sightlines, I know this may be a stretch, but I'm almost wondering if like refraction, reflection, these 2 things work hand in hand, or am I just throwing a ball for the hell of throwing a ball?
Refraction is reflection. It says it. Look it up. Look at everything you can find. It says it's reflected or deflected.
Okay, but that's the confusion part for me. I wasn't sure if it was a process of strictly reflection, redirection.
It's
right?
deflected or reflected, either one, and I think they mean the same thing. To be honest with you.
Why is it so hard to understand? This is kind of hard subject, dude. This is if you have a pen laser light, go get a fucking pen laser light or get a fucking flashlight. Is the fucking and shine it in your room. Is it bending? Okay, light doesn't start bending because of distance. It's gonna bend. If it's gonna bend, it's gonna bend wherever the fuck it is. It doesn't. What it does is it diffuses. So over space, you shine a light up because it's an atmosphere and there's shit in it. It's gonna start to diffuse. Okay, that's all. It's gonna spread out. That's what diffusion means, spreading out because it's coming into contact with molecules and particles and all kinds of shit. But
and at that point, your image would be blurred.
The more focus you make the light, the further it travels. So that's all it is. So if you have a powerful flashlight, it goes a little further than my pocket one. That's because it's more fucking powerful and there's more energy being applied. So it's just a math equation to figure out how much light you need, how much energy you need to focus light to travel a certain distance in a straight.
Yeah, but when it gets reflected and deflected, it gets diminished and diminished.
Yeah, but that has to come into contact with solids in order for that to happen. Something that's like molecules that are big enough, like water droplets or some shit like that. That would cause it to deflect or do whatever the fuck it is. Because it'll pass through it, yes, but some of it's gonna curve a little bit around it, whatever the fuck it is. But it's not gonna do what the fuck they're saying. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it never deflects or reflects, and then becomes curved. It just goes to another straight line. So if it gets deflected if it's headed straight to your eye, and then it gets deflected, then it's no longer hitting your eye. And then enough of that throughout the entire light, pretty soon it's going to become blurry and then become non-visible at some point. It's going to just disperse and just spread out and disappear. Period. It doesn't stay condensed in one straight line and then just go and hit molecule after molecule and bend down that specific amount. That is so impossible of a situation. I mean, here's
a good example. Your regular lights, like that's why some cars have fog lights, okay, because they penetrate. Okay, that's why.
Yeah, and they put them awfully low to the ground too. Their fog lights are always mounted.
It's a different bulb, and it's got a different focal point on it. It's made differently.
Yeah, they focus it on the road.
It's supposed to be a beam, right? It's supposed to be a more straight beam. It's not supposed to branch out. It's supposed to, just straight ahead is what you're supposed to.
Yeah, and they also focus it on the road, down, so you can see the road. Because if it's just straight up into the fog, it just becomes too bright and it's blinding. Fog lights are low and aimed down every time. They aim it down toward the road so you can illuminate the road so you can see the fucking road. What little bit of it you can see. If they're up.
But when it comes to lasers, there's refraction. That's why they use this and they don't even know what the fuck it means. And that's the problem. And they confuse people, thinking that somehow at a certain distance, now lights all of a sudden starts to bend. So what happened to 100 feet? Why isn't it bending in 100 feet? Why all of a sudden if it gets a mile, it starts to bend? Like, how the fuck does that happen? What's going on at a mile that's not going on at 100 feet?
It doesn't happen.
It's just fucking ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. If a beam of light can shine a mile, how all of a sudden it's going to start bending? Now that it's like, it doesn't make any sense. If I have a light that can only shine 20 feet, is it going to bend in that 20 feet? It's like now it's going to start to bend. After 20 feet, it's going to start to bend. It's just silly.
No matter how you look at it, it's silly. You can come up with any of these scenarios that have been brought up, and
it's just go back and watch a movie. Go back and watch like a good action movie where guys are coming in the window with fucking laser sighting on their fucking guns. Are they bending?
No.
Across the fucking. I mean, you got people in the other building shining the laser from that building to this building. So is it bending on its way over there? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's so stupid. It's just ridiculous, man.
Hi, son. Hello, son. Sorry, let me mute my mic.
Yep. It's like a lot of the other ridiculous statements they make. Sorry, Central. It's just like a lot. It's just like a lot of the other statements that they make that they can't verify any of it. Like, for instance, them saying that you should be able to see forever. Like, I don't understand. How did this occur in a human mind that they would think such a thing?
Just making their religion unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
And the main thing with the refraction argument is they don't have the curve to apply refraction to in the first place. So it's like trying to apply refraction to fairies. It's not going to work.
No, but that's not what refraction is. It is not the bending of light around the curve. That's not what refraction is.
Oh, I know. I'm just
they
saying.
Don't understand. Yeah, but to even couple the two together is supercilious because they're not synonymous. They don't line up. One does not describe the other. You know.
Well, of course not. But it's just
what I'm saying is they don't understand the word they're using. That's the problem.
It's a complete reification fallacy because what they're applying it to is something that's never been demonstrated in reality to begin with, right? They'd first have to demonstrate the radius, the curve, and all that stuff they're using in their refraction formula before they start doing that. But, yeah, obviously it's never happening.
Yeah, but I mean, here's another one. Like, if you shine a...
Go ahead, Froud. What happened?
I mean, I want to say it's not bending as I shine through the window. It reaches the grass, and it's coming into contact with a solid, okay, and it's still maintaining its straight beam. You know, so something in the atmosphere is causing the light. I mean, if a solid won't do it, how is open air gonna bend the light now? I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah, they're just trying to escape the inescapable. There's no curve, no radius, none of that.
No, they lack wisdom and understanding and comprehension. They just don't know what they're talking about.
You're right. They do just make empty claims. Like they'll just parrot the word refraction, have no idea how to elaborate on it or what it's even supposed to do to correct their model. They just throw words out there and they think that those are arguments. It's pathetic.
We have Mocking Crow here. Do you have any questions, Mocking Crow?
No, I have plenty to add, actually.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
I mean, how much do you guys know about the Black Sun?
Well, some of us have heard of Rahu and Ketu, yes.
How much, I mean, how esoteric do you guys get down here?
We try to stay with the empirical side of things so that we're only talking about things that are verifiable, that are repeatable, testable, observable, and falsifiable. But we do tend to go into some presupposition, but it needs to be delineated that we're doing that. That's all.
Correct, but I mean, it also kind of falls like to the truth, right? I mean, like that's what a lot of people think. That's what's in the center of it, or in the bottom, I should say.
I
A lot of people
used the
don't
wrong
speak.
word. I used the wrong word. Presupposition. I meant speculation.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people here that know that the planet, or I should say, not planet, the world or the it's hard the
The Earth.
the realm. Yes, that's a nice word. The realm is not what we think it is. I think it could be maybe protected via a sphere around it all. That's how I like to explain it too, because it kind of helps people justify it being round, quote unquote. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, some of it is, but most of it, or the inside, is the actual Earth, and there's a lot more land. And I don't know if you guys also talk about that.
Yeah, they projected the sky because the above us it appears like a dome, like it's or a half of a sphere. The sky itself appears this way. They just projected the sky down onto the ground. Is my understanding. That's kind of like how they did this.
Yeah, and that's where the kind of black cube stuff kind of comes into, sort of black stuff. So that's how the projection is basically made, and that's kind of. I don't know if you guys want to keep talking about it. I like to get more into it, but of course, that being said, I'll be dabbling into an actual devil and God. So, and if you guys are definitely not comfortable with that, then I definitely understand.
No, that's something that's more for like the biblical section, but we can
Okay.
talk about those things, as they relate to flat Earth. There's other channels that also, if we get into like highly speculative conversations, we can take it to another room if we need to. So yeah, we'll just take that case by case.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like I said, it kind of all it all kind of falls together. I mean, it's all kind of the same thing at the end. I do believe in the universal law of one. So that being said, I definitely get why a lot of people don't like to speak about it. But if a lot of people are curious about it, then I definitely do suggest me going, I guess, to that biblical room and talking about it more down there.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, doesn't esoteric just mean like hidden knowledge?
Esoteric, I guess.
Or is that
kinda
more?
deals in more like with like it's alchemy.
Yes, Sonny, it means hidden.
Yeah.
Or ancient hidden. It's more referred to as, when you say esoteric, most people refer that to older texts that have been, put away in the basement and not shown to anyone. But that's not necessarily exactly what it means. It means hidden, basically. And
That's pretty dead on.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're not the one that's like, oh, it's satanic work and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, here's a definition. Here's one definition. I didn't cut you off, did it? I'm sorry if I did.
No, you didn't.
Okay. So esoteric, intended for or understood by only a small group, especially one with specialized knowledge or interests. Synonym, mysterious. Mysterious knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Intended for very few people.
Yeah, relating to or being a small group with specialized knowledge or interests. And number 3, not known by or suitable for public, private.
Yeah, definitely private.
Yeah, not
I
known by.
definitely wouldn't
Private.
share this knowledge with just everybody, but if you do want to hear it, I mean, it's fucking crazy. I got talked to basically somebody. If you know what a blackening is, he went through it and he kind of just told me about it. And I don't know. I just didn't feel a reason he would lie to me. He's just kind of one of those people. And I ran into him because of his page and Instagram, and I could definitely share that to you. He's live right now, actually, which is crazy, kid. But it's interesting who goes through that stuff. And
Well, there's a lot of this knowledge that's coming to light, and more of it's coming to light. So this, for some reason, right now seems to be this period where this special knowledge that was only for a specialized group of individuals, it's being either leaked or someone discovered it somewhere along the line.
I think it was
I don't
by
know.
accident.
Maybe so.
Yeah, I think it was like a mistake, and then he kind of looked into it more because he was just kind of those kids that love to trip and wanted to just like see elves and shit. And then at the end of the day, he met, as some would call it, the devil, and and from there he kind of was kind of freaked out because he didn't know what he met, at first. And he did certain things, and the being laughed at it, and yeah, crazy shit. But yeah, I mean, like I said, you gotta take it for a grain of salt. But for some reason, he has a nice, not following, but
Yeah. Well, I feel like I've got something that I've made myself aware of through serious many years of research. That is knowledge that is meant for very few people, and it's something that I believe is actually true knowledge. But so I understand what you're talking about. I mean,
it's hard to talk to about. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to talk about because you try to explain it to someone, something they're going to think you're off your rocker or that you're just making it up or whatever, and that's not the case. No, at least not in my case. In my case, it's something I worked very hard for, and then I finally realized I was having success with using this knowledge, and it ended up being, having some value to it, and it's basically was hidden and meant for very few people, and I can testify to that. It is something that's meant for very few people.
And honestly, sometimes I think about it, and I was like, I honestly did not want to hear it. Like, whatever he said to me, for some reason at the time, I had to hear it, and I guess I don't. It's not like I accepted it, but I looked more into it, because he said certain things. So I was like, oh, it could just be him, but no. A lot of Masons, a lot of Freemasons practice this sort of stuff, and they do it, and that's pretty crazy, And when you hear that sort of stuff, them messing with that type of energy. But yeah, like I said, it's hard. It's hard to talk about it. I keep hearing people leaving, and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, but I'm definitely. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how much more I can say without freaking people out.
No, it's not really freaking us out. So the thing is, like the esoteric is this knowledge that we've acquired that Earth is not what we've been told, that Earth is actually flat, that it's measurable by anyone, or testable by anyone. So this is part of this esoteric information that is no longer esoteric. Like now it's been opened up into the mainstream, and like we're like the spearhead of this information.
Where's my aunt's papers?
Yeah. I mean, just these people being here can really show, at least an open mind. And I do like that. You guys have a nice ear, sometimes when I do a couple of lives on Instagram, I get like 12 people to listen to me and my friends speak, and it's pretty cool. And you guys got a nice crowd here, and just decided to look something on YouTube, and I found your page, and yeah,
Cool.
I wanted to see how much if somebody knew something I didn't know, because something I like always learning, and
Yeah.
definitely if you guys, like I said, I definitely will step into that biblical one and talk more about it, because it gets pretty deity, Titan this and Titan that, and deity that and deity that.
Yeah, actually, those are good conversations. I enjoy those types of conversations, but just not in the live stream itself. So,
Oh
yeah,
no,
well,
for sure.
we look forward to having those conversations with you, and we can definitely
Excellent.
do that. Mhm.
And I do want you to know that it's hard to restrain, honestly, some of this knowledge sometimes. Sometimes I just want to start yelling what I know, but I know it definitely comes in spoon fed, because if you just got everything at once, it's kind of overwhelming sometimes, and I don't
Yeah,
know. You don't want
yeah,
that. You want to
that
sleep at night.
that's how the conversation went when I first found out about this. I was like a flat Earth evangelist for a while. Some of us go through this stage and have to learn to back off. Like, people aren't ready to hear all of the conspiracies all at once.
Holy shit. I went nuts. Yeah, I went absolutely nuts on my friends and family. So, and it wasn't, most of it was bad.
Yeah. But I mean, probably most of it is true too, which is the craziest part. All those crazy
Yeah,
conspiracy theories, the whole 9/11 thing. That's probably true. Obviously,
yeah.
there was probably some magic involved. Some dark magic, I should say, for sure.
Yeah, I think the magic was in the media.
That I mean, my
It's
friend,
like,
the words we're saying right now is magic itself. That's why they do call it spelling words, after all.
yeah, like the news is like they're casting a spell. That's literally what they're doing.
Everything we say is definitely magic. I mean, we say something, we can make people do certain things.
Yeah, no, I want to quote something from 1973. Haven't you heard it's a battle of words? The poster bearer cried. How did they, like, what were they talking about in the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon album? What was going on? That's an interesting topic also. Like,
Love that album.
There is no dark side of the moon. It's all dark.
mm-hmm. It's all dark.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think
Isn't the refraction for the cover? The prism.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that seems to be like a leak, because now, what, 40 years later, we can look at that and go, that sure seems to apply to what's happening right now. A lot of it is about keeping the loonies on the path, the whole thing.
Yeah.
It gets pretty freaking deep. Like the names of the songs, Great Gig in the Sky. What?
Realm said he wanted to see hear my realm, my flat Earth journey, basically. If I can remember correctly, it was I was introduced to it because I became an electrician, and I started studying energy, and energy led to Nikola Tesla, and Nikola Tesla led to magnet fields, and magnet fields led to Earth, and then that kind of stumbled me a little bit, because a lot of things didn't make sense with some of the laws of energy provided. It just didn't make sense how round Earth would make ground per se, or I mean, I'm speaking some electrical terms, but definitely that led me into finding out that there was something wrong with the model, and I looked more into it and realized that a lot of different stories in the past have models that were flat, and this whole Earth thing, this whole round Earth thing, is like still new. It's like brand new to this to our existence per se, or our knowledge. It was indoctrinated inside schools and everything. Because there's people that they were like, yeah, they used to teach us about flat Earth, and then out of nowhere they started just implementing this round thing. So that's what's crazy too. Is they slowly started just putting it in with media and movies, especially movies. That helped a lot. Whole movement. Definitely all the 90s with the Universal logos with showing the planet.
Always reinforcing this idea that it's a planet.
Oh, yes.
Consciously, always just pushing that.
I mean, just the what's funny about the I think World Health Organization logo.
Yeah. Snakes.
Shows. But basically, yeah. So that it shows that too. And yeah, the center, yes.
Oh, right. Yeah, the map. Yeah. Duh. Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, you mean the UN, I guess, probably, right?
The UN? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Global Program of Universal. Exactly, yes. So I started looking into that, and then I mean, I already didn't trust our government for a lot of reasons, and then I guess I got more suspicious when I started looking into this and how hard they enforce it. Like yesterday, it's funny when you start noticing how hard they enforce it, you start finding it, seeing it, and laughing at it. Because yesterday, I think I went to Walmart. And there was a huge poster with this massive planet on it, and I was like, "Wow, that's incredible." They're like right in your face. Yeah,
But come
yeah.
on, they have cartoons from space. How do you fake that?
Right. How do you fake that?
How do you fake a cartoon from space?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, man. Couldn't tell you. But oh yeah, also the air is I like to see it as water. A lot of people don't really see it that way, but it's incredible how bugs, especially the smaller they aren't flying. They're actually like swimming through this liquid air we breathe in. Like also think about when we're born, we're in a complete liquid in our mom's. I can't quite remember the liquid what it's called, but you're in there and you're not breathing air precisely at the moment.
It's called the amniotic fluid.
Amniotic fluid. Thank you. And so that proves that our lungs can at somehow capacity to withstand some type of heavy substance per se, and just that alone, that means their air could probably be a thinner liquid per se, but we don't feel it since we're born and we're so accustomed to it that we just mom just heard that yeah, you just kind of live in it so long that you just don't notice that it might be a liquid. Like, please don't fly. Those things, I don't know, they do with their sound somehow too. Sound and light. That's probably do something with it. I love all this content right here. You guys Pulling some nice maps right here. Where's will lie? But yes, guys. Everybody in Hollywood is basically no bueno. As much as you like them.
Yeah, they're all Satanists. They practice Kabbalah. They're into the Jewish ancient mysticism. Most of them don't even know it. Most of them don't even know that they're an Luciferian cult.
That's the craziest part. Yeah, man. But like I said, one thing leads to another, and you kind of just start realizing that there is God and a devil per se. Yeah, but yeah, that's always interesting, and I think if a lot of people go or come through that path per se, because there is a path, and let me tell you that the right one is clearly the one that your heart or your gut tells you. Usually, from my experience, from what I found out, if I ever try to do something bad, there's like an instant, like there's like some kind of like guilt per se that overfills me, and is like, no, that's the wrong thing to do. It's like that's not the right thing to do, and I don't care what people say. It's like, oh, you don't know what right to wrong is unless somebody teaches you. It's like, no, I'm sure you do. It's like I'm sure. Like my dad's pretty racist, and I'm not. I came out differently because I saw how my dad treated some other people, and I immediately was like, no, you shouldn't be treating people in that certain way because you can't just judge them based on their color. And I guess I grew that because I was different, and I'm from Mexico, and I came to the United States as a young kid, so I had a very open, broad mind of being accepted, especially by people who didn't really understand me, which was crazy. Man, this earth is flat. I believe it. I think it was this year too that I started believing, but a lot happened. A lot of stuff happened this year. My 27th year was very, very eventful, to say the least. And I'm about to be 28th in like 10 days, so that's exciting. Kind of a year journey. So yeah, excited to know the truth. It's liberating in a way, and then also not frightening, but what would be the word? Not, it wouldn't be overwhelming either, but it's sometimes it's just like a burden to carry, because you see people, especially people who you love, walking by and dreaming of going to Mars, or you got that one kid that wants to be or wants to work for NASA, and be an astronaut, and just to know that or from what my knowledge, you can't really leave yet, or not that I know. I mean, like I said, I'm still sort of new to the concept. I'm sure you can leave, but I'm sure there's a cost to it. Or sure they won't even let you leave. I should probably emphasize that they're guarding it for sure. They're definitely guarding that bitch. Both ends, both north and southern poles are being guarded by all nations. And that's probably the craziest part I found out, when I found out that everybody basically is a brand. Everybody's working together. And there's no really United States against China. There's no actual war going on, which is probably the craziest part. It's like it's all being factorated to just, I don't know, lie to people, keep you busy in something else, keep fear in your heart, Basically,
Yeah,
that
distractions. They're all distractions.
truly are. You know, and don't talk about distractions about how about that case with Johnny Depp and whatever girlfriend Amber or something. That was probably the biggest distraction. There's no way a court case lasts that long, or not
Wait,
even
what are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about?
the court case between Amber Heard and
Oh, you mean the nothing that doesn't mean a goddamn fucking thing
yeah,
because it's nothing?
exactly. No, that's my point.
All
That's
right.
exactly my point.
Just making sure that
I
nobody knows that everybody knows that nobody should care about or pay attention to
No,
that.
no.
And I think you should change the subject, but that's just me.
I will do that. I was quickly just skimming through it and just making sure that nobody falls for that because it's definitely set up to distract. But yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, there's no way. And if you like sports, it sucks because that's all predetermined. And, I could prove it with with numerology, but that's for another conversation. I almost have it to a T, but not yet. But when I do, I'll probably be rich. So, but money isn't the answer here. I'll just let you know. My motives aren't that to have money, but it'd be funny if I can work the system. Oh my god, have you guys heard about like the strawman?
What did you straw man?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, your straw man account. I know
Yeah.
about. Yeah, I've known about that a long time.
Good.
Yeah, me too. For more than 10 years, really
I
10 or
mean,
12.
have you act upon it? Like, did you like read your name? Did you claim it and whatnot? Did
You
you
as
trademark?
far as opting out, you can opt out of this system. It's a little bit of a process where you can live as a free man on the land, and you don't have to be part of the system. But you have to know what you're doing. You have to follow the procedure. There's a lot of legalese. If you don't follow the legalese, it's almost like Chinese. It might be worded in English, but these words have different meanings than we normally use them. You know what I mean? In just casual vernacular, they have a different meaning in legalese.
Oh yeah, definitely. They literally are speaking a different language from English.
Even though it's the same words, like a person, right? A person is a corporation. So you refer to, oh, these are people, persons. You know, it's like they're speaking double speak, like all of their shit.
You understand me immediately is like, do you stay under me? Which is like, what the fuck? Like,
Right. So it's just all double speak and nonsense. It's like, wait a minute, that's not the terms we're used to using, and you fall into the trap. You fall into that trap. So you got to be careful and understand their language.
Yeah. So I'll definitely talk more about that too, because I want to get people. I don't know if any of you have successfully stopped paying your taxes or anything. But if you have, then congratulations. And
Right. That's the first step. That's the first step to freedom. Paying taxes is nothing but slavery, right? You're taxing wages. That's slavery, straight up. And you have no obligation to pay federal income tax.
Correct. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm glad that some of you know about this stuff, and
I've
whoever doesn't.
known about this longer than flat Earth. This was one of the first things I fell down that rabbit hole a long time ago, learning about the Federal Reserve and fiat currency and all that.
That's funny. I think I first found out about that before Flat Earth.
Flat Earth is the last rabbit hole you fall down. Like, I was down a lot of rabbit holes before I found this, and I found it like accidentally looking into other what people would call conspiracies, right? And back in 2015, when YouTube was still good, I wasn't looking for flat Earth. I was looking at other videos, what people would consider conspiracy stuff, and this kept getting recommended. Back then, they had good videos. You could find out about hoax shootings and things like that, and it would just great videos with all the evidence right there. I'm like, wow, this is a great resource. And then it got more strict. All the good shit went away. It got all scrubbed off of YouTube, and I think that's when Google bought it. When Google bought it, it turned into a gulag.
Off of it, remember, Google is an alias.
But the algorithm was recommending flat Earth to me, and I was ignoring it. I'm like, I see what they're doing. They're trying to subvert the 9/11 truthers with this bullshit. That's what I thought, right? I'm like, I'm not giving these fuckers any clicks. You know what I mean? Fuck them. I'm not even giving them clicks. This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. And then one day I entertained it because I was just so fucking bored, and I wanted to laugh. Like, let me see what the fuck this is about. Why do I keep getting recommended? And I just wanted to have a laugh. I thought it would be funny, right? I clicked on it and I stayed up for 2 days. Like I already am kind of an insomniac. I hardly ever sleep. It's like 12:30, right? But I stayed up for 2 consecutive days for 48 hours watching every video. I searched all the shit I could find. I'm like, oh my God, I can't prove it's not flat. This is fucking crazy. How could this be? And it's like I couldn't fucking put it down. I had to know. Like, and then the next day, well, after that, you know, I finally got some sleep after 2 days, and I bought a P900 because I was seeing, you know, the black swan thing. They were doing that even back then. People's, you know, from the beach zooming in on oil rigs and shit, and then I'm like, there's no fucking way that's true. Like, and then I saw the picture of the Joshua Nowicki, the Chicago thing. I'm like, there's no fucking way that's true. I got to find out because I had to know. I'm like, maybe they're faking these videos. I have to fucking know. You know what I mean? I had to know.
That's some dedication.
Yeah, because I had to be certain. Like, I was like 95%.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 32.
No, but I mean when you found out.
When I found out, I was like 27 or something.
That's crazy. That's how old I am right now.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. See, I feel like it's not coincidence. I feel like everybody at 27, which is a very interesting number.
Or it was about 26, maybe. I think 26 or 27.
Well,
sure.
Let's
But
just
yeah,
say
I'm your age now, so I've known about it a long time, and I was into the other conspiracies well before that. Like Alex Jones was someone I would listen to way back in the day, and he introduced me to terms like a false flag and things like that. Like I didn't know what that meant. Like, what's a false flag? And I started getting into like around before even before Sandy Hook, I was into that. But then Sandy Hook, that kind of, you know, red pilled me. I'm like, oh fuck, look at this. They're doing these hoaxes. You know what I mean? And then since then there was a lot more of those things, these events. They keep happening over and over. I'm like, and the more I look into them, I'm like, another one. They pulled another one. What the fuck? Like they're constantly going to the same playbook. You know what I mean? They're pulling the same shit over and over. And nobody's catching on. I'm like, why is no one catching on? It's only this small group of people. And then every time, because there was a good truther community looking into the hoaxes, right? There was like Taboo Conspiracy, Russian Vids. There was a guy called Barry Satoro. And these guys made good videos. They put together all the clips, and when you watch it, it's very obvious that it was a hoax. And it was the same. He's showing the same crisis actors playing two roles in multiple events, the same fucking people over and over. I'm like, dude, it's too obvious. And there's probably only a small group, maybe, I don't know, 1% of the people that actually can tell this shit is fake. And then when you tell the other 99% of normies, they all shit on you. So it's difficult to talk about with them.
I think the real conversation is how do you really start a conversation with someone and kind of easy
I'd
into
start
them
it.
about the Earth being flat.
Start with something that won't trigger them. Start with something like 9/11. Maybe like the
Yeah,
federally.
that won't trigger them.
Yeah, well, it will trigger some people, but it depends what they know. It's like you got to feel them out. If they know that 9/11 is suspect, if they know the moon landing is fake, you just
I'm
got to.
sure there's something.
The moon landing is one that's not too triggering. It's
That
something
one's good.
that's like fucking 101. You know what I mean? That's basic. That's not going to trigger that. Maybe old people, it would trigger them that are like, I watched that rocket go to space, and they have like a sense of national pride. They might be triggered, but anyone else with an open mind who's done any bit of research would know that shit is fake. So it depends on their level of research.
Yeah, I think so, but I think it's scary to kind of just, I don't know, but I think you're right about the cartoons, because I'm thinking right now, I was like, how was I just indoctrinated so easily? But it was on every cartoon I think we saw.
What do you mean? From
Every
space
movie.
to Earth?
No. I'm just saying how easily one can be fooled that the Earth was rounded because of all the imagery, all the media that were presented throughout our lifetime. I mean, it's pretty easy. I'm just trying to, I guess, figure an equation here to see how you can stop. And I guess really is to stop watching media. That's one.
I haven't watched that shit since
I understand, but your kids probably do, or your kids used to, or if you have kids, or
no, I don't have any, but as far as TV, I don't watch it anymore.
No, me neither. But I'm saying like kids.
The last thing I did watch the NBA Finals. I watched that just because I was bored, and I like Steph Curry because he came out and said the Earth is flat, and he actually won. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I wanted him to win. So,
But
now,
that's probably the funniest part. Yeah, no, I'm sure all of them know. But like I
if
said,
he could use his notoriety, I mean, that's why they kind of they shut him up. They made him wear those moon shoes when he said that the moon landing was fake and whatever.
Mhm.
So then his shoe company, the people who pay him his check, they're like, look, can't say that shit. You're going to wear these shoes or else. It's like, all right. So he kind of swallowed his nuts.
Exactly. Yeah, they're all.
He wore the fucking moon shoes. He put the dunce cap on. Okay, you're right. Moon landing is legit. I'll wear the dunce cap. He wanted those checks. Wanted the big checks. They probably gave him an alternative. It's like, here, you could take the gold or the lead. He's like, fuck it, I'll take the gold. Because motherfuckers get the lead. You know what I'm saying? If you step out of line, there like accidents happen.
Oh yeah.
Somebody of his high profile, dude, he could it would be over. If he came out and promoted it, it would be over quick.
You think Kobe died by an accident?
I don't think he died at all. That thing was fake, dude. It wasn't even his helicopter. That's another topic. I think that people fake their death, like Prince, Kobe,
Tupac.
Maybe. I haven't looked into that one, but it wouldn't surprise me. But as far as Prince, George Floyd, who's the other one? Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, that shit is fake.
John Kennedy.
Instead of facing his punishment, he just fakes it, right? Like, there's no proof he spent one day in jail. You know what I mean? There's like no footage of him getting arrested, being in the cell. There's fucking cameras everywhere.
Just be careful. We did get a few days a strike, 7 days. So
for
we
what?
don't
Epstein?
For talking politics, and that can be too dangerous to talk here because of the boots of the YouTube.
Oh yeah, that was something. Yeah, they were talking about other things. But yeah, I get your point. Anyway, yeah, that's if people are knowledgeable about that stuff, then that's how you approach it. If you start out with flat Earth, you're going to turn them off, because I was already red pilled on a lot of subjects, and then I found that, and I'm like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen, and I refuse to look at it. So, but once I did, it became very obvious, because the quality of the videos was it was good enough, and I watched everything I could find, and yeah, I kind of red pilled myself.
It's pretty
But I
crazy.
wouldn't have done it if it wasn't recommended, and I didn't even, you know what I mean, if I never gave it that first click. And a lot of people will never take that first step and look at it in an unbiased way. You know what I mean? Like, everyone has a personal bias, thinking it's complete bullshit. And you're going to have that until someone presents enough evidence against it. And you start comparing, like, let me see if what he said is true. Look at it.
Each person is so different. And ultimately, when people talk about anything, they're like, what's in it for me? If they get the feeling like you're talking about this for you, or because you got to get this off their chest, it may turn people off. They're going to be like, why are we talking about this? You got to get to know your audience. Speak to, whatever they need to talk about, that day or whatever. Just, people ultimately are normal people. And sometimes they don't even want to talk about this stuff. And that's okay too.
I think the
But,
worst comment
if you
is
want it to be natural, you need to get to know the person and see what stuff they actually like talking about. And why does this affect them or not?
That's the question. Why does it matter? Like, even my own brother, I have two brothers. One's older, one's younger. And my older brother, he don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whatever, stay in your, and I don't want to push the issue and then divide, you know what I mean?
Family and
Divide it. So it's like, you know what? I'll let him wait till he'll come around. I planted the seeds, and when he wants to hear more, then we'll talk about it. But that's what you got to know. It's like, you don't want to push too hard, because it'll backfire. You're not going to be successful when they put up their shield. You don't want to just keep pushing, because then it's counterproductive. So if they want to know a bit more,
There are going to be lots of opportunities. I mean, people that are flat Earth are maligned in the media, they're maligned in movies. The opportunity will naturally come up anyway. You just have to wait for the right time, and before you know it, voila, it's like natural.
and you know what's a good way? Make it look accidental, like they figured it out, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
say you're out the beach, right? And you're looking out at a lake or the ocean. Say, damn, dude, does that shit look flat? I mean, let me take a picture. And you take a picture with your camera, your phone, right? And you line it up with the edge of the screen. Say, dude, look it lines up perfect with the edge of my screen. It's like dead straight. Like, look how fucking flat it is. Like, do something like that. Just a little coincidence, and then make them think. Just doesn't. And then that's part of it, right? If you have if you have a large lake and you have a zoom camera, if you got anything with zoom on it, you don't need a P900. You could have just a decent zoom camera, and you can see distances that you shouldn't be able to.
Wasn't there in like a Netflix series where they tried to prove the Earth was actually round? And it came out that it was flat because it was sort of an experiment exactly like that. And I think it's still on Netflix. And the guy was like, "Oh, that's an illusion or something." He was like trying to play it off, right? And I was like, "No, that's clearly skyscrapers from the other end." They kind of cut it right there. But yeah, they kind of proved their own selves that the Earth was flat instead of round. Very funny how people prove themselves wrong in that way. They have like no more excuses after that. They're like, "Oh shoot, where's your curve at?"
Yeah, the Discovery Channel, those guys like to distorts the reality. And I saw, that they say experiment, but anyway, measuring with a laser across the lake and with Stephen Hawking's talking and blah blah. But when I saw that for the first time, I was thinking, with a lot of interrogations. But when you see it, they manipulate, they changed the laser, and they did the manipulation on that, and they still doing. There was that guy from Mythbusters. He went fly on some F-16 or F-16 or some aircraft, and he's saying, I almost can see the curvature of Earth, and this glass of the cabin of the aircraft, it disturbs the horizon. And and now, by the way, the logo from Discovery is like a dome. They put the Earth inside the dome. Isn't that curious? And but they try to hide the truth. But when you compare that, what they did with the other people that go to the field and do a more professional job, and there's no curvature. So that's when we catch them, the lies they told to us.
I think the more and more people know why they're doing it, it's really because they want control. They want all.
Yes.
And that's really why. And I think I was hearing somebody like, "What's the end game here?" And it's like they have the end game. Like we are the end game at the end of the day. It's like I think most of us are still going to work, paying bills and paying taxes. That is the end game, I think, or not fully end game, but we're definitely there. We're definitely enslaved in a way. We're definitely birds in cages, and a lot of people don't like to see it that way. Cattle, per se.
Yeah, but every day more people are waking up.
Oh yeah.
And we cannot go to, for example, to Antarctica. No. But except the tourism zone. But every day more people are waking up, and we can use that against them.
Yeah, I think at one point there should be just a huge exhibition of just people with boats going to either North or the South Pole. I think either or where this is going to prove something.
There are some people, even ex-employees from NASA, they feel the duty, to tell to us something, because when they found out the truth, they want to give us the truth. Even Werner von Braun, in his how you say it, the cemetery, the stone grave. I don't know the name, but he did put a message there. If you see, I'm gonna post. What he wants to us to know, it's the word firmament, and if you search the word firmament, it will get you to the biblical cosmology. But what matters is the representation of Earth not being a globe.
Correct. Yeah.
So and
there was a lot of wise people back in the day, and to cool and foolish in their studies is kind of funny because they were definitely here before us. It's kind of like a young kid telling their grandfather that they don't know how to skip a rock, when in reality the grandfather can just like skip 2 rocks with 2 hands without the kid knowing. My point is that back in the day, I'm sure they weren't stupid. Sure, they knew a lot more than I think we know now. I think we're a dumbed down version.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Shining from Stanley Kubrick?
I think I have, but I don't remember it all completely. But yeah, continue.
It did change a lot on the script of the original movie, and let me see. By the way, they did have a meeting, with him, people from NASA, and he did in that movie. He did change a lot. I have some info. If you watch it again, even that kid, then he has the sweater, Apollo 11, USA, and the carpet. He did ask to change it to some geometric form, and there's a lot. And even when Jack Nicholson character is arguing with his wife, you have to watch it.
Yeah, there's a guy that just posted something on the chat. I'm just reading about it.
It was me. Yeah, but when some people sign a contract and they are forbidden to talk, but they want to talk in some way, so yeah, they
Goes back to the strawman too. You're supposed to be signed with that fake name. I mean, fake name. I say it is your name, but you're representing a fake person per se, someone that isn't supposed to be paying those bills.
Oh, that's not your name.
Pardon?
Have you ever written your name in all caps? Is that how you were taught to write your name? You know it's dog Latin, right? It's not even in English.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, especially when they give you a letter. Like right now, you go to a letter and it's your name is probably all capitalized. That's not your name. He said that's incorrect. That's improper English. You shouldn't be paying those bills. I'm just fighting about this stuff, and I mean, I'm stupid because I'm still paying, and I don't know. I need to find out more. I got a special case, definitely, for somebody to advise me on, because I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm just a special case, let's just say. I'm an immigrant, basically. I think I might have to return to my country in order to claim my name per se, because that was my original birthplace, and that's where I signed the certificate, or that's what my parents signed the certificate. So off to Mexico, at one point at least. Definitely in the future, should be visiting my land. The land that I was born in. The land they call Mexico.
Oh, you did born there?
Yeah, I was born in Mexico.
So you speak Spanish too, a little.
Sí.
Okay.
No, hablo completamente español. Perfectamente español.
I'm from Portugal, but I understand Spanish. I live in the foreign between Portugal and Spain.
Yeah, so you understand a lot of Spanish. Definitely hanging around with all those Spaniards, probably.
Yeah, actually, 500 years ago, the old Portuguese, is like a mix
Yeah.
between our Portuguese in our days and Spanish. Yeah, but we did exchange a little. There's a zone. It's a country actually, but anyway, between Portugal and Spain, Galicia, and they speak a mix between Portuguese and Spanish.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I could almost understand a little bit of Brazilian Portuguese, so I know what you're talking about. It's similar. It's a little bit similar because of the Latin base.
Yes, and even the French. Yeah, but it has Italian a little, but no, Italian is more far away. It's more Latin than French.
Very expressive, though.
Yeah. But yeah, we did change. It has to be with Portugal was not what is today. If you watch the map, it did change. A lot of wars between us and the early Spain in that time. Yeah, but it's amazing. We between codes discovery the Brazil, and they then expand the land, and yeah, it's amazing. The Brazilians guys, the every day more and more people, flat earths, are waking up there at Brazil.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. I think it's because their education system is not as good, so I think that's why it's not as easy to control people. And I don't think people own too much TVs, so I think it's all really in the word of the people instead of watching media, because TVs are expensive down there. So you would assume people in the slums aren't getting their information from news; they're kind of just getting it from their neighbors. Or from anybody that is deciding to tell a story that day of whatever's going on around the world. So I can definitely see how if somebody wakes up, goes down there and starts speaking some truth, then I could see them believing them more. It's like, yeah, don't believe people who tell you this earth is round. Like that's what people, that's the trap, That's basically that's how they get you. when they
My theory is that it's the jujitsu, because I've heard people in MMA. They say that there'll be like one dude down on the mat kneeling and two dudes, doing jiu-jitsu, right? And everybody else is like standing around in a circle listening to the guy on the mat on his knees, and he's talking about flat Earth. So I think that Brazilian jiu-jitsu is probably one of the main reasons, because that shit's everywhere over there.
Yeah, but a part of that, there was some team, some independent researchers, and they 2011, 2012, they did measurements with lasers. They even traveled to other countries to shooting, through cameras the path of the sun, and they say it does match with the globe. And they did research by themselves, and they found no curvature, and here we are.
But I think there's nobody here that actually believes, or I think most of you guys are definitely in agreement that the Earth is flat. I don't think I've heard somebody that is debating against it. Because I definitely heard people saying something or debating about light covering or something like that. And I'm like, I'm not hearing anybody else debate against it, and I'm like, I don't know why so many people are so.
The problem is the word belief. It's the enemy of knowing, and we most sometimes we don't like to talk about speculation, but we stay with what is the reality, and so we don't say we believe. We just know it is the reality. We accept the reality that we are living in.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I think my dad put it in a good, proper way, because he doesn't dismiss the idea that it could be flat, but he also doesn't dismiss it could be round. He's like he does it. I mean, it doesn't really matter at the point that we're walking it regardlessly. Being flat or round, we're still walking and we're still living our lives in a way, and a lot of people are still,
We are living in the same world.
yeah. But definitely, I told him, I was like, but wouldn't you feel better if you knew that you could go somewhere else, or at the same time, expand something that a lot of people don't want to know or know, and kind of like secret knowledge per se, esoteric per se. Because it is kind of secret knowledge. Like, a lot of people don't like to, or I guess it is secret knowledge because it's the truth.
The elites know it. They know it about we are living inside a container, a firmament. They know it. They have been doing a lot of secret investigation, but yeah, they keep their own secret.
The formation of certain branches was the to hide certain things they did to the firmament. Like, I think I have a picture that explains it. I'll post it on the chat. But yeah, like certain missions, certain Apollos, or were to blow up the middle, or just see what happened if we nuked the center of the firmament, and that's crazy. Like, imagine, like, moon missions, the way to hide them, the way to hide a big rocket leaving, this land and going down there. They were like, oh, we're going to the moon, or we're having the space mission. This is why we're shooting this massive missile thing down there. Don't question it. That's why they made NASA. And I think I hope nobody's team on Elon Musk, because that guy's definitely in this whole shebang, this whole government.
Space is a business. It's a business. Space gives you money, and they are something. NASA is even the actual suits. They come from Elon Musk, but the guy that did that movie Tron Legacy, those suits, it's the same guy that did those suits for that movie Tron Legacy. It's the same guy, and by the way, those suits are not how they say it, are not they cannot walk with these suits on between codes space. Yeah, but they did that, and just for to attract more people, But anyway, they NASA gets the taxpayers, and they have to give us always new fakes, and yeah, so, and Elon Musk is into this too. this fakery.
Definitely a clown in this
Yeah.
circus. Yeah, people.
There were some people that take a pic, some photos, and these new rockets, and it was just a ship construction, a circular steel. What they did. Even there was some rust in this steel they put on these rockets. And they just painting. It is so cheap to build that, and it's such a fakery. The real money goes to secret projects away from the public, from us.
Yeah, and it sucks. It really sucks that they're keeping this away. But I mean, like I said, the guy who's like, what's the end game? We are the product per se. Anything that's free, anything they're probably showing you in the commercials, burgers, something to wear. That's probably what you shouldn't be wearing. It's probably what you shouldn't be eating. And yeah, because that's all filled with chemicals and it's just trying to kill you. No, don't get me started with.
Even at Brazil, because in America they are putting fluoride in the water, and it has been banned here at Europe, and at Brazil there's a controversy. People don't want this fluoride in their water. But yeah, fluoride. It was given in the concentration, Nazi fields to control the people there.
Yeah. You're basically trying to crystallize your pineal gland for you could be more easier to be receptive to certain mind controls, like with certain waves, which is basically 5G is. I think in a way.
Oh, we cannot talk about that 5 thing.
No problem.
The boots from YouTube, yeah.
That's fine. It's crazy. I mean, like I said, I could talk about a lot of crazy stuff, and I know that I shouldn't because I don't know how friendly family content this is, but yeah.
There's a lot, there's a lot about Nikola Tesla.
Yes, and his 3.
They went to him, and yeah, they asked him to he had some patents, and they did the Manhattan Project.
Oh yeah.
Philadelphia Project. They are connected, and there's a lot going on.
I think all of it's connected, but not just some of it. I think all of it. I think the whole.
It is related. You have to dig a lot, and cross a lot. Not you when you see one information for the first time, you don't have. You have to cross with a lot of other sources, to know the real thing, if it's true or not.
And you have to get political sometimes, which sucks, and I don't want to, we don't. I don't.
Not just like political, but you have to think like a CIA agent, to work the same way, to find out. There's a lot going on, and it has to do with the firmament, and the need they have to go out.
I think that's like one of the last red pills that somebody put it. It is one of those kind of few ones that once you accept something else, the firmament kind of is easier to accept, just because another thing kind of confirms it. Like for me, I think it also all started with breathing. I don't know if anybody knows about when Hoffman practices his breatharian kind of ways, where he just does like a lot of different techniques of breathing. So and he kind of becomes like a Superman in a way. Like he can climb a mountain with just his shorts up a mountain. I basically didn't do that. I did a similar thing to kind of just awaken my pineal gland per se, which has DMT inside of it. You could basically trip on that if you're interested in that. And if you're
Actually, 20 years ago, someone did teach me some breath techniques, but it was been a long time. But it has a relationship.
definitely, yeah. And I recommend it for anybody who wants to, I guess, have a sense of clarity in a way of that. I don't know, like breathing just does for you. It's free, that's the craziest part. It's something that you don't really pay attention to, but you do it, and I'm finding out that there's a lot of healing properties to it, or at least that I can do some cool stuff with my hands. Just breathing. But yeah, I'll probably say some more of that stuff in the biblical too, because it probably falls in some of that. For sure. Be late. I might have to head to sleep myself here. So I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you for
Okay, welcome, and
Yeah,
enjoy.
I will. You guys seem like interested. Some of the things I need to say.
At least you are more, open-minded, because there are some Glovers they keep coming here and they are close-minded,
Really?
and they don't want to accept anything we present. They just keep distorting the reality because they don't want their illusions to be destroyed. And,
Yeah, I mean, sometimes low key, I kind of wish I did believe the Earth was round still, because I think during those times a little tiny bit easier, a little bit less stressful. But I guess, as the great Da Vinci put it once, I've woken up just to realize everybody's still asleep. And it sucks because you realize that the ones that are still asleep are the ones you really love. Kind of fills your heart with some type of guilt, because you kind of want to sit them down and be like, hey, they've been lying to you this whole entire time. It's like, I hate to tell this to you. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they've been lying to you this whole entire time, and it's kind of hard to start the conversation. Like I said, if you guys figure it out, please let me know.
yeah, we make people think by themselves. So, actually, some trolls, sometimes they come here just to troll, and they are banned. And after some moments or days or months, they come here with another account, and they some of them, they confess they were coming here trolling, but they after that they think, they start to think by themselves, this makes sense, and they come here and they confess, they come with another accounts, but they confess they come here early to troll, but now they are more wake up, and I think that's amazing.
That is good, yeah. I think when you do present a couple of things and when they're like, well, yeah, I can't disprove that, and when you're like, well, can the other side disprove what they just brought up to me and they can't? That's where you start questioning, which is good. I think that's what really that type of evidence everybody should bring up, just to kind of shut some of them up, because there's some clear evidence that they cannot disprove. And now there is, at least. Anyways, thank you so much for your guys' time. Have a great night. And yeah, see you guys around.
Okay, see you. Welcome. Cheers.
Thank you.
I'm going to sleep too. See you guys.
Sweet my
See you
turn.
later.
Mr. Glot Flabe.
What's that?
I said hi.
Oh, hey.
How are you, buddy?
How's it hanging there?
Good. I heard that you guys had some fun yesterday.
Which kind of fun?
That wasn't you up on the beach?
Nope, I did not go to a beach yesterday.
Oh, who was that went up there?
Flat
But you
Earth?
did get laid though.
I thought that was you. I thought that was your buddy. I'm confused, I guess.
That's okay. I'm very confused all the time. So,
Oh, well, my
but that's
bad.
okay.
Sorry.
Listen, whatever you're talking about, it sounds like a really nice time, and I should have been there.
Well, it was that meetup.
Yeah, the meetup. Oh, I told you I wanted to go. I was just saying I wanted to go. I don't know if I. No, you probably heard Flat Earth Dude talking about.
That was who it was Flat Earth Dude. Okay, I got it.
But we do sound alike because we both don't really know what we're talking about, but we're here anyway.
Do you look alike? Or you could be
I have
twins?
no idea. I don't know what he looks like.
I think I do now. I think I seen him on the live stream.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen. Oh, you know what I could though? On his channel, on his YouTube channel, he's got some videos where he's in them.
Yeah. Anyway, was it you that asked me to go to the Great Salt Lake and get some photos?
I've talked to one other person, and they claim I did talk to you about it. So I'm going to go with that, and because it does sound like something I would recommend. I do. I recommend anybody.
You said you gave me an assignment. You said I'm gonna tell you to get out there and get your butt out there.
Okay. Wow. Well, you know, when I do stuff like that, it's kind of tongue in cheek, but at the same time,
And
it's
so
also
you
like,
just forget all the fuck about it.
you know what? Fuck you. You enjoyed it, so
I did. I did have some fun. I did.
Oh, that's good, brother. That's great. I'm proud you did that. Like I said, that's really nice. What was your favorite part? And don't say it was flat as the eye can see, because everybody knows that.
My favorite part was that I got to go out with my son and his girlfriend, and we had a good time.
That's nice. That's very nice.
Yeah, that was my favorite part.
Cool.
I got to spend the afternoon with my son and his girlfriend out there, and we all were taking pictures and just kind of, going for a joyride. And I was surprised at how many people were out there. There was probably over 200 people on Antelope Island, and I've never seen that many people out there in my entire life, let alone the day yesterday was windy and cloudy and just gross of a day. It was miserable as far as, the wind was blowing quite hard, gusty. The skies were full of gray clouds. I mean, it wasn't a beautiful day in the neighborhood, but there was a lot of people there. I couldn't believe it. All my life, I've lived here my whole life, and it's been many, many years since I've been out there, and they've made quite a few improvements, but I've never seen more than a dozen people there ever in my life, and there was at least 200, and 50 of them where they had to park was about a quarter of a mile from where the beach was, and they at least 50 of them walked all the way down the beach to stand out by what little bit of water's left way out there, and just kind of wander around in the wind and the miserable weather conditions.
That's awesome, man. That's a lot of people. Did you make sure to smack each and every one of them in the right spot with that flat smacking?
No, I didn't make the quarter-mile walk, my friend. I stayed
gotcha.
I stayed up in the parking lot up above.
My next question is your son and even possibly his girlfriend, are they flat earthers?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Super. That's good.
My son keeps playing. I'm the one that turned you on to flat Earth, Dad.
Of course he does.
No, you weren't, son. But he's adamant about it, so I let him have it. Even though I was a flat earther for at least 2 years before I even talked about it with him. But yeah, he's been a flat earther for at least a couple years.
Awesome. There you go.
He's got some friends he hangs out with that are flat earthers. One in particular, his name's Jaron, which it doesn't matter. But yeah, Jaron is a friend of his that's been a flat earther for I guess, quite some time. And then when he visits Jaron, they'll always come home and tell me about some new video he watched or something new he learned or whatever, which is cool.
Are you talking about Jaron Campanella?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, got it.
This is Utah, not wherever Campanella claims.
I don't know. It's the second time I've ever heard that name used for real on a person, so I had to ask.
Yeah, well, Campanello, he's I mean, I guess he's all right, but he's. Let me put it to you this way: my opinion of Campanello is he's a bit of a strange fellow.
Yeah, he's strange, and there's a lot of money involved, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep. So we got Fridge in here. Fridge, FRIJDGE.
Oh, you don't want to see any of my pictures?
Yeah. Put the pictures in. Oh man.
Oh, fuck you! It's too late now.
Whoa, dude. You know I want to see those. Don't give me that nonsense.
I'll drop a couple in the live stream. They're not
Okay, yeah,
spectacular, but it does shows the lake very, very low, very, very low, and it's a desert out there, and there's really not much plant life that grows because it's so salty. There's no fish in the lake, never has been, and the only thing that is alive in there is these little things called brine shrimp.
Yeah, the brine shrimp. Yeah, you don't want to eat those. Hey, do I get to see you smile in one of the pictures or all of the pictures?
I don't think so. I'm not in any of them. You've seen pictures of me.
A couple. I haven't seen just like a big shit-eating grin from you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So if you want to DM me a couple, that'd be fine.
You haven't seen God Rockin' on the silver screen, bro?
I have not. No, I've not.
I've posted my picture on here many times. I'm not bashful, and I'm not scared, and I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks.
Right? No, I've only
God Rockin'.
seen
Remember the movie?
picture.
The movie you were in, God Rockin'.
Oh well, yeah, I've been in a few movies.
You look like a total badass, though. That's all I'm gonna say.
As a matter of fact, one of the first. This is kind of a funny story. I don't know who it was, but one of the first days I was here, I was talking to somebody. I can't for the life of me remember who it was, and I told him about this movie that I had been in and the name of it, and lo and behold, the entire time in the conversation, this guy's Googling this, goes to Amazon or wherever he found the movie, pulls it up, and then I told him what part I was in, and then he actually was, I think he was seeing if I was lying, is what I think. He's like, to see if I was going to, some kind of a troll or some kind of bullshit, because when it all
bro, that was me.
That was you?
I didn't think you were trolling. I wanted to see your face, bro.
Oh, well, I took it as that you didn't trust me about what I was saying, so you had to go pull up this movie and see if I was actually even in it.
No, that was me, bro. I believed you. And then when I saw your face on the screen, I was like, yeah, the face matches the voice. Okay. And I didn't need no further, because I hadn't seen your face at that point.
Yeah, well, that's because I was very, very new here.
Yeah.
At that point.
So once I saw, the video, you putting on the glove and smiling real big. Like,
well, I was the security guard at the airport at the.
That's right.
Where they go through the what's it called, the metal detector or whatever, and I stopped Anthony Anderson going through.
Yeah.
The black actor. Yeah. He's a cool motherfucker, that guy. He'll sit down and talk to you. I had lunch with him a couple times down there. He's a down-to-earth dude, that guy. Some of those actors won't even get the time of day.
Yeah, he's funny as shit.
He's a cool motherfucker.
So I remember him and Harold and Kumar go to White Castle, and he was like at the 9th degree, like, oh, fucking, I'm so close to quitting my job. And when they went in there, they were like, hey, man, we're looking for something. He was like, we're about to burn this motherfucker down, Pookie. And he was talking about burning it down. And by the end of the movie, he done burnt it down. Oh, that's funny. Funny motherfucker.
Yeah, he is. He's. Then the last part is where he was bending over in front of me, and I was snapping on my rubber gloves because I was about to do a cavity search on the poor guy.
Yep.
Anyway, it was good times. Yeah. Those movies are fun to make. Well, they make a lot of movies here in Utah. At least they used to.
So how would you describe that movie? Like a B comedy or a C comedy? How would you
Yeah,
describe
B
that
or C
genre?
comedy. Yeah, for sure. It's not no A grade, but it wasn't. I'd say B. I'd say B comedy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. It was worth watching once.
Yeah, Anthony Anderson.
It was funny.
And
Yeah,
it
it was
was about the governor of Utah who ordered a sex doll, a robot sex doll, and on the way being delivered, it fell out of the van, and two kids ended up finding it. They ran over it, thought they'd killed some lady, so they threw her in the back of their car and took her home. And then she wakes up in the morning and then starts talking to their mom and shit, and asking them right in front of their mom. Like what kind of sex they want to have and all this kind of shit. And the mom's like, what? That's a real brief overrun of what took place. But yeah, and then the FBI came looking for him and ended up chasing him to the airport, which where my part comes in. And then they tried to get the sex doll. The kids figured that she deserved to have a life and live like a human being. She was too normal. So they smuggled her out of the country by smuggling her to the Salt Lake International Airport and shipping her off to somewhere I can't remember. But anyway.
So you said that was one of the movies you were in. I didn't know you were in another one.
Oh, it's about 5 or 6.
Oh man, you're Hollywood, bro. Almost 5 or 6 movies.
I don't know about that. They were all pretty much just. I was just an extra, you know.
So God rocking, how many times you been to Epstein Island, bro?
How many times I've been to Epstein Island? I've got my own personal bunker there. It's been made in secret. I go there about once every other year and then just sniper these people when they don't know I'm there. I just wipe out a few of them and then come back home. If I had a chance to go there, that's why I would go.
Which movies were you in? I missed that part.
The one I was talking about was called Hotbot. It's made by the Polish Brothers. It's a B comedy. You can find it on Amazon or whatever. Called Hotbot.
I got Fire.
It's on YouTube for free.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she was hot.
I got it on Fire Stick for free too.
Her name was. What was her name? She was the main Victoria's Secret's model. She was like the top one. She did most of their stuff for a few years. I can't think of her name right now. I'll think of it. But yeah, she was a Victoria's Secret's model. And then she got into acting or whatever. She was cute. She was nice too. She sat down with me and my friend's mother for about an hour one day down there and just blah 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 blah, just jibber jabbering and having a good time. Didn't treat us like we were like scum of the earth like a lot of them do. But
when it comes to like models and comedians, you know, they're usually like different type than actors. You know, because those actors who went to college, you know, they're very. I went to college. Be an actor.
What's her name? Partner. Fuck, I'll think of it. Anyway, she was a Victoria's Secret's model, and deservingly so.
I would definitely hang out with models and comedians, but everybody else, man.
Yeah, Anthony Anderson was one cool dude. He was. I mean,
he's a comedian.
Instead of riding to the set from the staging tent and from the cook where they'd serve us dinner and stuff sometimes, instead of getting in a private limo like some of them would, he'd get in the van to take the extras. He'd get in with us to go right to the set on purpose. Nice. I mean, that's who he wanted to ride with, because he was in there telling us jokes and, you know, having a good time, you know, talking to us all and asking us where we were, you know, from and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, he was a cool dude.
You know, on the cool, I hate to say it, but it's probably because they treat him just like they would treat y'all, because he's not in the in crowd. You know, he's a comedian who's trying to work his way in, you know?
Yeah, he was kind of famous by then, but not like he is now. He's pretty much mainstream now. At least I think. I don't know. Maybe he's not. Maybe I'm wrong, but he's pretty well known, I thought.
As a comedian, for sure. He's totally mainstream. I mean, well-known, funny guy. I can remember one of the skits right now. Like, don't act like a bitch. Put your leg down. Take it like a man. Put your leg down.
Yeah, I had no idea that was you, Hank. I just couldn't remember who it was that gave me the third degree on all this all about the movie.
No, bro.
Come to find out, you was watching it, and I'm like, oh shit, this guy's checking me out to see if I'm a fraud.
No. I wanted to see your.
What I thought.
I want to see your face.
Well, my bad. You guys do that.
Yeah. I just ask questions because I want to learn. Like, if I'm asking questions, I'm trying to learn something.
Maybe not you. Some people here will like pry in and see what kind of answers they get from these idiots, and they can pick the trolls out pretty quick. You guys are pretty good at that. Way better at it than me, obviously. I got trolled pretty hard.
I think I learned pretty quick how not to get trolled on the internet, because for many years I was out in the country with my family with just no internet whatsoever. So I come back and it was like the age of YouTube. You know, it went from when I left, to be out in the country, it was like, let's see, like it's the beginning of Facebook maybe. So that's the era where everything else is kind of shutting down. Like, what was that one that everybody used at first? I don't even know what it's called now.
I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
My page, Squarespace? No. I never used it. MySpace, yeah.
Oh, okay, MySpace. That's an old one. That's one of the first social media platforms, wasn't it?
Right. So from like MySpace to Facebook, I was off the internet. The only reason I joined the internet in 2011 because my brother-in-law was in Iraq. Or maybe it was before 2011. Maybe it was 2010. So from like 2000 maybe like 3, so for like 7 good years, I didn't have the internet.
There's where all the people are on the beach. They're glad, but you can't really see them. You have to kind of enlarge it. And then from halfway to the right, you'll see some little dark spots about mid-picture, up and down wise. And off to the right side, you'll see some little dark speckles. That's people standing around out there. And there was about 30 of them there and about 30 of them on the left that you can't see. They were on their way down walking. That's about a quarter-mile walk from the parking area to get there. And you don't swim in this water. It's gross. I mean, I don't know what they thought they were doing out there, but there was an awful lot of people that had walked all the way down there just to stand around that stinky-ass water. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's a spectacle for a lot of folks.
Stinky water?
I'd do it. Just to say I did.
Yeah, it smells bad. It's salt water. It's like just anything that gets in it dies. So there's like dead birds laying on the beach and different things.
Smell like dead fish and dead birds and Joe Biden, all kinds of dead shit in there.
Yeah. I wish Biden would go for a swim there.
Oh man, I don't know if you could even get him to talk about the Salt Lakes at this point. But anyway, yeah, that's cool.
You know the water, it's salty. Come on, man.
This next picture is a picture.
I never want to hear him talk about water again. What were you saying, Guy Rockin'?
This next picture is a picture of the marina, but all the slips. You know, a slip where you pull your boat in.
Yep.
They're all sitting in the dirt. That's what's going on here. They're just sitting in dirt because there's no water.
So wait, do boats go out there though and do stuff sometimes?
Yeah, a lot of sailboats mostly because the salt water gets in the intake of the motor and it's not good. There are some people that take their motorboats out there, but when you do, you pretty much have to take them home and rinse them all out, clean the.
I got a question.
Fresh water through them. What?
Is that
Gotcha.
a flip phone? Is that a flip phone camera you got there? What's going on?
No, it's my S10.
Kenny, you know what? I thought it, but I wasn't going to say nothing. And then you come in and you say it.
It's actually got a pretty good camera. I'm telling you, that was a terrible, terrible day. It was windy, dingy, no light. The wind was blowing about 40 miles an hour. I'm lucky to have got these photos at all. I mean, I about had to hang onto the car just to stand there.
That's okay. It's just glad you got to do that with your son. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this camera generally takes pretty good photos. If you don't believe
it just looks like a hazy, shitty day.
I'll send you one here in a second that I took over here, just over where I live, looking out over the valley on a sunset that I took.
I'm giving you a hard time, man.
It's an awesome picture. No, you can't give me a hard time. You can try. It's not going to do you much good.
No.
I just laugh at you.
Like, so if you had to use that image the photo that you posted, that first one, in like a crime scene investigation, and literally the person who killed somebody is in that pack of people in that first photo, there'd be no way to fucking tell who it was.
They'd be innocent. You'd never be able to.
Be like, well, he's right there. Yeah, but we can't tell who it is, who's what. But yeah, but it is him. Yeah, I know.
Well, I zoomed in on that photo. They were
that dot right there, but we can't zoom in far enough.
They were a good half. They were over a half a mile from me. That was zoomed in on them. They were way out there.
Right.
And it was way windy and way gross. And so, yeah, sorry.
Nasty day.
Are those the docks?
Those are the docks.
Okay. Sit there, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are called dirt docks.
Guess so.
Yeah. That's what they are.
Oh, shit. That's awesome. I'm glad you finally made it out there, man. It must have blown your mind seeing it that fucking empty, right?
Yeah, it wasn't completely empty, but the water was way out there.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is the Great Salt Lake is not deep water ever, even when it's completely full.
Right.
The deepest spot in the entire lake is 50 feet.
Yeah.
So what's the reason for it? Why do they say it's dried up? What's
drought?
The official explanation?
Just drought.
Drought.
Yeah, the same reason why Lake Powell is dry and Lake Mead, all that. It all comes from Utah.
Biggest ever?
Huh?
The biggest ever?
Yes.
Biggest drought ever for that area?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Now, this last picture, that city down below is called Riverdale. I live up on the terrace, which is up above the city and looks out over the valley. And that's just the Riverdale city. That's where the car sales. I think Walmart's in there somewhere, and Best Buy, and all the big
corporate America
stores. Yeah. And if you want to know where my parents live, go 3/4 of the way to the right on this picture, and you can see another line of buildings. Just right behind those is.
They're still kicking it?
Yeah. My dad died. About 3 weeks ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
How old's your mom? Mom's
She's doing
up there,
good.
is she?
Yeah, we had a family reunion today, as a matter of fact. I was.
Really? Nice.
Yeah. I was there at the family reunion for about 3 or 4 hours today.
Well, good day to celebrate your dad's life.
Yep.
Even if he's not here.
So anyway,
How old's your mom now? Your mom must be getting up there.
Those mountains in the background are on the other side of the Great Salt Lake. Now, this first one on the left, I think that might be Antelope Island. I can't really remember. I think it is. And then the ones on the right are behind the lake. But in front of the lake, on the mountain on the left, there's no water between that mountain and the beach.
Hey, I just got a message.
Pretty good view from your house there.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful picture, man. I just got a message from my friend in Australia. She bought a zucchini and a tomato. It cost her $5.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
$5?
for one zucchini and one tomato. Oh boy.
You talking about trouble?
Yep. Trouble about. Here, I can post a picture if you want. Yeah. Let me save it.
Good times ahead.
What's that?
So good times ahead.
No shit, right? Fucking crazy, man. Well, fuck, man. Come on, any piece of. You want to save it?
Here's a little bit different angle of the sunset. I'm aiming the camera to the left a little bit.
Good. $5
on the next one coming up. And you see that building on the far left, way up on the very top, that squared building?
Hold on. I'm typing.
That's on Hill Air Force Base. That's actually on the base. Because the landing strip starts right there where it's like elevated. And so they fly right over my house all day long heading in to land these F-35A, whatever, jets. They got like 100 of them there. It's loud as shit here. I can't. It's horrible.
Yeah.
But anyway, that square building on the left there at the top part of the land, that's on Hill Air Force Base.
Oh, man, that's close.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're protecting the country, man. They're spending your money, protecting the country.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but yeah, they're here.
Yep, they're here. They got 900 of those bad boys. You know that?
Did they really?
Across the world, yeah.
The F-35?
100 Air Force bases.
Oh.
900 Air Force bases across the world. The American U.S. taxpayers are paying for.
Wow. Well, this one here happens to be one of the biggest. And this is where they have their most modern and most valuable fighter jet maintenance program is here. So they cycle them in and cycle them out all day long here. I mean, I got a picture on my phone somewhere that, or maybe I found it on the internet and put it on my phone, where it shows the landing, and it's got 4 rows, 20 jets lined up in a row, four rows across. So there's like 80 of them on the landing strip at one time. It shows the F-35s.
So that takes me, I'm going to change subject, I apologize, but when I read the official 9/11 Commission report, it said that Osama bin Laden was tired of American troops in his Muslim countries. So he wanted to get rid of us, right? So what he did is he egged the police station and he bombed, the World Trade Centers with airplanes. Bombs, that's not the right word. He flew them into the towers. And well, that's how you keep the America out of your countries, right? You pick a fight, right? So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that worked out well, huh?
But he flew the towers into
flew the towers into those planes, bastard.
He flew the towers into the planes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a trick.
Hey, I think John F. Kennedy shot himself. I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure you're right.
What do you guys think? That's my new theory.
It's sound.
Let's avoid the fake stuff. I'm sorry, I apologize. I meant to say Osama bin Laden flew the planes into the towers because that's how it works. Yeah. I don't want to get us taken down for fake news, but yeah, you ever want America not in your country, just go attack the most powerful, how many Air Force bases?
We got a VC Verify in there. VC Verify in there. Red flag.
What's up?
Red flag. What's up?
There's what the F-35s look like.
Fridge? Is that how I say it?
Yeah. What's up?
What's up? The fridge is in the house, man. You got some cold beer in the fridge?
Are you related to the refrigerator that used to play for the Chicago Bears?
I don't think so.
No idea.
You know who I mean? Anybody remember him?
I do, but
Oh yeah, that big guy.
I'm old, man. I'm old. So that's the F-35. That's the F-35.
Yeah.
Those are $1 billion each.
I don't know. Probably.
Let me double check. Hold on.
Yeah,
I don't think they're quite that much, but they might be. Who knows?
Let me look. I think they're $1 billion.
You know, when we give them away to Israel for free, I mean, sell them to Israel. We sell it to them with no hardware in there, as far as in the cockpit, and they put all the hardware in the cockpit and do their own
I'm thinking of a different plane.
Yeah, they got to have all their own electronics for scrambling and radar and all that stuff.
Right. $100 million. 110.
That's not so bad, is it?
Oh, what a
That's
deal!
chump change.
What a damn deal!
Your kids can pay for it. Don't worry about it.
Hey, so I did a video about I don't know, 3-4 years ago about the Earth is flat and you owe 65. Every man, woman, and child in America owes 65 grand. Guess what it is today?
650,000.
Well, not that much, but it's 250,000 for every man, woman, and child.
Are you sure it's not the other way? They owe us that because of them stealing our money and spending it on shit that they shouldn't have, or that we didn't ask them to, or that they just lied about, like NASA.
250,000.
I think it's the other way around, bro. I think they owe us that much.
Well, I'm in that. I can join that club. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of the F-35B, I happen to have made a GIF with the F-35B and all of its capabilities to prove a point about how it could actually help us prove this Coriolis thing once and for all.
I see where you're going with that.
I just seen
it has 40,000 pounds of thrust. It has 40,000 pounds of thrust. And it can hover in midair with 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance, right? It can fly 1,000 miles per hour. 1,200 actually, right? So if the F-35B could just hover there with 40,000 pounds of thrust and it knows what kind of wind it's taking, then all you have to do is put a camera out the window and just show the Earth spinning below us.
Yeah.
Have it fly to an area at a different tangential speed than it started out at. And you can't claim that these Coriolis winds are somehow making it match the tangential speed that it flies into so easily with this thing.
I wonder how that works.
I don't know. Matthew was trying to explain that shit yesterday away with some magical.
I heard him.
Shit.
What a bunch of fallacious bullshit.
I was like, dude.
Was he saying Coriolis winds?
No, I mean, I'm like, dude, man. Well, because one of those kids asked me, like, what about Coriolis or something? I'm like, yeah, if Coriolis was a real thing, man, you just hover the helicopter and land in Hawaii, whatever.
And he's like, no, because of conservation of momentum, right?
Yeah, they still on that. Like, really?
I'm automatically going 1,000 miles per hour no matter what. And if I was going the opposite direction, I'd be going 600 miles per hour backwards according to people in space.
Next time Matthew's on, man, you got to pin him down on this.
I have many times.
We all tried pinning him down on refraction today, and he didn't do so well, trust me.
Was he in there today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We hit him hard.
He's actually a pretty cool guy. Just to let the guy.
Yeah. You guys don't be getting on him. He's here to give us the globe information from their perspective. That's it. He's totally here to help us. He's not.
We need him to make our side look good.
Yeah, he's not trying to fuck us up. Believe me.
Yeah.
Well, I realize that, but I still wanted to see any information that says that standard refraction in air bends light, and there is none. He couldn't prove it. He couldn't show any. I looked for 2 solid days, and all I could see is it deflected air or reflected air, and then it showed a diagram that showed that it when it hit the air, it deflected it into another straight line. Never did it say bend, or never did it even suggest that the light was bending. It was reflected or deflected. That's all there was I searched for 2 freaking days. trying to find where refractions, where someone said anybody in the whatever the scientific field,
Right.
whatever who they are, where in all these observations, like the one he showed with the laser light going through the piece of plastic, bending the light, and this and that, and then that's plastic, that's not air. We're talking about air and air and air.
We gotta get back to the fridge here, man.
All right, let's do it.
How you doing, fridge, man? Sorry, we were talking about something. We just finished up, but welcome to the server, man. What brings you here?
Oh, how's it going? I'm not quite new. I was here a couple of times before.
All right, cool, man.
I just remade a Discord account.
All right, that happens.
So, are you flat or round or what?
You know I'm a flat guy, rocking. We've talked before.
Okay.
Hell, man. What's wrong with you? No, man. Well, cool, man. What part of the world are you in, man? Where you at? I'm in California.
I'm in southern U.S.
Cool.
On the east coast.
Southeast.
Is it humid there? It's all shit humid right now.
Today was kind of warm.
Yeah.
A little humid. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It can get real humid down there. I don't. Kind of makes everything wet and sweaty all the time. I'm not a fan of that kind of weather, but some people are.
Well, yeah, I think you get used to it once you've been there for so long. It doesn't quite affect you as bad as.
Yeah, exactly. But coming from dry ass California, man, to go there, it's like, what the hell is this, man? The gravity's. It's a heavy gravity weather or something, man. It feels heavy.
It makes you sticky, gives you sweaty balls.
Heavy, yeah. But anyway, well, welcome again, man. Have you gone on to any other Discords that are cool or anything?
I've joined a few today. I haven't really been around.
I mean, I'm not I pretty much. I only have like 2 or 3 I'll go into, man, myself, but I don't search for other Discords, man. But I guess people do that, It's fun.
You get into debating it at all, or are you just kind of checking it out and coming back for seeing a little bit?
Oh, me, I made a Discord because some people wanted to talk to me on in a voice chat about some things, and I just figured I made one. So because when my last one was deleted, I kind of was done with it. Like all the censorship, it kind of annoyed me. So I took a long break.
What topics were you covering on that were censor you, man?
Oh, well, there was a guy that came in I was actually this Discord. There was a guy that came in this Discord, didn't know anything about the medical stuff going on. I was trying to help him out, and I guess he reported me. So
that sucks, man. Sorry about that, man. Wow.
No, that's no problem. I got over it.
Yeah, right on. So,
well, I'm glad you're one of us, bro. I mean, I forgot. I apologize. But I see so many new people all the time but now that you mention it, I think I do remember it was just the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, we talked the other day about prepping and stuff.
Yeah, I remember now.
Prepping, man.
You go by the fridge because of the refrigerator Perry, or the fridge for some other reason?
It's just a name that I've had for years online.
Right on. Gamer name?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's great, man.
I remember him telling me that he was a big gamer. Has been for a long time. At least I thought you said that. Anyway.
I got a question, man. You guys are like computer savvy. Is there a way to find out who on YouTube, if somebody makes a sock account, can we find out who the fuck they are? I mean, is there any chance for that?
Hey, Kenny, didn't you notice on your live streams now you can actually go to the channel?
Well, I tried that. Maybe my browser needs to be updated or something. I don't know, but
it was letting me do it with your live streams recently. Only yours though. It's weird.
Yeah, maybe there's a setting or something I can figure it out. But anyway, I don't know why YouTube allows that, but well, we know why. Because, man, remember the day on YouTube you could just click on somebody's name and go right to their channel?
Yours works like that. Yours works like that on my iPhone.
Or you could go to their channel and actually just say, message them. Oh, wow. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that was a horrible fucking feature. That was so cool.
Why would they take that away, right?
You know,
No,
it was
they
like,
do it
hey,
so
you
they
know.
can have their troll army come after you, basically.
Yeah, it's like, well, I can go there and I can message you and say, hey, man, you know, email me or whatever. And and it was great, man. I met a lot of people through that, man. I was really a fine feature. Kind of like, you know, Facebook messaging or Instagram messaging or what. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can do it on a lot of other platforms, but YouTube, no, they got rid of that. It's frustrating, man. I'm just frustrated with all the cool things that were cool, and now they're not. It's like
I think there is a way to do it, though. By the way, I think somebody said it takes a little work, but you can possibly do it still. Like,
I'm thinking of hiring somebody to help me with that, and I really want to hire a pro, man, and spend a few bucks, and then do a live stream.
You know who those trolls are.
I know who they are, man. So I got a little bit of a lead. But
who cares? You know, just get.
But it would be nice to just fucking wreck them one night, man, and just fucking. That would be fun. Anyway, it's a dream.
Kenny, by the way, real quick, you going into the shop tomorrow?
I have to go to the shop tomorrow. I don't have a choice.
Check.
Yeah, I got to go in there. I got a few other errands I got to run, but I am so fucking. I don't know. I don't know which way is up right now, but yeah.
All right, just checking in. So, Fridge, what's up? What's your where are you at with family members or anybody having problems with juice? Get some reactions. Some people you know. Everyone I talk to has had some reactions to that shit. We shouldn't be talking about it, but just to let you.
I have a hunch, but my family, they've been mostly untouched. I think it's because a lot of them work in government, so they went to like the health department and their staff. I don't think they got anything.
Yeah, they got the saline or something, right?
Yeah, I don't think they've got anything serious. But yeah, for the most part, I don't know anyone that's. I've only heard like of people that know people. I've not known anyone that got hurt by it.
Oh yeah, I've heard so many stories, including from my own family and people they know. Just another one tonight: heart attack. Oh, and a blood clot, and a stroke here, and a stroke here.
You know, flat Earth can be dangerous, man. Be careful out there.
Actually, you know, Rex, the guy at the party yesterday, Kenny was telling me that they're really selective. Actually, with there's two different factions in government.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like the white hats, and all the white hats are getting the bad Vs, and all the black hats are not getting the bad Vs. That's how selective they're being.
How do they do something like that, though? How do they pick out who's good?
Different batches.
They call them
badges
based on regional.
Different lot.
I don't know.
They're lot numbers. That's what I heard. Anyway,
I've seen
one to this crowd.
I've seen that there's different batches, but I mean, like, how are they choosing where, like, based on the government workers? How would they choose something?
Maybe
like
they have your name come up and they have some kind of mark next to your name that they know which batch to give you. I don't know.
That's pretty much how that's how, if I was a diabolical cuck fucking bastard, that's how I'd do it.
Yeah.
Yep. We can label this shit. They won't even know it's labeled.
The algorithm just fucking does it.
Anyway, man, let's lay off that shit, man, because you know.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, though. The NBA players aren't getting the real shit because otherwise we'd be seeing them keel over on TV, and they don't want that.
They can't have that. That's not acceptable. No. And everything's normal, man, except it's not. But you know,
the other thing is it's a long process too. It could just give you something down the road or whatever, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, it could be
these are long term cocks, man.
Yeah, long process, painful.
Long games.
to build it.
Yeah.
In the long game. Anyway, flat Earth's a long game, man. We've gained and lost a lot of flat earthers over the years. Did you guys know Mike Helmlich?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah,
he died.
Helmlich died, man, like a few months ago, I guess.
Oh man,
dude, this guy was the guy that brought everybody's attention. He brought attention to what he called it was the green screen with the
on the ISS.
On the ISS, and how they were doing it with the augmented virtual reality thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. But does he still have a channel? What was his channel?
Yeah, Mike Helmlich. Anyway,
Helmlich.
Helmlich. Yeah, I mean, I'll send you the link, man. All right. But I just didn't know he died too, man. But he was like Rob Skiba. He's real Christian, religious kind of live streamer, but he was great at busting ass's crap, man. Absolute legend. His stuff was coming out in 2016. It was just
Is that the gray hair guy that Dan was talking about?
No, he's kind of bald.
Oh, okay.
Kind of looked like Dan a little bit, but younger. Anyway, let me pull up.
I remember watching Skiba stuff way back when Mark Sargent.
Let me see if I still. Maybe his channel got deleted. I don't know. I mean, I was on some live streams with him on Sun and Moon a couple times. Anyway, it was a really nice guy, dude, man. Fuck. And then
He sure seems like it. I watched a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, this was like 2017 or something.
Yeah. Back when he had the 10 different.
Yeah.
What are they called? What did he call them? The 10.
Here's his channel. All right. You guys can go through his videos, man. You pick and choose, but go to the earlier stuff.
Yeah, earlier stuff is pretty good.
And if you're looking for some funny, nasty shit to prove that they're faking it, man, he's got a boatload of it, man. But there's his channel. Check it out.
He does look like Dan a little bit.
Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I heard he died, man. He used to do a lot of live streams.
How did he die?
I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, go down his list down here. He's got a lot of religious stuff, but he's got some great flat earth stuff going back 2-3 years. I'm trying to look for it right now, but
yeah, with that, what I see there, it says spreading truth
of
God's word to the hope of Jesus Christ. That's a number one where they're aiming to stop that shit.
But so was my question was Mike or Skiba, were these guys targeted or what, man? I don't know. Just saying. All right, going back 3 years.
Hey, Fridge, you ever watch any Skiba stuff back in the day?
I think he's.
I don't think I was around back then, but I've heard of him since. I think I looked him up when I heard he died.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that was like a year ago almost.
Yeah.
Almost a year. Yeah, he's got a lot of flat earth videos, man, like 4 years ago. It's a bunch of them. He's got Mars, he's got planes, he's got the ISS, he's got the Google Earth. He did a thing on the Google Earth. ESA. I see the curvature. There it is. Anyway, good stuff, man. He had that one, man, that really blew my mind was the augmented virtual reality And I was like, what? 6 years ago, he was making flat Earth videos, bro. 6 years ago. He's OG mofo, bro. Dead. Damn. Coming down, man. We lost a lot of flat earthers last year, and that was a brutal year, man. I'll tell you that.
With the censorship?
I don't just know actual people we know that we've hung out with and talked flat earth, and debated with. They died. They fucking physically died, man. And I don't know. I think we lost like 6 of them last year or something.
Condolences.
No doubt, man. Legends, OG guys. Creeps and Neeps, man. Are you kidding me? We lost him. Jibby Jedi. Fuck. Legends right there. 2 of those guys together would be a fucking disaster. Oh, man.
Did they take the, you know?
No. None of them. None of them. And,
Jimmy had that weird thing going on with the magnets that we also found was happening to us. That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have
metal on your chest or your forehead, and the metal's sticking to our forehead like a magnet.
Yeah, it was last summer. We were noticing the paper clips and shit sticking to our foreheads. That was weird.
I had like a heavy metal, like, puzzle thing, that was sticking right to my chest.
Yeah, man, it was weird. And that was with all that.
Try it, everybody at home, everybody listening. Try it right now. See if your fucking metal is sticking to your. Jibby had like spoons hanging off his forehead and shit.
Yeah, pairs of scissors. He had a pair of scissors hanging off his forehead. I was like, dude,
could be something to do with the electromagnetic waves they'd be putting through us.
Maybe, man.
Interesting theory. Did you hear the guy's theory yesterday about the Kangen water?
The what? Oh yeah. I heard about the water. Yes, I did catch that. Yeah. I have.
Did you hear that? He got into it a little bit deeper with me. I think it could check out. He gave me a big jug of that shit and see if it works. But Dan was kind of more of the idea that it's a pyramid scheme type thing. But it's
I kind of got that. I got that vibe. I got the pyramid scheme vibe for sure.
Right.
No doubt about it.
But he's saying that the celebrities all drink that, and they're not allowed to tell people why they drink it.
Yeah.
That could be part of the propaganda he's pushing, but it didn't seem like he was trying to push it. He was really on top of the pharmaceutical industry and trying to talk about the shit that's going down with flat Earth and everything. So could be that he believes it himself and it's not real, but it did seem sciencey in a way, because if it's making the molecules of the water smaller and you're absorbing it more because of that would make sense. But it's negative ions. That's what it is. They sell it just as alkaline water, and they can't really sell it as healing water because then they would get, shut down. But if they're just selling it as alkaline water, it's different. But he was saying that we have like negative 15 on average. Most people are like negative 15 as far as their ions in their blood goes. We should be at a negative 25 for optimal health, right? But we're drinking positive ion water no matter what. All the water we drink is that way. Now, if that's true, this could be something, that actually is something people should do.
I've actually been working with that type of water for over 10 years, so I can tell you a lot about it.
Let's hear it.
I'm listening.
Kangen. Is that what you're using?
I use a different one made in South Korea.
What's it called?
Alkaviva.
Alkaviva.
Anyways, the thing about the water in Japan, this water is prescribed as medicine by doctors. The thing about this type of water is that aside the fact that it produces free ions that add as an antioxidant in the body, because what you were saying, you right on track. Like, we drink water that has specific a positive charge. A positive sounds positive, but in some sense might not be positive. But this water changes the charge of the water, and it makes the ORP, what is called the oxidation potential reduction of the water, into a negative side, which means that it donates electrons. But that's just one aspect of the equation. The water molecules apparently are smaller, and I believe it because I actually, when I put this water on vegetables, it removes the pesticides. It emulsifies fats.
Well, he was saying there's two different types of the water. One is actually the bad, like the negative water, or certain water that you would use to kill pesticides or spray it on your skin to kill bacteria or something.
Yeah,
and you would actually drink that and purge the water to kill a virus in your stomach or any kind of infection in your stomach.
Yeah,
but then the other stuff is not for that. Yeah.
Yeah, the machine actually is a certified medical device in these countries, and it makes 8 different types of waters.
Wow.
So I've been drinking it for over 10 years, and people think I'm like 26, and I'm actually 36.
Wow. So you're positive on this shit. Now, is there a difference between what you're drinking and Kangen? Is there a big difference, or is it the same kind of thing?
They're pretty. It's the same technology. Kangen makes a lot of money on the marketing side, but their machine is actually pretty good.
Okay.
I feel like the machine that I bought from California, which is made in South Korea, is better because it's certified as a medical device. But the filtration system of the machine is US made, and it's way better. It removes 99.9% of everything, including fluoride, from the water.
Now that's huge, because that was the reason Dan was talking about yesterday, Kenny. That he was saying it still had all that shit in it. They were using tap water, and they weren't doing the filtration process.
The Kangen filter is designed for chlorine and a few other things. You know, it's decent, but it doesn't remove all these contaminants. The one that I buy from Alcaviva is certified by 3 different labs, third-party certified.
Is it reverse osmosis by chance?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
What kind of filtration process is it then?
Well, the filtration process is actually not at all. It's made in the U.S. It's called reticulated disc. It's a very advanced technology. It's a type of carbon that is being highly processed in a way that it becomes like a magnet, and it's actually mixed with other media. It's mixed with other media. It's very advanced technology. It's made in the U.S.
How much is the device?
Well, the one that I bought is $3,000.
Jesus.
Yeah, ain't cheap.
How much is Kangen compared to that?
Like $5,000.
Oh, so it's even cheaper but better.
Oh yeah, and uses that less electricity, and it produces about the same results. So when you use less power and producing the same results, it means that you might be more advanced.
Wow.
You live in a false reality.
They're undercutting.
Sorry.
Somebody else. You're coming in echoey. Whoever that was.
That was me. Sorry.
Oh.
But what I wanted to say is that the main thing about the water that I found out, and you can look this up, is the water is producing something called H2 or molecular hydrogen.
All right.
When these machines, with the process that they do, they actually use a specific technology that is made with platinum. It's actually titanium plates coated with platinum, and with a specific whatever charge that they use, they split some of the water molecules into their gases, H2 and O, and you are drinking H2 and oxygen. And when you drink it, sometimes you get like a head rush. It's like you feel like your head feels a little light.
Yeah.
And in the morning, you drink it first thing, and it wakes you up. You don't even need coffee. It's that crazy.
Wow.
Damn.
Awesome. I'm gonna look into what you're talking about. Yeah, that's cool.
Interesting.
Now the technology must be pretty cool if it's doing that. It's not just adding an electric charge to the water. It's doing something very specific.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's actually doing multiple things. That's what's so interesting about it.
Now you said there's 8 different kinds, and what would the different kinds be used for?
So the machine produces 8 different type of waters in the sense that it changes. The pH is another aspect of it, and you can press different buttons in the machine, and it produces 8 different waters, and it goes from neutral pH to like mine produces to up to 11.5 and down to like 1.5, which kills any bacteria and virus.
So you would choose that based on what you want to use it for. Like if you want to just drink water, you would use a certain pH, or maybe depending on your pH level.
In Japan, this is the medical advice. Disclaimer: in Japan, they use it for diabetes. They use it for gout. They use it for diabetes ulcers. They use it for skin infections.
Wow.
Like you can see video. I can send you a video to the chat. They in hospitals, not like
I just messaged you, so send me a video, sure. Yeah. Wow. And would you actually choose that pH based on your own pH balance?
No. Some waters you don't drink it. The machine makes specific waters that those you drink, and the rest you use for other things. Like for example, you buy your groceries, and this is actually been researched. You actually wash your vegetables and your meats, and it neutralizes the pesticides.
Very cool.
Yeah. And so it has different. You make your coffee with it, and the coffee tastes better.
Wow.
Like aftertaste, some coffee, it takes away the aftertaste of the acidity of the coffee.
Interesting. And you started drinking it 10 years ago, and it seemed like, that's kind of what he was saying. Like people live longer, and the Hollywood stars aren't supposed to tell anybody, and the pharmaceutical industry is trying to fight it and all that because it's so good.
Yeah, send me a PM if you want to know more. I'll send you some.
I did already. I sent you a message for sure. Yeah, message me back.
When it comes to the H2, the molecular hydrogen, there's over 2,000 peer-reviewed studies by medical journals and doctors and scientists talking about it like it's like a medical gas. Like it's according to them. This is not medical advice. Again, it's the doctors that you can. I can send you information. They even say that
hydration advice.
Huh?
It's hydration advice. I advise people to be hydrated. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Oh no, hydration is essential.
It's essential. I mean, everything needs hydration.
This guy was talking about his pineal gland like uncalcifying and all this kind of shit. Yeah, it was like saying it was huge. But the filtration, getting all the rest of that fucking shit, including the fluoride and everything, would be perfect.
Yeah, to neutralize fluoride, you need iodine actually.
So do you use iodine on top of that with it?
Iodine is a big thing. Fluoride and iodine, they're in the same family. The chlorine, bromide, iodine, fluoride, they're the same family. And if you are back in the day, bread was made with traces of iodine, and to neutralize, like to prevent it from molding too quick. But now they use bromide, and bromide and fluoride,
cancer crossing out.
They actually attach to receptors in the body, and they block iodine. And iodine is the only one that is an essential nutrient. The rest are not. In that family of they're called halogens.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, but this is BG. I want you to send me that too. I sent you a message.
Will you DM that stuff to me, please?
Just put it in the live stream.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, send me a DM. I can send you whatever, any questions you have. This is what I do for a living, bro.
Do you sell those machines yourself now?
Well, I do work with water filtration systems, and Alcaviva actually, if you buy one, they'll definitely pay me a commission if you decide to buy one.
Okay.
Nice.
You're selling us, that's for sure.
Oh, believe me, I don't sell. I educate people, and people make their own decisions.
Yeah, exactly.
I do better machine research, and I've been working with doctors for over 10 years, and
damn.
And in reality,
we need to start a new fucking Discord, man, area.
Yeah, I'm actually been considering that.
I think we need a new channel or a new server, whatever you want to call it. That'd be cool.
Is that you, Jemsy?
I'm actually his brother.
Oh, okay.
Ah, okay, yeah, you sound just like him. I was wondering.
No shit,
on.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's my big bro.
That's my bro.
Nice,
Dude,
nice.
man.
Yeah, he was telling us about you. So did you drink the water too, Jemsy?
He's not here, I think.
He's not here, man. I don't think he's here.
Oh, I thought he said he's my big bro. Somebody said that.
Well,
oh, you're saying Jimsy's your big bro. Okay. I thought it was Jimsy saying that. You sound so much like him.
I know it does sound just like him.
Yeah, actually, Jemsy is so lazy that I actually gave him a whole filtration system, and he has it in his house for like a year. He haven't installed it yet, so you guys.
What?
He's waiting for me to go install it. I'm like, yo, there's a YouTube video. You learn.
That's how you
Wait,
learn,
doesn't Jimsy have some diabetes or something like that? Or that's somebody else.
Yeah, that's actually him. He actually we're not gonna say the names, but some Jews actually he was victimized by that.
Oh yeah. So you didn't. Would that help with his condition?
Well, it helps the oxidative stress because diabetes creates a lot of oxidative stress. But his type of diabetes is not the one that has to do with diet. It's the one that actually his pancreas produces no insulin. It's type 1, and that's a deeper problem that is within the genetic of the pancreas or some sort.
Right.
So something that has to do with the immune system.
Was it something they gave him some shots for? They shouldn't have given him.
Yeah, he's insulin dependent.
Wow.
Yes, my wife's insulin dependent, man. I know all about it. I'm probably seen more diabetes shit than most of you.
Yeah.
And I know.
I feel you. I grew up looking at him going through that bullshit. It's pretty bad.
It's bad, and it's great that my wife is still alive, man. Thank you,
brother.
And get this, bro. She's had diabetes for over 50 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So don't you get, if anybody's out there gets diagnosed diabetic, man, please don't think you can't get through it, man. It's not. You can get through it. I've got the evidence.
Yeah, Jemsy has been about 30 years now.
There you go. Yeah, it's doable, man. It's a bitch. It's not convenient. I know that.
So back to this water real quick.
Water. Yeah.
Real quick, the guy was talking about the negative 15 is the average people that have, if they're good health, but primal health would be negative 25. Is there a way you could check that, like those levels in your body? How do you know?
Yeah, I actually haven't looked too much into that, but at some point I heard about some German test that they check the charge of your overall charge of your cells, some shit like that. And there's a way to test. I'm gonna look into that more.
All right.
Yeah,
that sounds interesting.
That would be kind of the evidence you would need to see if your levels go back to a certain level.
You can actually and I've done this. You can actually you know when you do a diabetic test that you pinch your finger and you take your blood out,
right?
Yeah. So you can put that a few drops of that of your blood in a microscope, and you can see your blood, how flowy it is, and how viscous it is, and you look at it and you drink this water, and in half an hour it looks better.
Wow.
Now, have you done that yourself? Like had somebody with the microscope and like a video camera on the microscope? I've seen some guys do that where they're looking at their blood, they're drinking different amounts of water.
That's actually how I got into it. That the guy did it to me, and I was like,
awesome. That's so cool, bro. I want to do that. I so want to do that. I gotta get a microscope, man.
I actually bought one used and it didn't work. I got scammed. $200 for a microscope that didn't work.
Yeah, the microscopes. You gotta have the right one, right?
Oh yeah. But now technology has gone, technology keeps improving. All technologies keep improving, but NASA's. Everything else gets better. Oh, and the medical system gets more expensive. Anyways, that's the best.
They haven't even gotten better at taking their technology.
No shit, right? Dude. Deeply.
Hey, so is this profitable? Like the business you're in with selling these devices, is it pretty profitable, or is it more just like you said?
It is. The 2 weeks ago I installed a whole system because I also do whole house systems.
Right.
And also sell one of those machines, and the profit was close to $2,000 for 2 hours of work.
And is that pretty regular?
Well, not as much as I want, not as often as I want, but I'm working on getting more clients and stuff. And my clients actually come from other clients for the most part. So if I get more aggressive in my marketing, I'll make a fucking killing. But I'm comfortable.
Do you have to kind of like be careful about the way you sell it in the way this guy was saying? Like you're not supposed to say certain things because they're selling it like alkaline water.
No, I can, no, not really. Like the company that I'm working with, which is Alcaviva, I love them because they talk about the alkalinity a little bit and blah blah blah. But if you go, I'm gonna send it to you guys in a little bit. I'm doing something else, but they only talk for the most part about the molecular hydrogen aspect of the water because there's thousands of studies on this stuff.
Wow.
And
they're not trying to bury you or censor you about it because
they want to talk about the benefits of molecular hydrogen and why these systems are so good because you can test it. It produces
not your company, but like other people, like the powers that be don't want this out because it would be too beneficial.
You know what? The when it comes to some things, the cat is out of the fucking whatever they call it. Like let's say medical gases is a huge thing. I work with H2 with the water, and I also work with ozone and O3. It's those medical gases, bro. It's Nikola Tesla is the one who actually invented the first ozone machines, and doctors used to use it in Florida. And they claim back in like the 30s that they were helping 140 diseases with that stuff, and then they made it illegal.
Oh yeah, why did they make it illegal?
Because it's
helping too much.
It's not what works according to them.
So, but why wouldn't they make what you're doing illegal then?
Because it's too big. Like in Japan, it's medicine. In South Korea, it's medicine. So if they make it illegal here, they're gonna look like fools.
I see. So the ozone stuff wasn't being used as medicine in that way. Enough.
It was over about 100 years ago, and then the regulations came in, the FDA and all that stuff, and they decided that that's not medicine. That's just somebody's opinion.
So what's the difference? Would ozone be better than what you're doing?
Well, ozone has a different benefit. They have different how you call it? They do different things to the cells. The ozone is a little bit more aggressive. So when it comes to quote unquote, this is not medical advice, but when it comes to apparently some infections, it might be the thing.
Because I thought there was ozone devices, in fact, available now. That's another type of thing. You put your vegetables in it.
Yeah, those are not medical ozone generators. You gotta look into the medical aspect of it.
Okay. Yeah, because there was the guy, the new lead singer for Journey that sounds just like the Steve, the original singer from Journey. Anyway, the guy that took over for him had to stop touring because of his throat and his, his medical problems. And he said that ozone machine totally changed him, made him better.
Oh, bro, there's doctors that inject ozone in back hernias. And they said that it works better than surgery. They actually, it's called Prolozone. like prolozone, and they actually inject it in the knees. They inject it in the joints. You can see videos of all this stuff. Ozone actually has ozone probably has more science than H2. Ozone has been used since the turn of the century.
Right. Wow.
And the one who modernized it into a medical machine and actually made oil out of it was Nikola Tesla.
What?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I got a question, man. It's on topic. Trust me. If I took the water and made beer out of it, would it be better?
Well, the machine will help. It's in some sense because it will make the water the pH that you need. But for beer, I recommend empty water. Like you want to start from zero, like
distilled water, right? Distilled, right?
I mean, or reverse osmosis, water that is empty, because distilleries, that's what they use for the most part. Like they use empty. Breweries, how do you call it? They use water that is very, very. The thing about the water, this type of filter will take out all the bad stuff, but it will still leave the minerals. So if the minerals, some areas, where do you live?
California.
So you got to check the TDS of how much minerals are in your water,
right?
And because too much TDS could, so you make your own beer already?
Beer or wine, yeah.
Okay, so you know that you gotta test your liquids, right? There's some testing.
Yeah. You got to be on top of that shit, man.
Yeah. And if it has too much dissolved solid, it's gonna take out a whack.
That's why every time I've done it, you just start with distilled water, and
that's what I've never done it.
You can't mess it up,
Yeah. It's better to start with a water. That's what pharmaceuticals, the industry do. They use empty water that is being passed through like all the crazy filtration, so the water is empty. So from there you can build on it.
The reason they do that is because those minerals and those things react with other things. So if it's empty, then there's no bad reactions.
Right.
So it's like nitrogen gas is inert, and they use it in making pharmaceuticals because it's inert and doesn't cause any like byproducts that you don't want and stuff like that. So you're looking at bad byproducts when you use water that has minerals and things in it. You want to start with empty water so you don't have bad byproducts.
That's a great way to explain it.
See, I wasn't born yesterday. I was born in 1956.
Damn boomer. Damn. Yeah, it's all right.
I've been around a minute.
Experience, man, it helps.
Plus, I have a little chemistry background.
Nice.
Well, water. I've got a theory on water. You guys may have heard this before, but it's the only thing in our system that lives forever. You cannot kill water. It's amazing. Water never dies.
Old Tartarian buildings had letter or writing on it that said "the living water."
Wow,
there must be something to it.
You can't burn water. You can't stab it. You can't bleed it out. You can evaporate it. It comes back. It's pretty cool shit, man. That water. Damn it, I love water.
Wait, if you split the molecule of H2O, you can burn it.
Yeah, but it just evaporates and comes back.
There's no water anymore. It's no water anymore.
Well, you're just whatever parts of water is being converted to hydrogen or whatever, man. It's still you can
He's
burn
right.
it.
If you
I guess
split
you're right.
if you split the molecule,
If you could split it, I guess you burn
then you
that
have
part.
two separate
But
elements.
doesn't burning it still produces some kind of a molecular discharge?
Hydrogen burns.
Right. But
so you split it from H2O.
I know hydrogen burns, man. That shit is hot and explosive. That shit
You guys know
hot.
that HHO gas, the gas that you make from water is the only gas.
Electrolysis, yeah. The gas, yeah.
So when you can use it in a torch. You can look this up, right?
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only gas that will change its temp based on the material that is burning.
Really? I did not know that.
It can stay cold, almost cold to the touch, and then if the specific metal that is burning, it can go hotter than anything else.
That's trippy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's red pillish right there. Red pill dropping. Yikes.
Yeah,
tastes good. Red pills taste good, everybody. Yummy, yummy. Give me some Reds, man. You guys God Rockin' remembers Reds, but none else of you do, right? You remember Reds, God Rockin'? Right?
They were called Seconal. That's the drug. Reds.
Well, they were called, on the street, they were called Reds, right?
Yeah, but the drug in them was Seconal.
Yeah. What did it do to you, man? I never had any Reds, man. I just heard about it.
Tranquilizer.
Is it?
Yeah. It puts you down.
Put you down. And then they had whites that brought you up, right?
Yeah, cross tops.
Cross tops. There you go. That was it. Mm-hmm.
Remember the stink beans? The ones that stunk?
No, Black Beauties, I remember. I remember those. But stink
those
beans.
Those were pharmaceutical. They had 200 milligrams of caffeine, 75 milligrams of phenylpropanolamine, and 25 milligrams of ephedrine. The ones that you could buy in the mail. Now, real Black Beauties had amphetamine.
Yeah, it was pure amphetamine. 714 lemons. All right.
I had thousands of those son of a bitches.
Really? Oh, goodness, man. So my buddy, man, was a couple years ahead of me in school, man. He, last day of school, man, he took a couple and then took a couple more, thinking, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. And he goes to his class, man, and just passed out right there, man. Boom. Last day of school, man. On graduation day. I was like,
they took Quaaludes off the market for this reason. Too high of a potential for abuse.
Yeah, it was brutal, man. Brutal. Yeah, I'm like, I never had any.
They were lovely.
Everybody told me they were lovely.
Yeah, they were.
Anyway, back in the past days, those days are gone. Today we have this wonderful medications available on the street that turn you into a fucking zombie. Hey, that's a good idea. Let's give people more of that. Oh, dude, the stuff, I don't know, man. I've seen people stand on a street corner talking to the street pole and yelling at it or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is going on, man? What is the mental health situation out there could be jeopardized with different chemicals these days. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. You're right.
So be careful out there, man. Everything everything in moderation, please. Don't get too into it, but drink a lot of water, man. I'm always telling people, man, dude,
I'm really curious about this water thing after tonight. So I really want to know what kind of water I should be drinking and when and why.
Well, the ideal, in my opinion, is like having water from a pristine spring from the mountains. You know, that's the ideal. So, me personally, what I do, I try to imitate that. So, before my water goes into the system that I have, it gets filtered. I add some minerals to it, and then it goes through the process of activating the hydrogen and all that stuff.
When you add minerals, would it happen to be like that pink salt by any chance?
You could do that, but I use the Sole. Sometimes I put it on my coffee. I put it on my soups. I don't really put it on the water. When I'm working out, I do put Sole on my drinks.
You use the pink salt though?
Yeah, I know. I use the Raymond salt from Utah. It's the best. It's higher in magnesium and all.
From Utah. Did you hear that, God Rocket?
Yeah, I heard.
Right there where you live.
The brand is called Real Salt.
Yeah,
Real salt.
everybody sells it in his gift shop at his motel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best one, bro. Well, so far, in my opinion.
Wow. Right there where you live, God Rocket. That's a coincidence.
So,
I don't believe in coincidences. Obviously, this information came to me for a reason.
That's right.
Yeah, the salt is huge because the salt adds trace elements, about 80 something trace elements to it. But when it comes to the ratios of the other electrolytes that you need, like potassium, magnesium, you need more than the salt delivers. So I recommend you to look into coral calcium. Coral calcium.
Yeah.
So there's a way to it has to be a good brand. There's one from Japan that is pretty good, but it has a good ratio of magnesium, calcium, and these other minerals that you need more quantity of it.
I like it.
What was it called again? Coral what?
Calcium.
Yeah.
Coral calcium. Okay. I need
They
to write
take.
that
I think they take the calcium off the actual coral reef. Is my
pretty much. It's pretty much almost dead coral. But coral is pretty high in calcium. It's pretty high in magnesium, and it also has all the other trace elements, which is like 80 of them.
Awesome.
And it's pretty much a plant, so the minerals have been pre-digested by a plant, so they're more bioavailable to the body. Oh my God, this thing is cutting, right? When I'm talking, it cuts off.
Yeah, this bioavailability thing is very.
You're not cutting off.
That's huge. It's not what you eat. It's what you absorb.
Right. If it has a high bioavailability, that means your body is absorbing it the best. Yep. The higher the bioavailability, the better.
Jimsy's brother, man.
She brought some gravy.
Girl, you do. You brought in a little spooky water stuff, man. I love water, man. I think it's the most amazing thing
I love it. Spooky water.
Where we live, man.
Thank you.
Nothing's more interesting than water to me, man.
Oh, I'm gonna send you guys a peer review meta-analysis of some Japanese scientists that they look around the world H2 molecular hydrogen studies, and just read the abstract. They find out that they're saying that this actually helps 166 different diseases.
There you go.
Wow.
Well, Flat Earth dude, since I don't have one of those systems yet, that would be spooky water at a distance.
Well, you got to put it through the scientific method on that one. That'd be cool.
Yeah, thank you so much.
But water's something we can all experiment with, test. look at. We can burn it, apparently, and it's such a cool substance, man.
Bro,
Shout out to water, man. Big shout out
You know
to
that
water.
water is used to cut almost anything with with high pressure. Well, you guys know. Imagine, right? That's crazy too.
Yeah, stay
so
away
cool,
from
man.
tap water, please.
What a great substance, man. I vote that we all do the best thing we can do with water, man.
Yeah,
Well,
tap water is no good.
no, tap water is bad. Bad.
Horrible.
Anyway, yeah, try to stay away from that. If nothing else, man, just get distilled water. You know, that's a good idea.
I use reverse osmosis right now. I have been for about 2 years.
That's good too, man.
But now I realize I need to add some minerals. A little bit of pink salt, a little bit of calcium or whatever it was. I just put it in my server so I wouldn't forget.
Did you send me a message? I'll share with you a few things that I have.
Okay.
Sorry. We'll talk private. Let me know.
You said it was real salt. That's what you said it was, real.
Yeah, real. So that's the branding.
Right.
And it's real, man. It's real.
Well, they harvest it right straight from the earth.
Yeah, and why are you gonna send your money to Pakistan? You send it to the U.S., bro.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about when you drink water, man? You kind of like, wish the water well on its way into your body, man.
Oh yeah, man, I agree with that.
Right? You know what I mean?
What do you suggest per gallon of say the real salt? Like
how much do you weigh?
200 pounds.
Oh, you're about the same as me. So what I do, I make the sole, right? Which is you saturate distilled water with salt. And how do you saturate? How do you know it's saturated? So you put enough rock of that real rock salt into like a crystal bucket, a crystal glass container, and you put the water and you put the rock salt and you put enough till it stops dissolving.
And then how much of that do you use per gallon?
And only per gallon, you're talking about eight spoons. But per glass, you're talking about a teaspoon.
Okay.
Let's say you made your coffee, right? You made your coffee. Have you guys drink coffee?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So have you ever added salt to your coffee? You know it makes it taste better, right?
Yeah.
So, I've heard that, but I've never done it. But you can bet I will.
Add a small teaspoon of the sole to your coffee, and whatever else you add to it, but that's it. So I personally like it better, and chocolate too. Especially like I don't drink chocolate anymore, but a few years ago, when I used to be a chocolate junkie, so you add salt to chocolate and it tastes so much better. It's very interesting.
Yeah, they sell chocolate chunks with sprinkled with salt these days. Yeah, it is good.
Yeah. So, if you are drinking any let's say whatever drink that you're drinking, at least I think it's 3 times a day you add 1 spoon of especially if you're sweating, if it's hot, you want to add a little extra of that salt. People actually get scared of the salt content, but there's a big misconception with salt usage. To give you an example, the Japanese actually consume about 5 times the amount of salt that we do.
Well,
that's a lot.
The body normally has a lot of salt in it. I mean, your blood is highly salted, right?
Yeah, we need salt, but we need salt that is actually raw unprocessed with its balanced mineral content, and that's what the Japanese do. They don't process their salt and drink sodium. People think table salt is salt. That's not salt. That's sodium. That's processed. That's a byproduct of salt.
And not good for you.
Not good. That's a byproduct of salt manufacture. Or because they take the real salt and they remove the minerals and they sell it to other industries and they sell us the sodium within the salt.
What a bunch of cheeky fucks.
Yeah. It's the same thing with sugar. I try to stay away from sugar as much as possible, but you like your sweets here and there. You don't want white sugar. You want sugar that it has the brown crystals, and it has the molasses inside. The molasses is actually the minerals, and when you have that, to me, in my opinion, it tastes better, and it still has some balance in it. You don't wanna to do too much of it anyways. Too much sugar is not good anyways. But a little spoon of, if you're gonna have your spoon of sugar, better consume it when it's the brown, unprocessed. Well, it's still a little processed, but it still it hasn't been bleached and they haven't removed the minerals from the sugar. Do you guys know what molasses is? Blackstrap molasses?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one that is gonna change many people's life. Not your life because you guys are males. Blackstrap molasses. If you find any female that they suffer from menstrual cramps and they always suffer from that stuff, give them blackstrap molasses 1 spoon a day, specifically the week before and the week during. And by the second cycle, when they start doing that, the pain is gone. It might last an hour or two, and then they don't suffer from that anymore.
Cool.
That is the $5 old folk remedy.
So where again are you going to put all this info we're talking about?
Just send me a private message and remind me, and I'll just send you any of that. Any question you have, bro.
Okay, well, I might have to make you a friend first and all that other fancy jazz, but I will do that right now.
Yeah, man. I know some other people send me messages, and but I'm not. I'm still getting to know you guys. I'm not. I like this guy's name, New Perspective. Who is that?
His name's Dave. He's from Chicago. He's from Chicago.
Chicago, cool.
Chicago. New Perspective's great, man. He's a friend of mine. He's been to my house, stayed with me.
Yeah, Dave's not here, man.
He's not here. He took off, man. But
Cheech and Chong. Dave,
Cheech and Chong.
And who's BG?
Yeah.
Well, that's you. Yeah. Always, it's very refreshing when I come here. I stay here for hours. Sometimes I don't even talk for. I'm just listening to you guys.
Me too, man. I'm like just listening most of the time. I come on late at night, usually kick it and laugh at NASA shit or something funny. Laughter is important as water, man. By the way.
I had fun the other night when you did that NASA thing.
Yeah, we had a good time, man. That's keeping it real, man.
The fact that they fool us so much is very interesting. I find it so interesting.
It's super crazy interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of took it upon myself to narrate those paragraphs, but I did that so that I would, absorb it. And it was great. It was wonderful stuff. It was so funny, some of it. Just shows how ridiculous they are. NASA, my God.
And they have videos that I think they're making fun of us. They're laughing like it's so funny to them.
For sure. Yeah, you sound so much like Jimsy.
Dude, I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with my brain, man? I think it's Jimsy just fucking with us, man.
I'm a little bit.
That's what I said in the beginning. I said, is this
like,
Jimsy? Change your name? And no, that's my bro. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's very. It happens to us a lot.
That's
Well, I can
awesome.
see why.
Cool, man. Any cool music you guys heard lately? Anything?
You're the one that's up on that. You're the one in the know.
I am in the know, man. I try to be. It doesn't always work out, but no, there's is a lot of newer flat Earth music out there, man, that I never heard, and I was, it might not be that great. Some of it was super interesting. Might be next generation's kind of taste, not mine. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's out there. Whatever it is, it's out there. It might not be my taste. You know what I mean? But I've heard some, and it was like, whoa.
Yeah, plug it in at us.
Well, I need Tracy up in here, man. She was the one who was playing it.
Well, you don't have a DJ roll or what?
No, I don't have any.
Well, I'm sure we can get that for you with no problem.
I don't think I have. I mean, I got gold, but I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know how to use it.
You just have to learn how to use it. That's all.
I can VC check somebody in, man. That's about it.
Yeah, me too. I've been gold for a couple of years, and I still have a hard time checking someone in. Can't remember the prompts.
Let me get you in the live stream. Okay, here we go. But no, that's not why I'm here. But I'm here to help. I'm here to help, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm not a moderator. Fuck that, man. Not me.
I don't want nothing to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
But
let the mods.
I'm here just to be me. And if it's
the mods can handle,
if it's not good, I'm sorry.
There's very few mods around here, by the way. And there's like, 6 consistent mods that really do a lot of work, man. Hold it down, keep it from getting infiltrated or whatever, right?
Or just out of control.
Out of control, man. I've seen these things go out of control before, and it sucks, man. We don't like that. None of us like that. So
that's correct.
If it's cool and kosher and cruising, we're good. That's the 3 C's, man. That's Illuminati confirmed. The 3 C's, man. Ain't bad. Ain't good.
Credence Clearwater Water. That's CCR. Excuse me.
Hey, I just did notice something about the news cycle, man. Somebody mentioned it today to me, little Father's Day thing, man. How apparently the Ukraine Russian party it's out of the news cycle. Nobody even talks about it at all. It's like completely like gone from the news. Don't even.
Yeah, that's weird. That's a bit.
Aren't you happy?
So weird, right? I was like, really? It's out of the news. Yeah,
that's a literal war in Europe. Like that should be like I don't know. It's weird.
Right. It should be a little more noticeable news, but I don't know. I'm not in control of the news cycle, but apparently there are people that are. I've heard this from time to time. Anyway.
I don't know. I got tired of hearing about it all the time.
It's gone, so you don't have to hear about it anymore, apparently. I don't know. I heard that today, but I was check in with you guys, see if you knew anything. But moving on, man, we can talk about water or space or curvature, direct measurements.
What's your you guys' favorite, like, in your mind, in your evidence that convince you, like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat? Aside, Black Swan, all this, but let's say, to me, the salt flats, the mirror effect, I find that so fucking cool. What is
the Bolivian salt flats? Like,
yeah,
that shit is badass.
You got one here in Salt Lake too that does the same thing when it rains.
Yeah.
Salt flats become this big flat mirror that's just amazing.
Yeah. You're right there, man. Next time it happens, man, get out of there. In fact, the next time it happens, I'm coming to you, man. Fuck this. I'm driving.
Wait, that happens in Utah too?
What's that?
That happens in Utah also?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. I've been in Utah. I've been in Salt Lake City twice, but a long time ago.
On the west side of the Great Salt Lake, that's where they have the salt flats where they set the world land speed record races. They have a big, long, flat salt flat where they take their cars out there and try to go 600 miles an hour plus.
Interesting.
I think the world record is set somewhere else now. I can't remember where, but it used to be here in Salt Lake and at the salt flats here in Utah. But I just read recently that there new world record, land speed record, was set somewhere else, and I can't remember. It's in the U.S., but I can't remember where.
We're talking like jet-powered vehicles, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they look like a rocket with wheels.
Insane. Some people, man, they don't have anything better to do.
No,
it's fun though. It's engineering. I find it interesting.
Yes, it is engineering. They're just like, dude, man, can we build a rocket? Can we build a rocket car? Yes, we can. Okay,
several of them built.
Let's do it. And they give it a go, man. Not all of them succeed, but some do.
They got two little tires in the back that are only like about 2 feet apart. And then they got one tire in the front, and it's like this big, long, narrow missile. And it's like, fuck, how does it even stay balanced? But it does. Got three. The one I seen had 3 wheels. Is all 2 in the back and 1 in the front.
That reminds me. There was a guy who built something similar, but not similar. It was actually a little Honda, and he put a rocket engine on it a long time ago. And he's kind of famous. Well, how you call it? On famous, some shit like that, because he supposedly he used to work in Area 51, and then he got kicked out. Whatever. I think his name is Lazar, some shit like that.
Bob Lazar. Yeah, man.
Yes, Bob Lazar.
He did build a little car with a rocket engine in it. I don't know that he took it to the salt flats, but yeah, he had one.
Yeah, and he's current. Well, the last video that I saw him still alive. I don't know. His car runs on hydrogen.
Yeah. I know he's had a few complaints about when he drives it down the street because it makes this massive roar as it goes by.
Really? Interesting. But in what part of Utah you guys are?
Well, I live north of Salt Lake, about 30 miles.
Huh.
And the Great Salt Lake is directly west of me. The Great Salt Lake is not west of Salt Lake. You have to go north to get to the Great Salt Lake. So it's not west of Salt Lake City. It's west of.
Yeah, is it Death Valley in Nevada that they do the rocket car tests?
No, that's Salt Lake.
Oh, that's Salt Lake, isn't it?
Yeah.
Death Valley is all sand. I don't think you could run one there.
Okay. Hey, God Rockin', what's the fastest land speed record for one of those cars?
It's 60 miles an hour.
That's they broke the sound barrier if they did that.
Well, I'm just thinking about something. How big is that car?
The one I seen was probably about.
Here, I'll give you a picture of it. You want a picture of it? Here you go.
Well, no, I don't really need a picture. I'm just thinking. My gears are turning in my head right now. So the fastest they can do is about 700 something in that little bitty car like that.
760, man.
What's the escape velocity for a rocket?
25,000. Well, I think it's 25,000 miles an hour.
No,
that's escape velocity, right?
It's what they say.
Escape velocity is 25,000. I heard.
Yeah.
Well, then they've never escaped anywhere because they can't go that.
Yeah, it's a lot faster, and then 700.
You know what I'm saying is you got a smaller vehicle with a powerful engine on the back of it, and the fastest it can go is like 700 something.
Yeah,
I find it hard to believe you got a rocket that's 40, 50 times the size of that little car reaching 25,000 miles an hour. I doubt it.
No. You got to relate that fuel, that rocket flame has to be coming out of the end of that engine at over.
Look at that shit, fucking bad boy, though, man. Talk about engineering. Look at that shit, man. That's hot. That's pretty sweet, man. $760 miles. That was 1997, man. That was a while ago.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Did you get in that thing and drive it?
No.
No. Me neither.
Not doing that. Dude, it looks like two big giant,
I do it at least once.
747 engines on there. Like, really? Yeah.
It's like nose of a plane in the engines. They've taken the body out.
Right? There's no wings. Just took the wings off. And
well, they've had a few of them that took off anyway. They crashed them. Keep them on the ground. There's been a few people killed trying this.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Trying to do that. Land speed.
Well, that's why I said I'd do it at least once.
Yeah. Might be the one and only time, eh?
Yeah, it might be the only time I do it, but I do it at least once.
Well, you got bigger balls than I do, my friend.
All right, you guys carry on, man. I got to crash. But,
well, the fastest I've ever been there,
fast.
Like 175. That was on a Suzuki Hayabusa. It was about as fast as I wanted to go.
Fastest I've ever been is 182 in a quarter of a mile in 8 seconds.
Yeah.
I used to race a pro stock car, ran 182 miles an hour in 8 seconds. I raced it for about 2 years. I mean, it's one thing going 182, but to do it in 8 seconds, that's some G-forces. 4.5 G's off the line, they say. I could feel my cheeks where my ears were. My face would stretch, and I could feel my face just like all deformed. I could feel my cheeks all stretched back. I don't know where my ears were, but they were probably on the back of my head somewhere.
Is that big G or little G?
Well, I don't know. It's a G-force is what is it? 1G is considered. How did they calculate 1G? I don't know. I'll have to look that up. It's defined as equivalent to 9.80665 neutrons of force per kilogram of mass. Whatever that means. That's 1G.
All right, bud. I got to get some sleep. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night.
How many Gs can we withstand as a human? What's the max? You think there's actually such a thing as a technology that you inside of it and it kind of cancels the Gs and you can go faster?
I don't know.
Hopefully. At some point, I want to be able to travel at about 30 to 50,000 miles per hour to get to places fast.
1G is 9.8 meters per second squared. That's 1G. So I was doing 4.5 Gs off the line. To experience 1G, you must accelerate from 0 to 60 in 2.4 seconds. I was probably doing 60 feet in probably about less than a second or a second.
So what's your background?
Construction for many years, and then I had a speed shop called National Speed Equipment, and I built race cars and race engines and drag raced for a few years.
Nice.
Amongst many other things, but that's the two main things. I've had a very good, fulfilling life. I've had the opportunity to experience many, many things. I feel very fortunate.
Nice, man.
Journeyman in probably 7 trades in construction. So I can build anything. I don't need any help. Just give me the blueprint, leave me alone. Biggest thing I've ever built was a $100 million building. It was called the LDS Conference Center in Salt Lake City. I was second in command, assistant to the superintendent, did all the layout, checked all the subs and made sure that their stuff was installed properly before we signed the pay slip so they could get paid. I would have to go inspect it, make sure it was in right, everything was correct, that kind of stuff.
Nice, nice.
Built the largest cold storage unit owned by Sam's Club. It's also here in Utah, which means everything in there is cold frozen. It's a 1/4 of a mile from corner to corner. Building, huge. Built the skating rink for the Olympics in Salt Lake. And a few other buildings like that, which probably wouldn't do any good to mention. You probably wouldn't know what they are, but
Yeah.
I worked construction. I probably know.
the 3Com building in Salt Lake. The 3Com is one that they bought Candlestick Park and called 3Com Park. We built a computer lab for them in the industrial park here.
Was it a data center or just?
No, it was a manufacturing center.
I gotcha. I've made a couple of data centers, worked on a couple projects like that.
So you're talking about computers and data and...
Yeah, like where they store all their servers for all their information and stuff.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So it was just like flat work, because I worked in concrete. Yeah.
Oh, you did concrete?
Yeah.
We did the what's called a super flat for the skating rink in Salt Lake. It had to be within I think it was 1/8 of an inch from edge to edge. It was a laser screed that we used.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How big?
Full-size Olympic skating rink. Can't remember the exact dimensions, but
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I can't say I've done anything as cool as that, a skating rink.
I thought the cold storage unit was cooler myself because the floor had to be, we had to start in the ground with 8 inches of concrete and then 8 inches of foam and then another 8 inches of concrete on that and another 8 inches of foam, then another 8 inches of concrete, then another 8 inches of foam, and then another 8 inches of concrete on top of that. And then on top of that, we poured a floor that had glycol tubes in it, which is like antifreeze, that were tubes that were run back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So they were about a foot apart over across the whole floor. And then we poured concrete over those. And the reason they do that is because when you got a cold storage unit where everything in there is frozen, that after years and years and years, the frost penetrates the ground and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. After like 5 years, then you get what's called upheave, because the frozen ground underneath starts to expand and it pops up and breaks the floor and pops it. It's called upheave. So in order to eliminate that, you insulate the ground below it with concrete foam, concrete foam, concrete foam, concrete foam. So it's about 6 feet thick of insulation so that the cold cannot penetrate to the ground, which is below all that stuff. And then the glycol tubes up in the top of the floor are regulated with so that glycol can be kept at a certain temperature and circulated. Tubes, they circulate this fluid to keep that top slab at a specific temperature so it basically doesn't freeze.
I've done something like that, and I didn't know why we were putting all that foam in. I had no idea it was for that.
Yep. Just to eliminate upheave.
I worked on a parking lot of a apartment building. We put a lot of foam in on the top layer.
Was it in a cold climate?
At the time, it was winter.
I mean, yeah, but
late winter.
The region was a colder region.
Not so much. It was a city in Maryland.
Well, it gets pretty cold in Maryland. I mean, it's on the coast, but it still gets a bit chilly, right?
I wouldn't say so.
No?
But we did put in a lot of foam. That sounds like... Well, they put foam and then they dumped concrete on top. Then they, what's it called? Waterproofed it. So it was the outside layer. So it sounds like what you're talking about.
Did they put fabric down on it too, on top? Like rolls of fabric before they laid the last bit of asphalt on it or concrete?
They waterproofed it and then we were done. Like we didn't touch it after the waterproofing.
So they sprayed a wax coating type waterproofing on it and let it cure?
Oh no, it was that the tar and it's kind of like a matte material. Like they tar it and then they flamethrower it, but it's like a matte, so they melt it onto the surface of the concrete.
Oh, I see.
To seal it,
like a layer of tar on top.
Yeah, it's like a sealant, but I don't know what the exact material is called.
If you get moisture down below that, then it can freeze and cause problems. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of systems that do that, but the only one I've ever done is where we laid big rolls of fabric out on top of the first layer of asphalt, and then they poured on top of that, and it kept the cracks from coming up because we put it over the top of an existing parking lot that had cracks and stuff in it. So we put this fabric over the top of it so the cracks couldn't project up through. They wouldn't be able to pass through the fabric because it wouldn't allow it because it was separated from the layer on top from the layer below that was cracked. Put a fabric over it and then poured more asphalt on top of that.
It's interesting. There's always so many ways of doing things, and different parts of America do things so differently.
Yep. These rolls of fabric were like 20 feet long and 100 feet long, and we just roll them out and overlap them and roll another one out, overlap and roll them out, flatten them all out, then seal the edges with some tar, like you were saying, where they lapped over, and then put asphalt on top of it.
It sounds like the same thing, but when you say fabric, it makes me think of like turf. But it was like...
It was like a thin, smooth, black, like about a quarter inch thick, and it was like black material fabric.
All right, yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing. Then I never touched it. Well, other than walking on it, I've never, worked with it. I just watched other guys do it.
Right. What it does is just stops anything from below. Like if you're putting it on an existing parking lot or whatever, they've got cracks and whatever in them, and it's breaking up or whatever, and it separates that from the new one. Because if you don't do that, then the cracks from below can project up and cause the top layer to crack. So you put this fabric on it, and the cracks can move around, but they can't pass through the fabric. They move underneath it.
Have you seen that they have concrete now that they can roll out just like that fabric and just spray it with water and it sets?
They didn't screed it?
No, they just, it comes in rolls. They just roll it out and they spray it with water and it sets. That's it.
Oh, wow. No, I haven't seen that. That must be new.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Must be heavy rolls.
I have no idea.
Well, if it's like concrete, and you roll it out, it's got to have some pretty good weight to it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen them carry it though, so I wouldn't know. Possibly when they laid it, they mostly laid it in like storm drains, so they laid it like from side to side rather than just roll it straight out. But I imagine you could just lay it in like any way you want it if you had like a big enough roll.
Right.
Probably can put it on the back of a truck and just have the truck roll it out.
Right. Stick some hooks in each end of it through the center of the roll and just drive away and let it roll out.
Yeah, make your job a lot easier as a finisher.
Yeah.
Just replace you entirely, actually.
Well, shit, boys, I'm going to bed myself. It's 2:30 in the morning here. I'm going to get some rest. Had a great time.
Man. Have a good night. I'm gonna head to bed too, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
We've been clogging up the airways for far too long. Let somebody else take over. Hopefully they won't just fall asleep. Maybe they can keep the live stream going, but maybe not. Maybe everyone needs a rest. Who knows?
Oh yeah. Well, man, nice talking to you guys. I'll send you some info, so let me know if anything.
All right, bro. Take care.
Take care, guys.
Hello. 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 Hey, what is this silence here? What's going on? Where is everybody?
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled.